Welcome everybody. This is 3ds Max for Architectural Visualization Beginner. My name is Brian Smith from the CG School, and this is going to be a 18-hour class over 2 days. And in day one, we're going to cover the fundamentals. We're going to move into the key interface elements and talk about how to navigate around Max. We will discuss things that deal with 2D modeling, also known as the Edit Spline method of modeling. And we'll see how 2D modeling is the foundation of 3D modeling. We're going to use things like the Edit Mesh, the Edit Poly, and we're going to move into seeing how we can integrate AutoCAD with our 3ds Max to produce some nice visualizations. We're going to look at modeling and talk about critical compound objects, spend a good bit of time on lofting, and the additional compound objects you see listed here: scatter, terrain, Boolean, pro-Boolean. We'll look at some of the real critical compound objects which are so crucial to doing good visualization work. There are hundreds of modifiers, and we're only going to have time to focus on the most important, and we're going to focus on about a dozen or so modifiers that you simply shouldn't live without. We'll move into materials and talk about the basics of the material editor and things like map channels and map types. You can't navigate the material editor without knowing all the critical map channels and map types. And of course, maps don't do you any good if you do not know how to orient them and position them on your objects. So a discussion of Uvw mapping is in order. On day two, we will look at things like lighting, cameras and animation, and efficient workflow. Within lighting, we'll talk about the basics. We will cover all the different light types. We will talk about the difference between standard lights and photometric lights, and talk a little bit about global illumination and what that means. We will move into cameras and animation. We'll start creating some cameras. We will animate some objects and see how to specifically control their movement manually, or how to assign them to a path and specify where they go along a path. We will discuss the basics for rendering. How do we actually render? How do we actually produce an image? All the different things that go into producing images. And then we'll go into efficient workflow. We'll discuss all the different ways to link files to a 3ds Max scene, how to import line work into 3ds Max, what the difference between an XREF and a proxy is, and then we'll discuss basic visualization effects like fire, fog, volume lights, and some cool little production tips and tricks that we've picked up over the years here at CG School to help you get the most out of your work. So without further ado, let's start talking about the things shown in day one. Let's start talking about the fundamentals. So this is 3ds Max for Architectural Visualization Beginner, and as such, one of the first things that we need to talk about is the interface. This is Autodesk 3ds Max Design 2011. This is a 64-bit version of Max. This is the design version of Max, and the design version of Max is nearly identical to the non-design version, the straight Max out-of-the-box version. This version has the lighting analysis feature in it, which you can see right up here, and this is the only thing, this is currently the only thing that is in the design version that is not in the regular Max version. And the only thing that is in the regular Max version that is not in the design version is a software developer kit. That's the only difference between the two programs. We have a lot of different ways to talk to Max, to interact with Max. We have menus, we have toolbars, we have floaters, we have sliders, we have a lot of different things in here, and I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what's available. Every program that you work with on a computer has a lot of menu features. A lot of the things that you find in Max can only be done through these menus. For example, the only place to look at the statistics of your scene are through the properties menu, or through the file menu. The properties function within the file menu. File properties right here. This tells you things like how many lights you have in your scene, how many objects and polygons and stuff. That's the only place you can find it. There are other tools that you can't find anywhere else. And for those tools, yes, it's valuable and necessary to use these modifiers, or I'm sorry, to use these menus, but this is usually not the place to be accessing or activating certain commands. Whenever possible, I suggest using the keyboard shortcuts that are available. There are many keyboard shortcuts that are set up by default, and there are many keyboard shortcuts that you can enter in yourself. This is a beginner class, and as such, I don't feel customization is necessary and important for things like setting up keyboard shortcuts, because you don't know all the different functions that you'll be using. So as you can over time, you might want to start making your own keyboard shortcuts. But as an example, I can switch from perspective view, which I'm in right now, to front view by hitting the F key, or top view by hitting the T, or left by hitting L. And there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts that allow you to access commands very quickly, very efficiently, and it's much faster than using a menu. So instead of coming up to Tools, going to Align, moving over, hoping you don't miss the menu and access something else, and then using something like the spacing tool, if you can just use Shift-I to do it, Shift-I, and open it up that way, that is a far better way of accessing the spacing tool than using the Tools menu, coming down, moving your cursor carefully over the Align feature, and then hitting the spacing tool. So use keyboard shortcuts whenever you possibly can. And if you've been using AutoCAD since the DOS days, then you'll know that you'll probably have a better appreciation for it, because back then there were no icons, there was no windows for programs like Max or AutoCAD, and everything was keyboard shortcuts. You have the main toolbar up here at the top, which you can move off of the interface, move off of the locked area it was at before, and you can position it anywhere you want. You can even make it go on the left-hand side of your screen like this, or you can put it on the right-hand side. You can put it anywhere you want. You can have it be floating out in space, which I don't particularly like, because when you build objects, you can't see below it, and you can't access elements of that object below it. I always like to keep it locked into the top, and if you're on a screen where you don't see the entire toolbar because your resolution is not high enough, you can always move things back and forth by using this little pan feature that you see. You have this little hand that appears when you're over dead space where there's no icon. You also have on the right-hand side, you have a command panel that is comprised of 6 smaller panels, or six separate panels. You have the Create panel, the Modify panel, the Hierarchy panel, the Motion panel, the Display panel, which we'll look at a lot today, and the Utilities panel, which has a bunch of features that don't have a home anywhere else. You have a time slider down here at the bottom that shows you the frames of your time sequence. So I have 100 frames in this particular scene, or in this particular sequence. You have a lot of different viewport controls down here, a lot of ways to zoom in and out, zoom all, zoom extents all, pan, orbit selected. I want to talk really briefly about just a couple of the viewport navigation controls, because they are really critical. I'm in top view right now, and I want to create a teapot. Now, instead of coming down here and using the orbit tool, which is a flyout, by the way, that has orbit, orbit selected, orbit sub-object, instead of using one of these, which the one I'm going to use is the orbit selected, which simply means it's going to orbit around the selected object rather than orbiting around the origin of my scene, which is what you'd get with this first icon. I'm going to use an orbit selected, and when I do, I see this ring appear, or this circle appear, that allows me to, with my left mouse button, orbit around my object, which is nice, but I shouldn't have to come down here to do it. I shouldn't have to come down here, and even when I do come down here, this ring forces me to do the orbit within the ring, because if I went around the outside, I would be rotating the camera or rotating my view, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut that you should know for many programs besides Max, which is Shift-Z, which is redo view. you have Control Z, which is redo your command, and then you have Shift Z, which is redo the view change that you made. Okay, big difference between the two. I'm going to be using Shift Z a lot and Control Z a lot. And whenever I do keyboard shortcuts, I always say the shortcut that I'm doing. So you'll hear these things hundreds of times throughout this class. But instead of using this icon down here, this orbit selected icon, instead I want to do something quicker. So I'm going back to top view, and I'm going to hold down the Alt key on my keyboard, hold down the Alt key, and hold down the middle mouse button and drag with my middle mouse button and rotate around my scene that way. And notice when I do, no matter where I do this from, I'm not going to rotate my camera, or I should say tilt my camera, which is good because I've never worked in a scene where I've ever wanted to tilt the camera or tilt my view that I'm using to work on my scene. I've never had the need to do that in all these years. So there's no reason for that ring that you get when you use the orbit selected command. A couple other things, the maximize viewport toggle, you'll see me switch from a large view to a 4 viewport configuration, which is done through this maximize viewport toggle. Another keyboard shortcut that you can have set up that you can make happen a little bit easier than coming down here. You have zoom, but instead of using zoom here and doing this, which is a little bit of a pain, I'm just going to use my middle mouse button. It's far easier to use the middle mouse button to zoom in and out than it is to come down here and use this zoom. Maybe once in a while I'll do a zoom region if I'm trying to zoom into one little particular tiny area like this. Okay, and of course you have zoom extents and zoom extents all. Zoom extents means zoom to the extent for just the active viewport, which is the viewport that has the yellow square around it, the yellow outline around it. So I can do a zoom extents for one particular viewport, or I can do a zoom extents for all 4 viewports by clicking this icon right here. Okay, let's switch back to a 1 viewport configuration. That's pretty much it for the navigation tools, but before we start moving into the creation tools, I want to talk about one more interface thing, and it has to do with customization. I said I don't like customization I don't like teaching customization for new users, but there's about 3 or 4 things that I find absolutely critical for customization for anyone doing any work in Max. Most of them are found under the Customize menu. When you get Max out of the box, I say Max, but when I say Max, I really mean Max or Max Design. When you get Max out of the box, you have one really annoying default option set up that needs to be changed, in my opinion. So if you haven't already done so, go to the Customize Preferences menu, and under the Viewports tab of the Preferences setting, under Viewports, you will see 2 options. One that says Zoom About Mouse Point Orthogonal or Orthographic, and one that says Zoom About Mouse Point Perspective. These are off by default, and when they are off by default, instead of zooming in to wherever your mouse is, it's going to zoom into the center of the screen, which is really annoying, because if I'm trying to zoom into, say, this teapot that's sitting over here on the right-hand side of my screen, instead of zooming in right there, it's going to still zoom into the center of my screen. I don't want that. I want to zoom into wherever my mouse is. So I'll go to Customize, Preferences, Viewports, and I'll always make sure Zoom About Mouse Point Orthographic and Perspective is enabled. And once you enable it, you'll never have to re-enable it. Make sure that you know what kind of graphics card you're using. If you're using a direct 3D graphics card, something like the NVIDIA GeForce, which is what I'm using here, make sure that's set up here. If you're not using an advanced graphics card, then you should be using the software driver, what's known as the software driver, and this option would be available if you didn't have an advanced graphics card. Just make sure that one's working right, and make sure that you configure your drivers properly, know your driver's limitations. For the most part, just doing this for many years and looking at many configurations on many different computers. The graphics cards, or the default options that you get with your that you get installed with your graphics card works. So there's really no need, at least at the beginner level, to change anything you have here. But if you ever have any graphics issues, this is one of the first places you want to look and maybe do a little bit of research to figure out if you got the right settings enabled. Next, under the Files tab, there's an Auto Backup section. By default, Max wants to back up your current scene and use 3 files to do it. When you first open up a new scene, you are not going to save that scene automatically until you do your first save. Notice right now the title of my scene is Untitled. At the top you see that there is no name associated with this file. So if I didn't save my scene and I worked on this computer and in the scene for 3 hours and Max crashed, I'd have nothing to show for it. So one of the first things I always like to do when I start a new scene is do a quick save. So I'm going to go to the Max icon on the top left-hand corner of the screen, do a save as, and just save a file to my scene. I'm just going to call this test. I'm just going to save this to any folder, doesn't matter where, and call this test, and hit save. And now I've just activated my automatic backups. So now, since I have this auto backup enabled, which it is by default, I'm going to see every 20 minutes, because that's what it says here, backup interval 20 minutes, every 20 minutes a new file is going to be generated, and those files are stored in a particular location. They're stored under your Documents folder, under your computer, depending on whether you're using XP or Windows 7 or wherever, there is a folder called Auto Backup somewhere on your computer that Max is saving those files. And if you don't have Windows 7, it might be some other location. But under your auto backup file, you will see 3 Max files saved. And these 3 Max files will get overridden over and over again. And notice that it saved a file at 8:18, which was 10 minutes ago. It'll save a new file under auto backup 02 and auto backup 03 every 20 minutes. So in about 15-20 minutes you'll see a new file right here saved today. So if you need to get back into those scenes, that's good. If you're working in a fairly small scene, I would recommend having this file somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes, because if it only takes 5 seconds for your scene to save, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have this set a little bit lower so that if Max crashes or something happens, you don't lose any work. If you're working in a large scene that takes 30 seconds to a minute to open up, it's probably not a good idea to have this set to something like 5 minutes, because every 5 minutes you're going to have to wait 30 seconds or a minute to have your scene save. And you can't do anything while your scene is saving. So nonetheless, set this to some desirable value if you want, and you can even change the number of auto backup files as you want. Even though you have an auto backup enabled, you should, in my opinion, for many reasons, save incrementally and save often, which simply means if you're about to do something that you think might crash your computer, might crash Max, some complicated something that you're about to do, then you should probably save your scene. If you're about to do something that you can't reverse, if you're about to collapse an object to an editable mesh or an editable poly, or do something that you can't undo, it's probably a good idea to save the file as it currently exists and then save another version immediately after doing that step that you just did that can't be undone. Saving incrementally, saving often is absolutely critically important. It's one of the tips that you're going to see tomorrow in my list of tips and tricks. Save incrementally, save often. You have a question? Novel? Is there a reason why undo is set to only 20 undos? Yes, the question was, is there a reason why the scene undo is set to 20? The reason why, very good question, the reason why is if I do a command, let's just say I create a teapot. Let's delete this other teapot. I create a teapot, and let's say I add a bunch of faces by using 64 segments. I have 64 segments, and if I switch to faceted mode, which I'm going to do with F4, faceted mode is F4, or I could go to this plus, or where's facet? Okay, right here. Smooth and highlights plus edge faces. If I click on this little feature here, I can switch from smooth plus highlights to hidden line to wireframe to whatever I want. But regardless, F4 toggles on the edge faces. Anyway, when I have all these extra faces and do something like the convert to editable poly command, I've just done something very complicated. I've just converted the teapot from being a parametric object and an object whose display is controlled by formulas and therefore consumes very, very little memory to doing something that consumes a lot of memory and having 250,000 vertices saved, and that takes up a lot of memory. Now that feature I just did, that collapse to editable poly, that took a good bit of memory. That took a lot of memory, and that memory is still stored in my RAM. And it's stored in my RAM because if I want to undo it and go back to where I was, now I'm back to having a teapot, parametric teapot, that undo feature has to be stored somewhere. So if I were to right-click the undo command, which is this arrow here, if I were to undo it, I would see all the features that I'd previously done. And if I right-click the redo command, I see all the features that I have undone. So if I want to redo the command that I just did, I can hit the redo. And so that command and all the other commands are stored in RAM. Well, if you're doing a lot of commands that consume a lot of memory, then having this option that you asked about, this scene undo level, allows you to prevent too much RAM from being consumed. If I set this to 500, all these commands, 500 commands, would be stored and consuming RAM, more RAM, more RAM, more RAM over and over again. If I set this something lower like 20, after the 20th command is entered, that first command will be dropped from the list. So just to give you an example, I'm going to change the segment value and change the radius value and do something like a move, do all these different things, and all these things I'm doing are stored in RAM. I'm just doing command after command, and if I right-click this undo, I'll see the list of all this stuff. Well, all that stuff consumes RAM and memory, so if I were to set my undo level to 500, I'm going to consume a lot more memory, and I'm going to run out of memory probably before I ever reach that 500 level. So I don't really see a reason to change it to something else. 20 usually works fine. If you have a huge amount of memory, then sure, maybe change it to 100. But just be very careful and always keep your eye on the task manager. I'm going to right-click this area down here to open up this menu, select task manager. It's always a good idea to keep a look at the performance of your computer by going to the task manager. One quick note about this computer. This is a box computer. This is a laptop, if you can believe it. It's a box computer. It's known as a Go box. It's a mobile workstation. It actually has a workstation mother card or motherboard. It has 6 physical cores, 12 virtual cores when you use hyperthreading. So it's got 6 cores, 12 virtual, and I can monitor the progress of all 12 cores right here. And I've got 12 gigabytes of memory, and if I keep my eye on this available memory, 9 gigs here, I will probably have less chance of crashing or running out of RAM. But that's basically why I would have the scene undo level set the way it is. Okay, does anybody have any questions at this point about anything interface related? Anything about shortcuts? Anything about customization? If anyone online has any questions, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will continue on. Novelle, Maria, any questions? No? Okay, let's go ahead and get started doing some creating. Whenever I work on a scene and I just want to start from scratch, I always like going to the max icon and just clicking reset. I don't want to save the scene, I just want to reset it. Yes, and I'm starting fresh. I said earlier that the foundation of 3D is 2D modeling. 2D modeling means using line work, creating line work to preparing line work to create 3D objects. So we're going to start with 2D modeling. Under the Create panel, you see 7 subpanels. You see geometry, shapes, lights, cameras, helpers, space warps, and systems. We're going to concentrate in the next hour on the geometry and shapes section. Tomorrow we'll look at lights and cameras and helpers, and maybe look at a couple space warps when we do things like, I'll show you just a couple quick demonstrations on things like wind and maybe blowing stuff up, or gravity, or things that you can use with particle systems like water and spray. And then we'll look at a few systems, a few tools that are found under the Systems tab. But for the most part, we're going to concentrate on geometry and shapes. And since this is going to be a discussion for the next probably half hour on 2D modeling, we're going to primarily concentrate on shapes. Now, what is a shape? A shape is nothing more than a tool to help create a spline in a certain way. As an example, text is a shape. If I want to write my name out in splines, I don't want to do it with the line tool and the arc and the circle. That would take way too long, and I would never have it be accurate. Instead, I'll use the text tool and type my name, and there's my name, and it's much faster, much more accurate. And from that, I can create all kinds of things. I can turn a shape into a spline, and then turn a spline into a renderable object. This is not a renderable object. If I hit the render button up here, you'll see that nothing rendered, because a shape or spline is not a renderable object. So this is a shape. A circle is a shape. A line and an arc is a shape. And from these shapes, we can build a lot of things. I'm going to hit the undo feature. I usually generally say what I'm doing. Sometimes I will just use this undo feature up here. Sometimes I will just hit Control-Z on my keyboard. If this wasn't a class, I probably wouldn't be coming up here as much. But just so that you can see what I'm doing, instead of me having to repeat every time I'm doing the undo command, instead of using the Control-Z feature, I'm going to be using the undo command that you see up here, simply so that you know that I'm doing it, rather than having me say every time I'm doing Control-Z. So here I've got my name written out. If I want to render that, I can do a few different things. I can go to the Modify tool and add a modifier like Edit Mesh. And as soon as I hit Edit Mesh, it turns the spline into a renderable mesh object, as long as it's a closed spline, which it is. These letters are all made up of closed splines. And now I can render this, and I see my name. I'll undo that and go back to the spline. Now, this spline has 3 rollouts by default in it. If I were to create a spline here in the window, I would actually see 4 rollouts. I would see name and color, rendering, interpolation, parameters. But once I move over to the Modify panel, I see 3 rollouts, because the name and color are up here now. Nonetheless, here is my spline. What can we do with a spline? We can do a lot of things with a spline. Unfortunately, this is not a spline. This is a shape. In order to make it a spline, we have to either convert it to a spline or add the Edit Spline modifier. If I add the Edit Spline modifier by using this drop-down list found under the Modify panel, I can just click Edit Spline right here, and now I've just turned my text shape into a spline. I could also just collapse it to a spline. In order to collapse it to a spline, let me first undo the command I just did. I'm back to having a shape, and now I can right-click in my viewport and access these quad menus, which I didn't mention during the interface portion. This is a quad menu, It is called a quad menu because with certain type of objects, you will actually see 4 sets of these menus. There's only 2 menus here, the transform menu and display menu, but if I was working with some other object like the spline that you'll see in just a second, you would see 4 sets of quad menu. You would see 4 different menus which make up the quad menu. So I want to select the Convert to Editable Spline option. As soon as I do that, I've just converted my shape to an editable spline. Can't really do much with the shape in terms of manipulating the individual vertices until I turn it into an editable spline. Now that it's an editable spline, I can do a lot of stuff. Going back to the quad menu, if I right-click, now I see all 4 menus. I see Transform, Display, Tools 1, Tools 2. And this gives me quick access to certain things like Vertex Sub-Object Mode. If I click Vertex Sub-Object Mode, now I can access an individual vertex. I can also access Vertex Sub-Object Mode through this modifier stack by opening the plus sign, by clicking on the plus sign to open it up, and allows me to switch from vertex to segment to spline and so on. I can do the same things here. Vertex, segment, spline. There's no difference between the sub-objects here and the sub-objects here. Once I'm in sub-object mode, which is denoted by this yellow highlight, I have to click on the yellow highlight to close out of Spline Sub-Object Mode, or whatever sub-object mode I'm in. Okay. Again, quad menu is a really nice way to get to a feature very quickly. Also, you didn't see me do it because I used a keyboard shortcut, but I just hit the 3 button on my keyboard. 3 is the keyboard shortcut for spline. 3 toggles on and off spline. Spline. 2 toggles on and off segment. 1 toggles on and off vertex sub-object mode. So I can quickly access all these sub-object modes just by hitting 1, 2, 3. And you would see the same thing for other objects like the edit mesh, edit spline, edit mesh, edit poly. You can, with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keys, access all the different sub-object modes that are available for all the different objects that have sub-objects. Anybody have any questions at this point? No questions? Okay. So we are in Spline Sub-Object Mode. We are in Spline Sub-Object Mode, which means we want to manipulate the splines that are made up of, that make up this larger spline. My name, as it's written here, is a spline object, but it's comprised of a bunch of smaller splines. As an example, that's a spline, that's a spline, that's a spline. All these are splines. But the object itself, the larger object, is a spline. I can move individual splines within the spline object, or I can close out of Spline Sub-Object Mode and move the entire object. One quick note about the move thing that I'm doing, the move feature that I'm using. At the top on the main toolbar, you will see 3 features known as transforms. They are select and move, select and rotate, and select and uniform scale. You will need to use these 3 features constantly throughout your work, and they are accessed through keyboard shortcuts just like everything else. W is the keyboard shortcut for move, E is the keyboard shortcut for rotate, and R is the keyboard shortcut for scale. W, E, R, and they're right next to each other as logic would have it. Those are 3 more shortcuts that you should absolutely memorize. All these keyboard shortcuts I'm doing, I'm going to mention when I'm using them, but I'm also only going to mention those shortcuts which I absolutely feel that you should know, no questions asked, you should be using all the time, like 1, 2, 3, W-E-R, Shift-Z, T-L, all these different keyboard shortcuts you should use because it gives you quick, easy access to a particular feature. By default, you will probably not have one of these 3 transforms activated. You will probably have the select object activated, which is accessed by the keyboard shortcut Q, which only makes sense because it's to the left of the W, and it's the 4th key. It's not really a transform, but it's the 4th key that makes up one of the 4 possible modes that you can be in. You have to be in one of these 4 modes. You have to be either in select object mode, select and move mode, select and rotate, or select and uniform scale. So you'll always have one of these 4 options enabled. It's very, very important that you remember that when you have the move transform activated and try to do something to your object, something as simple as select your object, you might inadvertently move your object. So for example, let's just say I'm trying to select, I have nothing selected right now, but let's just say I'm trying to select my name. If I'm not careful with what I'm doing, if I click and drag, I will inadvertently activate the move command. Well, the move command is already activated, but I will inadvertently move this object. And I don't want to do that. I'm just trying to click on it. So it's a good idea to either be very careful and not move your mouse at all when you click and select on an object, or to be even safer, to be really safe, select the Select Object feature, which means you can't move your object no matter what you do with your mouse. It's mind-boggling to see how many people mess up their scenes by trying to select an object and not even knowing that they moved an object when they were just trying to select it. And if you're working in a large scene that has a lot of objects, let's just say, as an example, if I have a bunch of spheres like this, and I'm trying to pick one particular object, let's say I'm trying to pick this, my name, below somewhere near these balls because this is the only place I can pick it. If I'm clicking, trying to find the right object and not careful with what I'm doing, I might inadvertently move this object. So always keep an eye on what you're doing and make sure you're not inadvertently moving. All right. Okay. So those are the transforms. One more note about the transforms. If I just left click these transforms, I will activate the transforms. But if I right click them, I will open up the transform type in. And this is really, really helpful and really useful for doing any work in any project. If I want to move this object around, I can certainly use my mouse and drag it around where I want, but if I want to move it precisely to a particular spot in my scene, then I can use the transform type in to do it. I have in this dialog box an absolute world mode and an offset world mode. And the difference is the offset feature allows you to move a certain amount in any particular direction along the X, Y, or Z axis. So if I want to move 10 units along the X-axis, I can type in 10 here and hit enter. As soon as I do, it goes back to 0. Why? Because I've just told it to move 10, but once it's done moving 10, I might want it to move another 10, enter, another 10, and another 30, and so on. This is a relative move that I'm making here. I'm moving something a certain number of units relative to its current position. If I were to type in 10 here, I'm not saying move it 10 units along the x-axis. I'm saying to move it to the point 10 units along the x-axis. So I'm going to move it right there. So that the origin of the object, or the pivot point of the object, is right here, and that is where the object is going to move to. Every object has a pivot point, a point where its location is defined by. And this object, its pivot point, is defined at the center bottom of the object, right in the middle of the object at the bottom. So when I tell the object to move to x-axis of 10 units, I can't move the whole object to that one infinitely small spot. I'm moving the pivot point to that spot. If I want to move this object to the origin, which is defined by the home grid here, by this this black X, if I want to move that pivot point right there to that spot right there, the origin, I could type in 0 here, I could type in 0 here, and so on. But a quicker, easier way to do it, let me move this out here, a quicker, easy way to move this to the origin would be to make this number and that number go to 0 very quickly. And there's a quick, easy way to do it in Max. Any slider, and this is called a slider, all these things with the arrows are called sliders. Any slider can be reduced to its lowest value by hitting the right mouse button on top of that slider. So if I hit the right mouse button, that slider goes to 0. I hit right mouse button again, that slider goes to 0, and now that object's pivot point is located right at the origin. That is really invaluable for a lot of different features that you're trying to, instead of having to type, which is far more time consuming, instead of typing 0, you can just quickly hit 0 and bring something to its lowest possible value. So that's the difference between the absolute world and offset world mode. This is a floater. I can do work here in Max while keeping this move, transform, type in floater activated or open on my screen. And I might want to do that, but screen real estate is nice. If I had another monitor, maybe I can move it over to the other monitor. But instead of using this feature, what I tend to do more often is use the same feature found in a different location. So instead of right-clicking the Select and Move feature, I will come down here and use the same transform type in that you see at the bottom center of your screen. It's the exact same thing. It says 000 because it is currently in offset mode. This icon right here allows you to switch to absolute mode. It's a toggle, allowing you to switch from absolute mode to offset mode. All right, so if I move this object way out here, notice that it says its location is 153, 157, 0. If I right-click the select and move up here, I see the same numbers right here. So if I want to move this back to the origin again, all I got to do is click the right mouse button on top of these sliders, and it's back down to the origin. Okay, so I am in absolute mode right here. If I click this icon, I switch to the offset mode. And now anything I do out here, I can click and drag. I'm clicking the left mouse button and I'm dragging at the same time. If I click and drag on the X sliders, I can move the object to a particular place. All right, and as soon as I let go, it goes back to 0 because it's using the offset mode. It's the same thing as using this up here. Does that make sense to you guys? Understand that? Okay. So instead of using the move transform up here, what I tend to do more often is to use this feature down here, and I can switch back and forth very easily. It doesn't take up any screen real estate, which is why I like using it. Okay. So, and that is the move, rotate, and select transform, and move, rotate, and scale transform. And all these transforms, all three of these, have the different transform type-ins that can be used. Now, you will inadvertently, many times throughout working on a project, probably hit a keyboard shortcut by accident, and that shortcut is X. If you were to hit the X shortcut key, you would toggle on and off the gizmo that you see located at the pivot point of your object. This little icon or gizmo that you see here with the X, Y, and Z axis is known as the gizmo, and X is the keyboard shortcut to turn it on and off. There's no reason, in my opinion, why you would want to turn it off. You should always leave it on because it's a great way to move an object in a certain way, and you can, one of the ways you can move it is to confine it to a certain axis. So if I want to move this object along the X-axis and not have it move at all along the Y or Z axis, I can put my cursor on top of this X-axis and just drag with my left mouse button. Click and hold and drag with my left mouse button. I can do the same thing with the Y-axis and the Z-axis. Once I have an axis activated, which I've just done by clicking on that axis, once I've activated an axis by clicking on it once, that axis is sort of locked in. And by the way, you would see this if I right-clicked up on the main toolbar and opened up the axis constraints, you would see the same thing here. Notice when I switch from X to Y to Z, I see the gizmo change accordingly. If I just click on an axis, I switch to that constraint, and it means that I can move the object along that axis. But right now I have the Z-axis constraint. If I wanted to grab this object and move it along the X-axis, I can't do it it can only move along the z-axis. I first have to come over to the gizmo and click on the x-axis, or click on x-axis under the constraint toolbar, which I don't like even having open, so I'm going to close it. So I have to click on the x-axis before I can even think about moving it along the x-axis without using the gizmo to do it. Okay. You also have, in conjunction with the ability to move along an axis, you can move along a certain plane. And by putting your cursor between two different axes, like the x and z, I can activate a certain plane constraint. Move my cursor away, and now I can move the object along that plane, and only that plane. I can click on the z, y constraint and move the object along that axis. It sort of looks like it's moving in the x direction, but it's not. It's not moving in the x direction at all. Okay? So just be very cognizant about what this gizmo is. Use it because it's there for a reason, and it's very, very helpful. Oh, one last thing. If I put my cursor right there, notice that I'm activating the XY axis. That is something that is probably more beneficial, more helpful than using the XZ or XY axis. Okay. One quick note about the select uniform scale. If I switch to select uniform scale, notice the gizmo changes. If I put my cursor right over the middle of this gizmo, I scale the object along a certain direction. If I put my cursor over one of the axes, it scales the object along just that axis. And just like the move transform, where I can move an object along a certain plane, I can scale an object along a certain plane by putting my cursor right between the x and y axes and scale along the x and y axis as I see fit. Okay. Anybody have any questions at this point? Okay. No questions? So what we've covered up to this point is the interface elements, how to select objects, how to transform objects, and talking a little bit about sub-object levels, vertex sub-object level, segment, spline sub-object level. Now let's really start creating some 2D splines. So again, going back to the Shapes menu, I want to click on Shapes and select Circle. I want to switch to Top View by hitting T, keyboard shortcut T, and I'm going to click and drag and make a circle. Nothing spectacular. And by the way, I'm going to hit G to turn off the grid, that background grid that you see. It's known as the home grid, which is just a tool to help you see where the elevation of 0 is. By default, any object you create, its pivot point is created at the home grid. If you were to create a circle like this, the entire circle would be at an elevation of 0. If you were to create a box, the bottom of the box would be at the home grid, and it would be growing from the home grid. If you had something like a sphere, the center of the sphere would be at the home grid, so half of the sphere would be below elevation of 0, half would be above. All right, simple little circle. This next probably 15 minutes of this class is probably as important as any other part of the class. I had said before, this is the foundation of all 3D work. 2D modeling is the foundation of all 3D work. If you know this next 15 minutes, you will know a lot more than many people that have been using Max for many years, because there are some features or techniques or some things I'm going to show you that, for reasons I can't comprehend, veteran users don't use, and it's things that could make their life so much easier. So I have a simple circle. I want to go to the display panel and turn on an option down at the bottom called Vertex Ticks. It's under the display properties rollout. These are all rollouts here. And something real quick I want to mention. By default, you'll see a bunch of rollouts open up when you access a certain feature or a certain panel. And instead of having to scroll up and down, which you would have to do if you didn't have enough screen space or if your monitor was small, instead of having to do this, something I really like to do to find a feature really fast is right-click where you see your hand feature, which is the pan tool that allows you to pan up and down. right-click over some open space and access the Close All feature. If I select Close All those rollouts close. And now I can, as long as I know where the feature is, I can find it very quickly. I can go to Display Properties and turn on Vertex Ticks. There are some modifiers like the Edit Poly that are very, very large. And if you open up all these rollouts and start to get lost, it's very helpful to just, again, right-click, close all of your rollouts, and then open the one that has the feature that you're trying to access. In this case, the Vertex Ticks. Why did I turn on Vertex Ticks? Because by default, all the vertices that make up an object are not visible to you. Max assumes that you don't care to see where the vertices of a circle are when you look at the circle. So you have to turn that on automatically. Yep. Marie, you have a question? You're unable to enable the ticks? Alex, could you help her? Maria wasn't able to access this tick feature. So I have the Vertex Ticks option enabled. It allows me to see 4 vertices. You got it? Okay. So this circle is made up of 4 vertices. I have 4 vertices, yet clearly the circle has some curvature to it. Why would I have curvature to the circle if I'm only defining it by 4 vertices? It's simple, because this circle is a parametric object. If I go to the modifier panel, you would see that I can change the radius of the circle just by dragging up and down on this slider. Its display is controlled by formulas or algorithms. So there's something running behind the scenes that says, with 4 vertices and a little more information, create this circle. So this circle, the display of the circle, is generated by algorithms. There is a rollout under the Modify panel. If you're not there, under the Modify panel, there is a rollout called Interpolation, and it's Interpolation that allows us to see this circle the way it looks right now. It's the interpolation that creates this smooth appearance, or fairly smooth appearance, to this circle. And it's doing it with the help of steps. So even though I've only told it to have 4 vertices, I'm telling it to add 6 additional vertices, or steps, to help define its shape. If I right-click, which of course takes this value down to 0, if I right-click, I see the circle turn into a diamond. So it's still a circle, but it looks like a diamond because I've told it not to have any additional steps. So it has 4 vertices, and it looks like a square. Now, just to go off on a small tangent, if I were to add a modifier like, say, extrude, I could create what looks like a square or a rectangle. And if I add some amount to that, then I have what looks like a box. Okay? I'll undo that, go back to the circle, and I'm going to hit Shift-Z to undo my view and go back to the top view I was at. So I have this circle which looks like a box. Well, I can type in a value like 20 or 30 and have a very, very smooth looking appearance to the circle, but I still only have 4 vertices. Yet, the moment I turn this into a renderable object like extrude, the moment I use the extrude command, I would see all these additional vertices appear. I have all these extra vertices. How many vertices? I have my original 4, which you can see 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, but then I have 20 extra vertices in between those 4 that were already there. So now I have, the original 4 plus 20 along this. It's a lot more vertices right now. And if I switch to a perspective view or a orthographic view, holding down Alt, using the middle mouse button to rotate the view, I see a lot more vertices. If I add a little bit of extrusion amount, then I see that I have vertices at the bottom and top of this tube. And by hitting F4, remember F4 switches to faceted mode, F4 allows me to see all the edges that make up this tube. Okay? Why is this important? This is important because even though these are very simple objects, the same techniques or same concepts apply to much larger objects. And you'll see when we start looking at some real sites or real scenes or real buildings that the things that I'm doing, that I'm showing you right now, are going to be used in those other scenes or more complex objects. Let's say, for example, let's undo this and go back to the circle. Let's say, for example, I want to have 20 vertices here making up this shape, 20 vertices over here, and a straight line between this vertex, and that vertex. How do we do it? Well, let's look at what's going on here with the vertices. You know that if I right-click this object, I see only 2 of the quad menus appear because this is a particular object that does not allow us to see the other 2 menus. This is a circle. And because it's a circle, I do not have access to sub-object levels. I don't have over here vertex, segment, spline, sub-object level. I have to convert this to an editable spline first. Of course, there's 2 ways to do it. I can convert to editable spline right here, or I can add the edit spline modifier right here. Now when I right click, I see spline, segment, vertex, sub-object level. I like using shortcuts, so I'm going to hit shortcuts a lot. So I'm going to hit 1 to access vertex, sub-object level. Now if I right click and drag from top left to bottom right, I create what is called a window selection. And that is different from a crossing selection, which is when you move from right to left. And I'll explain in a minute what that means, but there is an icon on the main toolbar just to the left of move, which is called the window crossing toggle. When I toggle this on and off, I switch from using a window selection to a crossing selection. This simply means that, let's create a few spheres. If I use a window select, or I'm sorry, a crossing selection, which I would do, actually, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm thinking in terms of AutoCAD. In AutoCAD, you automatically have a crossing selection whenever you move from right to left and a window selection when you move from left to right. It's not the case in Max. In Max, you have a toggle that defines which you're using. If I use a crossing selection, which doesn't matter which direction I go, but if I just touch any object with this sort of hidden line that I'm creating by dragging, if I hit any object, those objects will get selected. That teapot there and that teapot there did not get selected because I did not cover them with my window selection, or I'm sorry, with my crossing selection. If I have the window selection mode activated, only objects that I completely encompass or completely cover get selected. I have to completely surround a selection to see it. All right. So just be cognizant of which one of these your modes are, which mode that you have selected. Let's undo this, get back to having no teapots. And I'm back to the Modify panel where I can see I have an Edit Spline selected. Now, let's go back to Vertex Sub-Object level. I want to hit 1 to go to Vertex Sub-Object level. And I want to select all 4 of these vertices. Once I select all 4 vertices, I see that there's these little tools that appear on top of each vertex, these little handles. They are called handles, these yellow lines. And these green little dots are known as grips. These are my cursor or handle grips. I can change the shape of this circle just by manipulating the orientation and position of these grips. If I switch to select and move, I can now manipulate an individual grip. I can click and drag and change the shape of this object however I want. Notice that I'm constrained to the x-axis. Why? Because I didn't activate anything other than the x-axis. If I want to move along the x and y-axis, I have to click here once, then move it away, and now I can move these grips wherever I want. Does that make sense? Okay. I can also select a grip, or I'm sorry, select a vertex, put my cursor right on top of that vertex. It has to be right on top, and then right click, and then see the type of vertex that it is. There are 4 different types of vertices that you can have. You can have a Bezier corner, and smooth. If I select corner, it changes my vertex from having these handles and grips to not having anything and just having the vertex look like a corner. If I select all 3 of these, right click and select corner, now I have what looks almost like a teardrop. So I have 2 line segments that are straight lines because all 3 of these vertices are corners. This vertex down here still has its original grip configuration or handle configuration. I can change these vertices back to being Beziers with those handles by right-clicking on top of any one of the vertices and selecting Bezier. When I do that, I notice that these grips are sort of all skewed. I can right-click and select Reset Tangent to reset those tangents back to where they were. Not back to where they were when I first created the circle, but sort of in the orientation that you see right now, where they are perpendicular to the how do I describe this? They look like this. They're not turned or skewed in any direction. And then by manipulating the grip length, I can make it look more like a circle. Okay. Getting back to showing additional vertices and showing additional interpolation steps, I'm going to right click and select corner to make this back to what looks like a teardrop. And now if I want to have a certain number of vertices on one segment and a different number of vertices on a different segment, I need to use a different procedure than just relying on interpolation. If I were to close this out, let's close all these rollouts here. Notice that there is no interpolation rollout here. I don't see interpolation like I saw before. Interpolation is down here under circle. If I were to click circle right here, right now, I would see this warning message appear that says, a modifier exists in the stack that depends on topology. Changing parameters may have undesirable defects. The dependent modifier is Edit Spline. Are you sure you want to continue? If I say yes and try to access this circle for the base object, there's a good chance, not necessarily will happen, but a decent chance that it will not work. It will not allow me to access the circle, and it might actually do something that I can't undo. So if you ever see this message, something you might want to do is save your scene, escape out of this, just say no, escape out of it, and then do a save as, save your scene, and then go down to the circle. Because when I go down to the circle, I'm trying to do something very complicated. What I'm trying to do is something Max might not be able to do. And in the process of trying to do it, it might either crash your program. In the worst case scenario, it might crash your program, or it might just simply give you a strange looking object. So if I say yes, it allowed me to access that circle and hence change things like the radius and steps, but that's a risky thing to do. Instead of doing that, just to access interpolation, what I should do is actually collapse this object to one object. I have a base object in the modifier stack, and I have the Edit Spline modifier attached to it. Going down in the modifier stack is not always possible, but I could collapse this to one editable spline. If I were to right-click right now and convert to editable spline, I'm going to do what's known as collapse this object. I'm going to collapse it to an editable spline. And now the interpolation rollout that you saw before under circle has been pushed into the editable spline. So now there's only one modifier. There's just the base modifier or the base object, Editable Spline. And now I can manipulate the steps here however I want. But whatever I type in here, whatever steps value I have is applied to every object. So if I type in 10 here and use the extrude tool, notice that I have, let's put some amount in here. Notice that I have 10 segments added between the left vertex and the bottom vertex, and the bottom vertex and the right vertex, but I don't have any extra vertices added in these straight line segments. Why? Because under the Edit Spline, which, by the way, I can access very easily. I can go down to Edit Spline now because the extrude, I didn't manipulate anything other than the values that are in the modifier itself. I didn't do anything really complex like it did before when I modified the Edit Spline modifier and then try to go down to the circle. Needless to say, I can go down to the Edit Spline now and see the interpolation again. So if I change this interpolation to something like 30, go back to extrude, I see 30 steps added, or 30 extra segments added between all the curved areas, but I don't see them added to the straight line segments. And that is because of this optimize feature. If I turn off optimize, which I really shouldn't, there's no reason to turn off optimize, I'm just pointing it out. If I turn off optimize, now every segment has 30 steps. But Max is smart and decides, well, if you got straight line segments, you don't need all those extra vertices. So let's turn steps, or let's turn the optimize option back on, and we will see all these steps removed from straight line segments. And you also have an adaptive feature which allows you to let Max take its best guess how to use those vertices to its to the best advantage possible. So for straighter portions of that curved segment, it will use fewer vertices than it will for these segments down here, or for this portion of the curved segment down here. It will also, that's all I'll say about that. It's whether you use it or not is totally up to you. By default, it is not enabled. You might find it a worthwhile option. I don't typically use it, and the reason why I don't use it is because I always like to specify exactly the number of vertices I want for a particular segment. Why? Because let's just say, for example, this is a very, very simple object, but let's just say it represents a much larger object like a wall or a parking lot, and this line represents a curb within that parking lot. Well, let's say you want a curb with a particular radius on one part of the object but not on the other part. How do you do it? You can't use the steps value, because as soon as you use this, as soon as you convert this to a mesh or a poly object, or if you use it later for, as you'll see when we start doing loss, if you use it for a loft feature, you're going to have all 30 extra steps built in, and you're going to have an inefficient model because you'll have steps where you don't need it. I want to specify exactly the number of steps I want on one curve and a different amount of steps on another curve. So what do? I have to take the steps value down to 0. So I'm going to right-click the steps value and give it its lowest possible value of 0. I always do this for shapes or for curved splines. Why? Now I'm going to go to the geometry rollout. I'm going to open up the geometry rollout and scroll down to the very bottom, and I want to divide these two segments. Instead of having to open up this plus sign and accessing segment here, and instead of having to scroll back to the selection tool and hidden segment here, this is where keyboard shortcuts come in, and I am down here and I'm trying to access this divide command, but I can't because it's ghosted out. It's ghosted out because I can't divide something that is not accessed. I want to access the segment sub-object level, so I hit 2 on my keyboard to access segment. Now I can click on any one of these segments and I can divide them a certain amount. There's a divide button, and if I just hit divide right now, notice that that curve comes back. That curve wants to be displayed, but it can't if you don't give it any interpolation or any extra vertices. It can't be displayed. It wants to be, but you're just not allowing it. So let's just say I want that number of vertices making up that portion of my line segment, but I come over to this line segment and I only want that many. It's very simple when you use the divide command. This is what you should do for any spline that you work with when you want to specify a specific number of vertices. Whether you're doing a site plan and you're trying to create contour lines that have a specific number of vertices, or you're trying to loft a wall along a path and you want to define a certain number of vertices along that path to give it a certain amount of curvature, this is what you should do always. Use the divide command to specify the exact number of vertices you want. I can undo this, go back to here and specify an exact amount, like type in 20 and hit divide, and I will instantly see 20 extra steps thrown in there. Select the next one, type in 50, hit enter. Well, actually I can't hit enter, I have to hit divide. Click on divide, and now I will have 50 steps on that portion of my spline. Okay? And we'll use objects like this in probably the next hour and a half after we take a break in a minute. We will use this process or this technique in the creation of walls, and you'll see in practical application just why it's so important to use. Does anybody have any questions about this process that I've described up to this point? Kevin, I see you have a question. I'll unmute your microphone. Kevin, what's your question? Kevin, you online?
Hi, sorry, I
Yep.
muted my.
Nope, no problem.
After you divide a segment, like you have here, and then you change your mind and said, "Oops, I think I have too many vertices or whatever you call it."
Yep.
How do you say, okay, you have like 50 or something? You say,
right.
"Oh, maybe I just need 10." How do you decrease the number of your?
That's a great question. How do I decrease this? Well, let's just say I save this file and I open it and I don't have the ability to go back to my undo list. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that the students here in class couldn't hear you. The question was, once I have these vertices in place, how do I reduce the number of vertices? Let's just say, for example, I save this scene, which I'm going to do right now just for the heck of it. I'll save this as teardrop. Reset. Oops. Reset, yes. And let's open it up. There's my teardrop, which is a renderable object because I left the extrude feature in there. Let's go back to the editable spline. I don't have a undivide feature. There's no undivide. I mean, what do I do now? I mean, if I go back to segment sub-object mode, I can delete some segments. I don't want to do that. That'll delete them outright. I could remove some vertices. I don't want to do that because you'll see that the lines will the point between the first vertex and the well, if you delete vertices, as you see, it'll just draw straight lines between the two vertices that weren't deleted next to it. I don't want that. What can you do? I just undid that. Let's go back to top view. Something that I was going to show you in probably another hour or two that I'll show you now because it's a applicable question is there is no simple tool to do what you're asking. You can't just remove all these vertices. However, there is a very cool modifier. Let's delete this extrude real quick. There's a cool modifier called Normalized Spline. This is a very, very important modifier because it allows you to remove all the vertices that you have and replace them with a certain number of vertices defined by the maximum segment length that you specify here. If I click down and down and down on the segment length, notice that I'm going back to having pretty close to the shape that I had before. Okay, this is the best option that you have. I mean, if you want to have fewer vertices, you're going to have a chiseled look. You're going to have an unsmooth look, but that's the best you can do. You could also, if I'm not mistaken, select Segment Sub-Object mode and select just a certain number of segments like these segments right here. I just highlighted a few segments here, and they're highlighted in red. And then with this Segment Sub-Object mode activated, add the Normalized Spline modifier now, and I believe it'll only activate it for or apply the normalize to those segments that are selected. And nope, I was wrong. A lot of modifiers, when you apply them, only get applied to the objects or the sub-objects that you have selected. That wasn't the case here. Let me try one other thing. The select, let's see, what is the feature called? There's a feature in here called mesh select. I don't know if that, no, that's not going to do it. I was trying to see if I could apply the Normalized Spline modifier to just those segments. You can't. It's applied to the entire object, but that's the best option you have. And it's a really great option if you've got a, let's say, where's this really applicable? Something that I'll show you guys later is, let's say you have contour lines that you import from some civil engineering drawing, and there's thousands and thousands of lines, which you will find on any legitimate civil engineering drawing, because when a civil engineer is doing his work in AutoCAD, he doesn't care about the fact that this file that he's creating, these lines that he's creating, may in the future be used by some other person he's never going to meet to create some 3D site. He doesn't care. He just wants to create his contour lines properly like he needs to. Well, in the process of doing that, he might create thousands and tens of thousands of vertices, which when imported into Max can just bring your computer to a crash and halt. And in fact, since just because it's only going to take a second to do it, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. There's a site in here called Contour, a file in here called Contour Lines, and here it is. If I turn on Vertex Ticks under the display panel, I will see this object with thousands of vertices. And working with this can be much more difficult than working with an object that has much fewer vertices. So now I can just go to the Modify panel and select Normalize Spline, and it takes a second to update because it's got to purge all these vertices and move them into the undo list. It takes a second to do this. And this is a very fast computer too, by the way, so if it's taken this computer a long time, it could take a slow computer much, much longer. It's going to remove all these vertices and give you a, actually it gave you more vertices. I forgot the reason why it's giving you more vertices is because this particular site is a sort of like it's a set of contour lines that define a mountaintop, and this mountaintop is 1/4 mile in length and width. So it's a 1/4 mile from one corner to the next corner. And since my segment length is set to 5, because that's the last segment length I used, notice I have a lot of, just an enormous amount of vertices in here, probably tens of thousands of vertices. So you have to, that actually illustrates an important point. There's a lot of things that you do in Max, like add the Normalized Spline modifier, that can crash your computer. If this was a slower computer with less RAM, it might have actually crashed this computer because the last option that I used, 5, is too much for this particular object. This object is 1/4 mile long, and when you divide each of these lines into 5 units, that's a lot of vertices. So I wasn't thinking about that, and I just added this command without thinking of what it might do to this object or do to the computer. If I type in 200, now I'm going to change my segment length to have the vertices so that they're 200 units apart. I could type in 400, and now they're 400 units apart. So that's really helpful for reorienting or reconfiguring your splines to have a separate number of vertices. Does that answer your question, Kevin?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute your microphone. Anybody else have any other questions? If you raise your hand, I'll see your questions. Anybody else? Okay, that is the first hour and a half talking about the basics of 2D modeling. Have a little bit more about 2D modeling to cover, but with that, let's go ahead and pause it, take a 10-minute break. When I come back, I'm going to mute my microphone. When I come back, when you start to see my cursor move around, you'll know I'll be back online, but I'll be talking also, so you might want to just keep your speakers on. But for now, let's just take a 10-minute break. Okay, everybody, we're back. Before I go ahead and get started and continue on, does anybody have any questions with anything we've covered up to this point? Okay, Kevin, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you kind of answered this, but why would you use convert to editable spline when you can just add the edit spline modifier?
Very good question. Why would I convert to editable, or why would I add the edit spline modifier when I can convert to editable spline? Let's reopen this file. So here we have the spline, and I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut I haven't mentioned yet, but it's very helpful. Alt-Q is isolate selected mode, which simply allows me to hide everything but the selected object so I can concentrate on it. And once I hit X isolation, it'll go back. And one more thing, one more keyboard shortcut. Notice I'm in perspective view. If I wanted to zoom in a little bit better, I'll have trouble zooming in and moving around and seeing what I'm trying to see inside perspective view because it's simulating the camera, and it's just harder to move around in perspective. So I want to go to orthographic view or hit the keyboard shortcut U to do it. So now I can zoom in and see things a little bit better. I'll go to Vertex Ticks so I can see all the vertices going on. So if I add the Edit Spline modifier right now, I can add as many Edit Spline modifiers as I want. And I'm not doing anything to this. I'm not telling it to really change anything. But let's just say I added one Edit Spline modifier. I'm using this remove modifier from stack, this icon here, to remove those extra modifiers. Let's just say I added an Edit Spline modifier and I manipulated these vertices, oops, right here. I just moved them off to the side. Well, if I were to collapse this Edit Spline right now, if I were to collapse this to an editable spline, I can't undo that thing I just did. I can't see the previous version I did. But by adding the edit spline modifier and making the change that I just made be built into this modifier, I can undo it. I can turn it on and off. I can any change that I make is not permanently built in or burned into that object. Once I collapse this to an editable spline, it's done. I can't go back to the way I had before. There's a section, there's an hour-long class I'm going to be talking about tomorrow, a section of the class entitled Maximizing Efficiency. And it's centered around the idea that everything you do in Max should be with the goal of reducing the number of vertices and the number of polygons that make up your object. And by collapsing this object to an editable spline, I've removed all the modifiers that are in the stack and collapsed it down to one modifier, which means I do not have all this extra memory stored or set aside for all these different versions of the object. You know, the base object, the object with the mesh smooth modifier applied, the object with the optimized modifier applied, the edit poly applied. I collapse it all to whatever is in the top level and what is the result of all the modifiers combined. So that saves a little bit of memory. And the other reason, this is probably even more important, whenever you open up Max, every object has to be rebuilt in whatever is in the modifier stack. In other words, let's just say you had this object and you had 10 modifiers that you applied to it. You added the edit mesh modifier, which is going to take a second because this is such a large, complex object. You add the edit mesh modifier, you add the mesh smooth modifier, the optimized modifier. All these different things get redone and rebuilt when you open your scene. In other words, this one modifier that I'm trying to apply, the Edit Mesh modifier, it's going to take a good amount of time to create. It's however long it takes to create. Let's say it takes 30 seconds to add that modifier. If I save this file and reopen it, it's going to take just however long it took to build that edit mesh, or to add that edit mesh modifier. It's going to add that much more time to it. So if I save this to my desktop, call it contour lines. Remember how fast it opened up the first time? Well, just to show you what I'm talking about, if I reset this, even resetting takes a long time because it has to purge all that memory that it just set aside for that one command. If I reset this and reopen it, you'll see that that file takes just as long to open. It'll take, in fact, I actually probably shouldn't do it because it's taken so long to do it. It'll take just as long to open that file as it did to execute that command. So I'm not going to do it because I just really don't want to waste the time. You'll see tomorrow when we start talking about this. It's very, very important that you remember what happens when you open up a file. Everything gets rebuilt from scratch. You know, if you had a circle and you extruded it and then applied that mesh and then applied the mesh smooth, it rebuilds that from scratch. It'll open up the scene with your circle, and then it'll say, okay, let's apply the extrude, let's apply the mesh smooth, let's apply the edit mesh. Everything gets rebuilt. The good part about that is it reduces the file size because it doesn't have to. It keeps everything in more parametric form. Downside is it can consume a lot of additional memory and take a very long time to open. I mean, just resetting that file took that long. This is a screaming fast machine. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Nobody else? Okay. Let's continue on. So we looked at 2D modeling and how to manipulate individual vertices and how to change the segments, the number of steps in a segment. Let's just go a little bit farther. Probably got another 15 minutes tops to cover on shapes or splines. If I have a circle here, let's go to top mode. Let's turn off the home grid, G for home grid. Let's change the color because this blue is not showing up very well, so I'm going to change the color to something a little bit darker. Okay, and turn on Vertex Ticks so I can see the vertices behind the scenes. And let's take off this isolation mode because we don't have anything isolated right now. And let's go to the Modify panel. Again, we have 3 basic rollouts, but we want to have a Edit Spline showing that we want to turn this into an Edit Spline. So right-click, Convert to Edit Spline. Let's right-click over here in the dead space and collapse all these rollouts. Let's close all so we can see everything a little bit better. And let's go into selection mode so we can see some sub-objects. I can select any vertex and execute the move command, which is also available by right-clicking and selecting it from the quad menu, which is, you know, whether you choose this method or use the keyboard shortcuts, it's up to you. I can hit W to execute the move command, or I can right-click and select it right here. I can move these individual vertices around however I want to. And I can divide these segments, but let's look at some of the other tools that are available. If you open up the geometry rollout, you'll find about 3 or 4 other completely invaluable tools. And the tools that are available change depending on the sub-object that you have selected. I am in Vertex Sub-Object mode. Notice that outline is not available. If I hit the keyboard shortcut 2 to access the segment sub-object level and select the segment, then I have, or I'm sorry, Spline Sub-Object mode and select the spline, you see that I have the ability to create an outline. Well, all these different shortcuts that I'm hitting, 1, 2, 3, changes the number of features I have available. Refine is a feature only available with the vertex sub-object level, and what that does is it allows you to create a vertex on a specific spot on the spline that you click. So if I select Refine, put my cursor over the spline, you see this little icon change, the gizmo changes. If I click it with the left mouse button, it'll drop in a vertex right there, and I can do this with multiple vertices. I want to hit 2 to change to the segment sub-object level. And actually, let's go back. Let's change interpolation to 0 to make that curved segment be straight. Now watch what happens when I switch back to Vertex Sub-Object mode and hit refine on a straight line segment. Remember how it wants to be curved? It's straight right now. If I add a vertex here, it'll try to show that curve again. It's not going to show it very well because there's not enough vertices, but the more vertices I add, the more curve that I'm going to get to come back. This is helpful for when there's an area that you just simply need to add a little bit more vertices in one particular place without having to go through the process of dividing. So if I'm trying to build a nice tight little curve in one little area, I can add a vertex here and then I can divide it, or I can just add a bunch of vertices myself doing that. Okay. Let's see, let's go back, let's delete this, start over with a new circle. Since I only have the ability to undo 20 commands, if I tried to undo all that stuff I did, I simply wouldn't be able to get back to where I was before with a straight circle. Convert to editable spline. And again, this is not the most enjoyable or glamorous stuff, but this is absolutely critical and fundamental level stuff that, if you know, will pay dividends later on. So what else is available? I'm in Vertex Sub-Object mode, or I am now. I'm in Vertex Sub-Object mode. If I select a vertex and select the break tool that you see right here under geometry, it will break that vertex into two vertices. And it doesn't look like it here because they're sitting on top of each other. But if you select a vertex and choose break, you will create two vertices. Now, if I grab one vertex, and not a window selection, but if I just click on one vertex and move it off, you see that it is in fact broken, and I do in fact have two different vertices. All right. How do you connect it with a new line? If you want to connect these two, there is a close feature with the Spline Sub-Object level. There is a close feature here that creates that close gap. I want to undo that. I could draw another line from there to there using snap, using a endpoint snap, which snaps are. Maria, do you have a question? I'm sorry? Okay, somebody's helping Maria. If I drew a line from one spot to another, just like that, I just clicked and drew a line from one spot to another. And give me 1 second, I want to make sure Maria sees this. Okay, Maria, just so you didn't see that. If I draw a line from one spot to another, I want to close this gap in a different way, and this is really not the best way to close the gap, but sometimes you can't just simply select close, because if I were to inadvertently, or for whatever reason, if I had this circle, if I had two segments of my circle removed, I can't hit close because it wouldn't know what you want to do because there's two things to close. So the only thing I can really do right now is create a line from one vertex to another and close the gap. Well, to do it for something like this, you really have to use snaps. Snaps are found in the main toolbar. I can enable snaps just by clicking this, but there are a lot of snap options that are available that probably aren't by default set up right now. And to see those, I can right-click snaps and see the snap settings that are enabled. By default, the only snap that will be enabled, I believe, is grid points. My last time I accessed the snaps, I had endpoint selected, which is why you saw it there. But right now, by default, you will have only grid points enabled. Again, to access that feature, right-click the snap icon on the main toolbar, and it's also found under the Tools menu, Grids and Snaps. But if you right-click the Snaps toolbar, you'll be able to open up the grid and snap settings. And I want to enable the Endpoint Snap because I want to draw a line from one endpoint of this spline to the endpoint of this spline. So I turn on snaps. Once I right-click and set up the right snap, I have to left-click to actually activate it, or S is my keyboard shortcut to turn on and off that toggle. S, that's something you will definitely want to remember. S, toggle snaps. And I put my cursor right over that vertex, and when I do, you'll see the snap, the square appear that indicates that it is in fact the endpoint snap. Notice that the endpoint snap has a square around it, as opposed to some of the other things like face, which would indicate that you're snapping to a face. Anyway, so if I put my cursor right there, and then put my cursor right there, let go. Whoops, I have to click actually. Click, and then right-click to end the command. I have to right-click to end the draw line command. I'll do another one from there to there. Right-click to end the command. Now I've got 3 splines, but it doesn't really do me any good if I have 3 splines that aren't connected. I have to connect them. Well, this next part is going to demonstrate another tool within the Edit Spline that you absolutely need to know, and that is Attach. You will see the Attach command under Edit Spline, Edit Mesh, Edit Poly, and it is absolutely invaluable to do what I'm going to do right now, which is connect the splines that I just created to the spline that was there before. How do I do that? Select the spline that I have created, or the spline that you want to have other splines attached to. Click the Attach button, and then just put your cursor over the line that you want to attach, and notice that the cursor changes. Click that line, and notice that the color of that spline changes to blue to indicate that it's part of that new object. Do the same thing with the other spline. Click it, and now you've got one continuous spline. However, it's still not a closed spline. It looks closed, but it's not. And the reason why it's not is because I didn't weld the vertices. The vertices of the splines that I attach are not the same vertices of the spline that they were attached to. And you would see this if I want to deselect the snaps mode because I don't want to snap to anything right now. If I click on a segment and move it around, notice that it in fact moves away. You wouldn't see that with another segment where its endpoints are welded to another object. So very important that you understand when you attach objects, they're still not they're not sharing vertices. I have to select the vertices that I want to weld and click the weld button. If I were to do a window selection around these vertices right here, it looks like one vertex, but it's 2 vertices. If I were to do a window selection around it, notice that it says right here 2 vertices selected. I have 2 vertices selected because they were both the endpoints of 2 different splines. If I hit weld down here, if I click weld, now it says spline 1, vertex 3 selected. I've got only 1 vertex selected now. So whenever I weld vertices like this, I'm not going to do it 1 vertex at a time. I will just highlight all the vertices by doing a window selection, or even easier, by hitting Control A to select all the vertices. Control A in any program in Windows is going to select all. So hit Control A to select all the vertices, and then click Weld to actually weld them. In this point 1 option, this point 1 setting that you see to the right simply means any vertices that you're trying to weld that is within that threshold get welded. So any 2 vertices that are 0.1 units apart will get welded. If they are 0.2 units apart, they will not get welded. Okay, does that make sense? Anybody have any questions up to this point? The question was if you have two separate. Let me go back to where I was before. If I have 2 separate splines. Oops, I'm in Vertex Sub-Object mode. If I have 2 separate splines like I do here, I'm sorry, if I have separate splines like I have the original and the 2 new ones, why do I have attach multiple? Well, if I click on attach multiple, it will open up the dialog box that displays all the objects in your scene, which is I forget the name of this. It says attach multiple, but it's actually the same dialog box that you would see with the select by name dialog box. It looks the same. When you click this icon, it allows you to select objects from a list. All the objects in your scene will get listed, and you can select them right here from the Select from Scene dialog box. So by clicking the Attach Multiple button, it opens up that same dialog. It calls it the Attach Multiple dialog, but it's really the Select by Name. And I can select an object by name to attach it to. So this line 01, the first line that I created, I can double click in here, or I can just hit Attach. It'll attach that line with that name. Click Attach Multiple again, double click it, it'll attach that. So let's say you had 100 lines that you're trying to attach together. It'll attach them all together with the multi. You don't want to go through, you don't, yes, attaches by picking. Attach multiple allows you to attach multiple lines together. This will be really, really invaluable in scenes that you're trying to, where you're trying to clean up. As an example, just to give you an example of just a few weeks ago, I was doing a class where a student had a very, very large scene. It was actually an oil rig, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of objects, which is never a good thing in Max. You never want to have just tons and tons of objects that are completely separate from each other. You always want to try to attach similar objects with the same materials together. And this scene had thousands of objects, like 6,000 objects, and it was box 01, box 02, box 03, and it was all these different boxes and spheres and stuff that they created to create this oil rig. And all these objects had the same material. Well, it takes a lot longer to open up a scene like that. It takes a lot more file size. It takes a lot more time to render, because every time you hit the render button or every time you open up Max, a certain number of overhead steps are done. And if you have 6,000 objects, it's going to do each one of those steps 6,000 times, as opposed to having everything attached to one object and having to do it once and have it being organized in it one time. It's almost like if you were trying to work, if you're trying to find a texture, like a wood texture, and you had 6,000 wood textures to choose from. It's like having to go into 6,000 folders and finding one image in one folder for 6,000 different folders, rather than having all the images in one folder that you can easily scroll through. So attaching objects, you'll see later on, are very valuable. If you had a building with 100 walls and all the walls were getting the same stucco material, you would want to attach them all as one object. And it makes applying materials easier. It makes selecting objects easier. There's a lot of reasons for it. Okay. A few other things here. Let's see. You could create a line here. This could do what we were trying to do before. You can create a line, and it gets added to the line that was created. So instead of doing what I did before, which was close out of this object, create a new line, I should have just actually created a line right here. But by creating a line doesn't mean it's going to be welded. It doesn't mean it's going to be closed. None of that. Let's see. Let's actually create another line that intersects these two splines. So I just created a third spline within the spline object. Now, what if I want to add a vertex right at the intersection of these 2 points? In AutoCAD, if this was AutoCAD, it would just be so simple. Trimming, cutting, extending, adding vertices like this, it's so simple. It's not so simple here in Max. So if I want to add a vertex, I have to go to Vertex Sub-Object mode. And I try to use keyboard shortcuts as much as possible, so I'm going to hit 1 for keyboard shortcut. And I want to do a cross insert, because I want to insert a vertex at the cross of 2 other splines. So I put my cursor right at the intersection of 2 splines, and it puts in a vertex. I can't do it anywhere else but the intersection of 2 different splines. Okay, and now once I do that, I can start doing things like removing segments or whatever. I can also now do cuts and fillets and whatever I want. I could, let's see. There's a question, do I only put the cross insert at the intersection? Yes, cross insert can only be used at the intersection of 2 splines. Okay. Let's see what else. I actually do not ever use fillet in chamfer, so I honestly can't even remember how to use it. This is not something I do. There we go. I just clicked and dragged on this. I selected a vertex right there in the center, and I clicked and carefully dragged up on this slider to create this these 4 vertices that move out from the center. I'm going to undo that and do it again. So I got these I got this 1 vertex here. If I type in 5 and hit chamfer, it creates 5 vertices 5 units away. It creates 4 vertices 5 units away from the center. However many lines you have, that's how many you're going to have. If you only had, if you had dozens of lines intersecting at one point, then you would have dozens of lines or dozens of vertices emanating out from the center. And fillet, I'm not really sure what fillet does. I think fillet's will only work on a corner. Fillet will allow you to add curvature to a corner like so. So I'm just dragging on this fillet command, and I believe it only works on a corner vertice. Well, in this case, it does the same thing as the chamfer. Okay. What else do we have? You could hide any sub-object like a vertex. You can just click the hide button, and it's still there. It still exists, but you just don't see it here. So if you wanted to hide all the vertices except, let's say, these 4 vertices right here, which by the way, you didn't see me do this, but I selected all these vertices, and then I hit Alt to select a number of vertices to deselect. And when I hit Alt, notice that my cursor changes to a minus symbol. I see a minus symbol right below my cursor. And now I can do a window selection around these 4 vertices and deselect them. If I hit Control, notice that I see a plus sign, and now I can add individual vertices however I want. So Control adds, Alt removes. Okay, but with all these vertices selected, I can hide the selected vertices and work on just a few that I want. And it looks like the object is missing or it's disappeared, but it's not there. I can unhide all to return to what I had before. And that is the majority of the really important ones. I see one more important one that I have to cover. But let's create a new object to do that. Let's create a circle. Let's change the color to blue. Turn on Vertex Ticks. Go to Modify panel, collapse to an editable spline. So you see a lot of these commands that I do, in the course of 18 hours, I'll do them literally hundreds of times. So hopefully, if you don't understand a command the first time, you will after 20 or 30th time I say it. So I want to go to let's go to Spline Sub-Object mode. Let's select a spline, the only spline that's in this object, which is this spline, and let's open up the geometry rollout. And just as I said before, there are certain features that are not accessible through some sub-objects. Like I'm in Spline Sub-Object mode, Refine is not even available. Outline is available, which is what I want to talk about right now. If I select Outline, if I click Outline and put my cursor over a spline, notice that the icon changes. What can I do with this? I can create an outline. I can create an offset, so to speak, just like you would find in AutoCAD. The offset feature in AutoCAD is the same as the outline feature in Max. I click and drag, and I create an outline right there. Do it again, create an outline, and so on. Or I can type a particular amount that I want right here, or I can use the slider up and down, and pretty simple. Now, going back to the Vertex Sub-Object mode for just a moment, all of these vertices that you see here, there's 4 vertices for each spline. All of them have a certain number. You can't see it right now, but if you turn on Show Vertex Number under the Vertex Sub-Object level, if I turn on Show Vertex Number, it's right under the selection rollout, you will see each vertex has a number. And each spline has its own chronological ordering. So every spline has a first vertex and a second vertex and a third vertex and so on. The first vertex in any spline is always going to appear yellow. Every other vertex is going to appear white. The order of these vertices is very important, actually. Certain things that you do, like the loft, will create your objects in the order that these vertices are numbered. So if I wanted to create a loft using a spline that had 4 vertices, the loft would be created in the direction that the spline is going, from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And if I wanted to change the ordering of this, if I wanted to make a different vertex the first vertex, I can select any vertex that I want, like the number 3 vertex, and I can select the Make First button, which is found under the Geometry rollout, the Make First button, which is right there. I can select Make First, and that vertex changes to number 1. And now that's number 1, that's number 2, that's number 3, and that's number 4. I can also reverse the direction. When I change that vertex to be number 1, I didn't change the direction, I just changed the numbering of the vertex. What if I want to make this still vertex number 1, and that 2, and that 3, and that 4? Well, I have to change the direction of this vertex. Notice that there is a reverse button right under the Make First button. That reverse is ghosted out, so I can't use it now. I have to go into Spline Sub-Object mode. So I hit 3 to go to Spline Sub-Object mode, and I select the spline that I want to reverse, and I click reverse, and now, whoops, there we go. Now I have the first vertex right here, second vertex here, third, and fourth. Very, very important in creating particular some objects like the loft as an example. And we'll use this again once we start building those compound objects like loft. Okay. I think there's only one more feature I want to point out, and it's a feature found in many different sub-object levels for not only Spline but the Edit Mesh and Edit Poly. So a lot of these features I won't need to repeat in other modifiers, but let's say I want to detach that line from this object. I can move it around, but it'll always be part of that object until I tell it to detach itself. So I select the line that I want to detach, and I click the Detach button that I find right here under the Geometry rollout. I click Detach, and it says, what do you want to name this object that you're detaching? I'll just call it New Line and hit OK. And now I've just created a new object, and notice that it's blue because it's no longer selected. If I close out this sub-object level, it sort of looks like it's still the same object, but it's not. I can in fact click and move it away, and the rest of the object is left behind. Anybody have any questions at this point? Okay, no questions. So there's a lot more to this, and you can certainly play around with this, and we'll be covering a few more features in here just by virtue of having to do many other things with the Edit Spline. But for right now, that's a good foundation. That's a good start. That is 2D modeling. That is, in a nutshell, 2D modeling. Let's look at the agenda one more time. Here's the agenda that we're trying to follow. So we talked about the key interface elements, looked at basic modeling using the Edit Spline feature, and we're going to talk about the Edit Mesh and box modeling in a moment. It says that right now it's 10:15. It says we're a little behind the clock, and in reality we're not. These classes are never set in stone to end at certain hours. It's always easier when we list the agenda in hourly sections like this. By certain parts of the day we'll catch up, fall behind, or get ahead, or whatever. But we're not behind at all, so don't worry about us being behind according to this list here. We're going to talk about the Edit Mesh and box modeling next. And I'm going to be covering the basics of the edit mesh and edit poly feature, which is edit poly is also known as box modeling. And we have another instructor here, Alex Gormanoff, who's going to demonstrate after I talk about the basics. He's going to give a demonstration and show you just how powerful this feature is, this edit poly feature. And if in the hands of a trained expert, it would be you would be amazed at what you can create and how fast you can create it. A few years ago at SIGGRAPH, which is this conference held every year in usually July or August, this SIGGRAPH conference, I saw a few years ago this guy create a dragon, this really ornate, incredibly detailed dragon, starting with the box, and he never left the edit poly feature. He never left the edit poly modifier. He never accessed any command on the main toolbar, never accessed any menu, never left the modifier that he was in, and just using keyboard shortcuts and pushing and pulling and dragging and cutting and trimming all this stuff. He built this in like 10 minutes, this very intricate, ornate dragon. I was just blown away by it. When I said he never left the edit poly modifier, that's really not true. He never left the stack. He never did anything outside this modifier list here. So in about half an hour, Alex is going to do a quick little 5-minute demonstration on what you can do with the edit poly when you know some of the features that are going behind the scenes. Let's reset this. Let's start with a clean scene. And let's look at a simple box. Let's draw a simple box right in the perspective viewport. And this box is a parametric object. You can see it has parameters that you can change, you can control. I can drag up and down on the length, width, and height. I can go to the modify panel and see the same settings once I'm in the modify panel. I can change the number of length, width, and height segments by just clicking up and down. I don't see anything here because I'm not in faceted mode. I have to hit F4 to switch to faceted mode. F4, or I have to come up here and select edge faces. So I see these edges now appear, and I can change all this. And I could go in here and I could start pushing and pulling individual polygons and vertices and building the objects that I want. But we have to start with the basics. So let's put all these height, width, and length segments to the lowest possible value, which is 1. And let's start with a box and add the edit mesh modifier. The edit mesh modifier has been around since Max has been around. The edit poly modifier, which we'll look at in a few minutes, has only been around, I believe, since Max 7, maybe Max 6, something like that. And the edit poly is, for the most part, everything that the edit mesh is with a lot more features built into it. There are some reasons, there are a few particular reasons why you would want to use the edit mesh and the edit poly. And I'm going to say this now, even though it's not really, this is sort of jumping ahead, but I'm going to say it now because I really want you to remember. Whenever you prepare a scene for rendering and you're done with your scene, you're done with your objects, always collapse your objects to edit meshes instead of edit polys. You'll see in the demonstration tomorrow that if you were to take a teapot with 64 segments, that teapot would have 250,000 vertices. If you collapse that teapot to an editable mesh, it'll have about 11 megabytes. The file size will take up about 11 megabytes. You collapse the same exact object to an editable poly, and it'll have about 18 or 19 megs, because there's a lot more information stored with the edit poly than the edit mesh. So it will reduce your RAM consumption, it'll reduce your file size, it will in some cases even cut a little time off your rendering. So always collapse your objects as editable mesh. There's no reason why you should collapse to an editable poly, because you can always convert to an editable poly. There's no reason why once you convert to an editable poly you can't go to an edit mesh. It's just a matter of right-clicking and selecting one or the other. But we're going to concentrate on the edit mesh because there are just a couple things in the edit mesh that you can't find in the edit poly. So what we'll do is we'll look at the edit mesh, and then we'll add a few extra features onto it with the edit poly that you can't find in the edit mesh. Okay, so edit mesh. Just like with the spline, I have sub-object levels. I have vertex, as you see here, I have a vertex, edge, face, polygon, and element. If I hit the keyboard shortcut 1, it opens up vertex sub-object mode, 2 opens up edge, 3 for face, 4 for polygon, 5 for element sub-object mode. Okay, we'll go over each one of these in detail. So I'm going to hit 1 to access vertex sub-object mode. And now I'm going to do something we haven't done yet, which is open up the face counter in the scene. There's a keyboard shortcut 7, which opens up. Whoops! I have to close out of. I can't do this while I'm in sub-object mode because it activates a different command. But if I hit 7 right now, let's see, 7. I actually have to deselect this object. When certain keyboard shortcuts look to the object that you have selected, if you have any object selected, to decide what it is you're trying to do. And by default, when I have an object selected with edit mesh, actually with any object selected, if I have an object selected, it assumes that I want to use this, I forget what this is, the tracking feature. Alex, do you know what this feature is here, this icon that you see on my screen? I just hit 7, the keyboard shortcut 7. No, I don't even know what that does. It's a keyboard shortcut for something, and it's nothing I've ever used before, but it's clearly not something I want. What I wanted to do is hit the keyboard shortcut with the object deselected that toggles on and off this polygon counter that you see up on the top left-hand corner. Why is this important? Because it shows you the total number of polygons and vertices in my scene, and if I select the plus sign to go to the configure menu, hit the plus sign to open up the configure menu, I will see a viewport configuration dialog box. And inside this dialog box there is a tab called statistics. This statistics tab allows me to switch from total to total plus selection, which simply means instead of just displaying the total number of polygons and vertices in my scene, I'm going to display the total plus the number on the object that I have selected. I select OK, and now notice that it says 0 and 0 here because I don't have an object selected. Once I select that object, I see that it's 12 and 8. Good question. There was a question, which one of these affects rendering time most? I'm going to reiterate this tomorrow, but this is extremely important, so I'll answer the question now. In reality, this value, this thing that it says here, polygons, it's not true. For whatever reason, Autodesk decided to call this polygons, but it's really not polygons. It's the number of faces. This is a cube, and a cube has 6 sides, right? Well, if it's got 6 sides, why is it showing 12 for polygons? Well, if I select this polygon sub-object level, notice that each side of this cube is a polygon. A polygon can be any number of faces. You can have a polygon be 1,000,000 faces if you built your object in a certain way. It can be 1,000,000 faces, but in reality, a polygon is made up of faces, and the face is the smallest renderable object. So if I select Face Sub-Object Mode and click on one of these sides of the cube, I see the face that gets selected. All right, I see an individual face selected, and just I'll say this often, or I'll say this more than once, but there's a keyboard shortcut called F2, which allows you to toggle on your selected sub-object from being, looking like this to looking like that. F2, Maria, I don't think you heard. F2 is the toggle to turn on and off the sub-object selection. All right. All I'm pointing out here is that there are 6 sides to this cube, which is obvious, and there are 6 polygons, but each polygon is made up of 2 faces. Not always, just in this particular case. If I create a different type of object, I could have a polygon comprised of 1,000,000 faces. But notice that it says polygons appear under polygon counter. Clearly, it's not true, because if I selected all the polygons in this in the scene, notice that it says 12 faces. It doesn't say 12 polygons, it says 12 faces. There's 12 polygons, so this really should say faces. And why it doesn't, I don't know. But in actuality, to answer your question, the number of polygons has almost nothing to do with the file size of your scene. It's all about the vertex count, because the vertices are what gets stored. The information for the vertices is what gets stored. The X, Y, Z position for each vertex is what gets stored. If I go into Vertex Sub-Object mode and select a vertex, that vertex has an X, Y, Z value. So does that, so does that, so does that. And it stores the X, Y, Z value of all the vertices and the X, Y, Z value of the pivot point of each polygon, but it's the vertex count that really determines the file size of a scene. Now the polygon count is what determines the rendering time of a scene, because you could have a scene with billions of vertices that are detached and floating in the middle of nowhere and not even renderable. I could create a vertex at the origin, and it's not going to render. You can't render a vertex. I could have billions and billions of vertices, which will make it for a very large file size, but the rendering time will be a split second because it doesn't render vertices, it renders polygons. Yes, I'm watching polygon for render time and vertex for file size. Exactly. Okay, so I just turned on this polygon counter, which I'm going to call it polygon counter because that's what the feature's called, but it's really face counter. Does anyone have any questions up to this point about anything I talked about? Okay. So we have a simple box with the edit mesh modifier applied. I can go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, select any of these vertices, move them around, do all this good, fun stuff. Okay, I can go to Edge Sub-Object mode and select an edge, and move an edge up or down or do whatever I want. I can go to Face Sub-Object mode, manipulate an individual face. I can go to Polygon Sub-Object mode, manipulate an individual polygon. Or I can select the entire element and move the entire element around however I want. Okay. Again, a lot of the same features that you saw with the Edit Spline are available here. I have the ability to attach a bunch of edit meshes together. I have the ability to detach them. I have the ability to, let's see what else. I have the ability to weld vertices if I was in Vertex Sub-Object mode. A lot of stuff I can do. Let's look at some of the basics. Now, since I didn't collapse this to an editable mesh, I can just flat out remove this edit mesh object. It's still a box, but I can't go down to the box because it's giving me this error message saying that you made so many changes to this edit mesh. I don't think I can let you modify the original box while still maintaining the shape of this edit mesh as you modified it. That's a little bit risky, so I'm going to say no. I'm just going to remove this edit mesh entirely. All right, so now I'm back to having a box. That's why when you're building objects, when you're working with objects, it's better to add modifiers rather than, or add the edit mesh, the edit poly, or edit spline rather than collapsing, so that you could just flat out remove that modifier if you need to. You can always collapse it at any time, but you can't uncollapse it. So let's go back to the modifier stack, and before I add this modifier one more time, let me mention something that during the break one of the students had a question about why I'm not seeing any modifiers showing up, why I don't see any buttons showing up on my computer when on the computers in the classroom they do show up. Well, there is by default no shortcut buttons shown right here, but there's an icon to turn them on. There's a Configure Modifier Sets icon right here, which when you click it opens up a menu which allows you to see all the different categories of modifiers that are available. I can open up just the modifiers that fall within, say, the cache tools section, but there's really no reason to do that. It's far better to just look at the entire list probably, but even better than that would be to configure your modifier sets to show, or to, I should say, show the buttons that, basically the shortcut buttons, show the buttons, and then configure the buttons in that that I just turned on. So if I click Configure Modifier Sets, now I can replace these modifiers, which for the most part are not something you would ever need. They are not very good default modifiers. I can replace these with modifiers that are more applicable to the type of work that we do. I know that I use the Edit Mesh a lot, so I'm going to click and drag this Edit Mesh feature from this list on the left-hand side over on top of this first button that I want to replace. So I click and let go, and then I do the same thing with the Edit Poly. I'm going to click and drag onto the next button that I want to replace. And I want to do the same thing with the Edit Spline. I want to do the same thing with a lot of other features, a lot of other modifiers that I use a lot. Mesh Smooth I use constantly, so I'm going to select that one. Normalized Spline, I use that a lot, so I'll select that one. There's a new feature with Max, I think it came out with Max 2010, called Pro Optimizer. If you've used Optimize before but never Pro Optimizer, you probably will want to switch over to the Pro Optimizer. I'll use that one. I'll use Uvw Map Modifier. That's a modifier you will use constantly. And let's see if there's anything else. V-Ray Displacement Modifier, or actually Unwrap UVW. If I run out, I can always add more here. I can click on this Total Buttons option and add a couple more. I use V-Ray Displacement Modifier, so which is part of the V-Ray render engine, which we're not going to look at, but I can add that right here if I want. And I can just keep going and keep going, stretch, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I can even build sets if I want and have my own, I can save this particular set with a certain name and then create another set and quickly access those sets. But in reality, this is plenty for the majority of the work that I would ever want to do. So I'll just select OK, and now all these buttons appear the way I want them to. So now instead of having to go to the modifier drop-down list and selecting a modifier from this very long stack, I can just select Edit Mesh from this shortcut button. Okay, so I have a box. Let's create some other boxes. But instead of creating boxes from scratch, let's create clones of this. There's a few ways to do it. I can hit Control V. Is it Control V or Alt V? Control V. Okay, I was still in the middle of another command. Control V, and it's not working for some reason. Control V is supposed to open up the clone option, and why? I think maybe because well, by default it's Control V and it's not working. I don't know why it's working, but I'll just use the clone option here. And I want to create copy, and I've just created a copy. You don't see it because it sits right on top of the previous object. But if I move this original or this new object off to the side, you'll see in fact I have a duplicate. Okay. I'll do this one more time. When I open up the clone option dialog box, notice that it gives me the option to create a copy, an instance, or a reference. And it's very important to know the difference. If I create a copy, there are two objects that are going to look the same and be created the exact same way, but they're not linked to each other. If I create an instance, now any change that I make to one object is going to be affected by the other. And you would see that in the modifier window. Just to refresh, or just to demonstrate that again, if I just hit clone, I'm going to create by default a copy. If I select instance, it's going to allow me to create a copy that is tied to another. And you would see that whenever you see bold here in the modifier stack, that tells you that that object is cloned to some other object. So if I go into the Edit Mesh modifier and change one of the vertices, all the vertices of the boxes that are instance will get changed as well. The original box that the first copy was made from does not get changed. Okay, so having that bold indicates that it's linked. Now, notice this make unique icon right here. That make unique icon will break the link between one instance object and another. If I click the make unique, now it's no longer bold, and the object is no longer linked to any other object, and I can change the vertex and not have it affect any other object. Anybody have any questions about that at this point? Anyone need me to demonstrate that again or to talk about it again? Okay. Now, let's go back and delete these and show you one more way to clone objects. Instead of going up here and instead of going to the edit tool or the edit menu and hitting clone or hitting Control V, which will create a clone in the exact same spot, I can do something that's probably a little bit more practical. I can hold down the Shift button and click and drag on any one of the axes to create an object along a certain axis. I'm going to create a copy along the x-axis and let go of the mouse button, and I can again choose copy or instance or whatever, and I can even change the number of copies to something like 6. And now I will have 6 copies created. Getting back to the Edit Mesh tool, now if I want to attach all these objects together, I can select Attach and click on each box that I want to attach. Or, to do it faster, I can select Attach List and then just highlight all these, select and highlight all these different boxes inside the attached list. Select Attach, and now right-click to end the command. I can right-click to move, and everything is part of one object. Okay. If I go into the Edit Mesh modifier, oh, and by the way, I can go back to the original box just by turning this off. The original box that I had the other objects attached to, just by turning off this light here. If I go back into Vertex Sub-Object mode, 1 for Vertex Sub-Object mode, I can still see all the vertices. 2 to select all the edges, or 5 to go to Element Sub-Object mode. Notice that each one of these boxes that I created are now an element within the larger object. And I can move these boxes however I want, and they're all part of the same object, which I can move as you see here. Notice that the pivot point of this object is where the pivot point of the first box was. The pivot point's not moving. It's important to know that when you start doing things like rotate an object, it's going to rotate around the pivot point. Now I can certainly change that pivot point, which I'll do in just a moment, or a little bit later today when we start talking about pivot points and hierarchy and that sort of thing. But for right now, I'm going to leave this as is, and let's look a little bit more at what the Edit Mesh is all about. So you know we can attach individually or by list. You know we can detach. There's a detach button somewhere in here. Right there. There's a detach button, but there's a lot more stuff in here. When I have the Element Sub-Object mode enabled, I see different features that are available. I see different features and different rollouts that are available with different sub-object modes. For example, with the Edit Geometry, I can extrude edges, which I can't do with the vertex because the vertex doesn't have an edge and I can't extrude it. Do you have a question, Noel? Okay. So I want to go into Edge Sub-Object mode and look at one particular box, and I'm going to switch from perspective mode to orthographic to see this a little bit better, to zoom in a little bit better. Turn off G for home grid, and now let's start manipulating an individual edge of this one box right here. So as before, we can move an edge, we can do a lot of different things, but we can also break this object up and have a lot of detail built into it just by manipulating the edges of this object. So under the Edit Geometry Rollout with Edge Sub-Object Mode selected, I want to select two edges, one on the top and one on the bottom of the box. With those two objects selected, I want to select the Extrude command, and notice how I can push those edges out. Not really, it's not really going to give me an object that I really can do anything with right now. And I think I'm going to rotate around this object, but notice how when I rotate, it's rotating around the pivot point of the object, which is not even in view. So I'm going to switch to Orbit Sub-Object, which allows me to rotate around the sub-objects that I have selected. Just important to keep that in the back of your mind. Orbit Sub-Object is the top one in this flyout right here. Now I can rotate around this object. But I can select one of these edges now and move them, or I could even use the scale feature and scale them away from each other. There's a lot of different things you can do. I am not at all an expert at the Edit Mesh or Edit Poly feature as it is used to build objects. You'll see in a few minutes that someone who is, you'll see some pretty cool stuff with this feature. The Edit Mesh is a much less powerful version of the Edit Poly feature. The Edit Poly feature has the ability to really build some detail in this object and do some things like create connections from one edge to the other, which I can't do right here. Within the Edit Geometry Rollout, the most I can probably do is extrude a few things, like I can go to Polygon Sub-Object Mode and extrude this polygon just by dragging up on it, dragging up again, clicking, dragging, all these different things. And I can bevel. I can select the bevel tool I can click and drag to extrude it first, but then let go and drag again to create the bevel. So if you guys want to try that, I can. All I did was I selected bevel, click and drag to make it move perpendicular to the polygon that I'm manipulating. Click and drag, and then let go to create a bevel. That's some pretty basic stuff. But that's pretty much all you can do with the Edit Mesh. I mean, it's not really a huge modeling. It's not really a huge modeling asset. You'll see in a minute with the Edit Poly that it can be. A few more things. Let's say, for example, I want to switch to a particular view. Let's say I want to see a front-on view of that polygon right there that I just created. Well, if I select View Align, that is going to move the selected. That's not what I want to do. The View Align will align this polygon to my view. So my view is such that I'm looking at this polygon at an angle. If I select the View Align, it's going to try to rotate that polygon, and that's not doing what I'm trying to do. But it's not really a feature that I would find that useful anyway. But let's try one more feature. Let's go into top view, select all these polygons, and select View Align from this feature. Now when I go back to front view or perspective view or user view, notice that it collapses everything down to one flat surface. All right, View Align will take all of your polygons and flatten them into the average point between the bottommost point and the topmost point. And Grid Align will collapse everything down to the home grid. So if you had, for whatever reason, you had a terrain and you had rolling hills and you wanted to flatten them all to one surface, View Align will flatten them to the average point between the highest and lowest point. Grid Align will flatten everything down to the home grid where elevation is 0. It's one of those things that it's very rare that you need it, but when you need it, you really need it, and it's one of those things that you can't find really anywhere else. Okay. Now let's delete this object and start with another box. Let's go to top view, or I should say, let's reset this. Create another box. and add the Edit Poly modifier this time. The Edit Poly modifier is much more complex. I can click and drag this left-hand side of the command panel out to the left to expand it so that I can see more of this Edit Poly modifier. And if I open up all these modifiers or all these rollouts, you would see a lot more complexity built in. And if I went into an individual sub-object like edge, you would see an Edit Edges rollout appear. So each one of these sub-objects, unlike Edit Mesh, each one of these sub-objects has its own rollout where you can do things that you can't do with any other sub-object. Okay. So as an example, let's go back to Edge sub-object mode. And let's make this, I'm going to make this box a little bit thinner. So I'm going to select all of these vertices here and let's move them towards the other side of the box so that we have something like that. Okay, Edge sub-object mode. Let's select this top edge here and this top edge here. All right, this top edge and the bottom edge. So I got two edges selected. Once I have two edges selected, I can connect them with other edges. And that is found under the Edit Edges rollout. So I got two edges selected and I select, let me move this out of the way, I select the Connect feature and it draws a, if you have the F4 feature activated, the Faceted Mode activated, you see a solid line rather than a dashed line. But it creates an edge right between the two edges that I had selected. And now I can select two different edges, like these two vertical edges, connect those with another edge. And now with this edge selected, I can move this around however I want to. There's a lot of stuff you can do with this. I could go to, let me undo this, get back to where I was before, right here. I could select these two edges and the two edges on the back side. I'm just rotating around by holding down the Alt key and using the middle mouse button, and then holding down holding down Control to select additional edges. So I've got four edges selected, and it's probably easier to see this in wireframe mode. I got four edges selected. Let's turn off the home grid. Oops. Notice that I just tried to hit G to turn off the home grid, and it didn't turn off the home grid. What it did is it brought everything. It activated a different shortcut, which collapsed everything down to what you see here. So you got to be really careful with some shortcuts, especially with the Edit Mesh and Edit Poly feature. Alex, can you help Maria? She's got a question. So I can't use that feature. I can't use that G feature to turn off the home grid. I've got to do it some other way, and I can do it by. I'm not even sure how to turn off the home grid because I've always only used it with the shortcut. So let me just get out of here. G to turn off the home grid. And let's go back to the Edges sub-object mode. So I've got the top and bottom edges of this box selected. If I just hit Connect, it's going to create edges between those selected edges. It's going to create edges between those selected edges. I'm going to just hold up for 1 second because Maria's having trouble with something. Stand by for 1 moment. Are we good? Okay. Maria, what I did while you were being helped, I've got four vertices or four edges selected. Okay. With those four edges selected, if I just hit Connect, it's going to draw a line, or an edge, I should say. It's going to draw an edge between all the lines that are connected. It's going to draw an edge between the top and bottom, between both bottom edges, between the edges on the back side. But if I don't want to do that, if I want to do something a little more complex, if I wanted to create, say, 2 or 3 or 4 more sets of edges, I can click this Settings button to the right of the Connect button. And that opens up this feature, which looks like this on 2011. I think with Max 2010, it was a little different. I don't think it has this feature, does it? It's a little window? Okay. So if you use an older version of Max, you might not see it the way it appears on this screen. But what it allows you to do is a few different things. I could increase the segments amount, so instead of having one segment in between the the edges that were selected. I can create 2 or 3 or 4 just by clicking on this arrow, or I can type in a value that I want right here. But I want 2 edges like you see here, and I want to use this this next thing, which is called pinch. Notice the name changes when I put my cursor over it. I want to use pinch to sort of pinch them together or make them go farther apart. And then I want to use the slider, this slide feature, which allows the edges to be slid from one side to the other. They just slide back and forth. Okay, and then I have this check button, this plus button, and the X button. The check button is if I say, okay, this is what I want to lock it in. The plus button is if I want to add another set, if I want to execute that connect feature again. If I hit the plus button, it will execute another iteration of the connect feature that I just had activated. If I select X, it's going to just forget that command that I just tried to do, and I'm back to where I was before. Now, instead of selecting the horizontal edges that I see here, I'm going to select the vertical edges, because the way that you build objects using the edit poly is very important. And you might not even ever build objects with the edit poly, but you're certainly going to need to modify them at some point. So let's just say this is a wall that you used that you built with the loft feature, but you want to modify it now. So how do you do that? Well, the edit poly is the best way to modify objects at the sub-object level, to do small minor changes to objects that were built with other features. So I have 4 vertical edges selected now. And with these 4 vertical edges, if I go back to the Connect Settings button, I see the same thing happen as before, except now the edges are running horizontally. And why is that important? Because I want to create a window on this, what I'm going to call a wall. I want to create a window on this. I can use the slide feature to move the edges up and down as I want, or I could just use this move transform to move the edges however I want. Notice that when I moved the edges, it sort of locked in that feature. It assumed that because I left the slide feature, it wanted to lock this in. I'm going to repeat this one more time. I'm going to go back to where I was. I've got 4 vertical edges now selected. I select the Connect Settings button, and it activates this Connect Edges feature. If I were to click and drag on this Z-axis, it would lock in whatever I have selected on this little dialog here. I want to move this up. I want to slide this up, and let's pinch it a little farther apart. Oops, pinch it a little farther apart. Maybe move it down a little bit farther. There we go. So I want to create these edges, and I want to lock it in by hitting this checkbox. I lock it in. Now I want to select, instead of having all these edges selected again, I only want to select the 4 parallel horizontal edges that you see here that I'm going to select. I'm going to hold down Control and click on each of these edges. Now we got 4 edges selected instead of the edges that were also made up here on the side. With these 4 edges selected, I want to go back to the Connect Settings, activate this Connect Settings again. Notice how everything, these 4 edges that get connected are sort of off, and the reason they're off is because of this -7 and the 81 here. So I'm going to drop this down to the lowest value of 0 and drop this to the lowest value of 0. So now I've got 2 edges created in between each edge, and they're lined up as you see here. And I'll select the check box to lock it in. And in shaded mode, which I use F3 to get to, in shaded mode it looks like this, and it doesn't look like anything spectacular, right? But watch what happens when I switch to polygon sub-object mode now. I select that polygon. I'm going to hold down Alt, rotate around using the middle mouse button, hold Alt down, and use Control to click the back polygon while simultaneously having the front polygon selected. And with the front and back polygon selected, I can hit Bridge, and that creates a bridge between the 2 polygons, and it ends up creating an opening like you see here. A lot of modelers, when they build walls, will use this box modeling technique where they start out with a floor plan and they extrude these lines that represent the walls. They extrude the lines up and then they build window openings like this. They'll look on the floor plan where the window is supposed to, hold on, do you have a question? Okay, somebody's going to help one of the students. So they use the floor plan to figure out where to build the windows and use the same procedure of creating these connections to then create a bridge as you see here. Once you create a bridge, if you wanted to create a window and place mullions in this object, it's very easy. You can use the inset feature right here, this inset feature, and you can, I'm going to change to orthographic view so I can zoom in nice and tight. I can use the inset feature to click and drag to create this inset of polygons. Once I create this inset, I could then extrude it again to create a set of window mullions or a window frame. With these edges with these polygons selected, I can hit extrude and extrude these polygons up. But notice that they're not extruding in the right direction, and there's a reason for it. I can undo this to go back to where I was, and instead of just using extrude, which is going to default to a certain option that's not going to work here, I can use the settings button next to it to use a particular type of extrusion. We have 3 types of extrusions: group normals, local normals, and by polygon. So if you're doing an extrusion like this and it's not moving in the right direction, look towards this new feature that that has group normals, local normals, and by polygon. And I'm going to try the local normals and then drag this slider out to see that it in fact gives me the right extrusion. It's moving it, it's extruding each polygon along the polygon's normal. A normal is it's very important that you know that a normal is a sort of a direction that is perpendicular to a face. So if my computer on this desktop is sitting on a surface, and the normal of that surface is pointing straight up, so that's normal of my table. It's the extrusion happened properly with the local normals because the extrusion is happening along the normal of each polygon. If I want it to do by polygon, it's sort of a different extrusion amount. So just be aware of that, and I'm going to do one more extrusion using this extrude feature here. So there is using the group normals, local normals, and by polygon method. Okay, very cool, easy way to create window frames in an object. I'm going to go back to orbit around the selected object or orbit around the sub-object. And I can continue doing this offset over and over again. I can inset. Whoops. Got to be careful when you do this. I can click and drag to create another window set or another window frame, do another extrusion, do another inset, do another extrusion, and so on. It's really cool what you can do with this. One last thing before we take a break. Let's say I want to create a piece of glass in here. I can select. Let's rotate the view slightly. I can go to a different sub-object mode. Let me undo a few more steps just because this is a little dirtier than what I want it to be. Let's go back to right there. Okay. Now, whoops. Right there. So if I switch to border sub-object mode, what the border does is it allows me to select all the. It's not allowing me to select it here. I'm trying to select all the edges that make up the outside of this window frame. Border is supposed to allow you to select a group of edges around the outside of another on the outside of an object. I want to create a piece of glass in the middle here, and I'm going to just basically select these 4 edges. And this is not working because I'm selecting the wrong set of edges. I don't know why it's not allowing me to select. Let's go back to the original object that had just the one window opening. Right there. Let's try select border. And it's not allowing me to select border for some reason. So I'll select these edges. Select these edges. Do a bridge, and that's not, I just remembered, I am not an expert at the Edit Poly feature. In a minute you'll see somebody that is. I just remember what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bridge 2 polygons, so I'm going to select the 2 polygons on the outside and then select bridge, and now I create that closed opening. Now if I did this with the window frame as it existed a moment ago where it was farther inside here, then it wouldn't have been a problem. Select those polygons. Let's do one more inset like you see here, and actually let's do a little bit tighter than that. Let's make it really tight. So that's going to be my glass, and I can now select that polygon and that polygon and do a bridge, and there's my piece of glass in the middle. So wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. So with that, that is a brief discussion on the Edit Poly. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, I'm going to have somebody else start from scratch and show you some really cool stuff with the Edit Poly feature. There are different artists have different specialties or different areas of expertise. Edit Poly is certainly one of those features that you need to use on a regular basis to be a real expert and get things done very, very quickly. But it is powerful, and when we come back from the break, I'll show you, well, somebody else will show you just how powerful it is. So with that, let's come back in 10 minutes, and as soon as you see the screen start moving around, then you'll know we're back. All right. It was because we weren't recording. Now that we're recording, I see that everybody can hear me. The little mute button is no longer activated. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Alex.
Hi everybody, this is Alex Gorbanov. I am the teacher of 3ds Max Advanced Modeling class at CG School. So right now I'm going to demonstrate to you how you can use Editable Poly object with all the tools that are available for this object to create something quickly and effectively. And the best example would be to model this object. Let me show you real quick. Some time ago I came across this object at this website, potterybarn.com. This is a light fixture, and you can, if you want, you can go to the website too and you can just open that illustration as well. And once again, let me demonstrate to you how you can model this object literally in just 5 minutes. So let me switch to 3D Studio Max, and actually before I do that, let's analyze this object again, just see what elements it's made of. And in 3ds Max, let me also just increase the workspace a little bit. Okay, so now we're ready to start. So let's go ahead and on Create Panel and create cylinder with, doesn't matter which radius, just make some basic cylinder. bring up the wireframe, and make sure you set number of sides to 8. Sorry, just numlock was turned off. Okay, set number of sides to 8 and number of height segments to 3. Now adjust the height of this cylinder so that this individual polygon, any of these individual polygons, would look like a square. It should not be rectangle, it should be square. So I think something like this would look good. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to convert this object into editable poly. So click right mouse button over it, and here on the quad menu choose convert to editable poly. So now from this moment this is no longer parametric object, this is the editable poly, and we get access to all of these nice tools. And let's go to edge sub-object mode and select every other edge here at the top and here at the bottom of the object. Okay, now use this tool, select and scale the selection of edges down until you see the almost zero. The length is almost zero. So the reason why we want to do this is because now we want to go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, select all vertices, and use Weld command to weld these vertices right here that are very close to each other. So bring up this Weld dialog window and increase Weld threshold parameter until you can see those vertices, they just snapped, they just welded. So you can see that it looks good now. Click this OK button. Now go back to Polygon Sub-Object mode, select this large square polygon at the top and this large square polygon at the bottom. Now using the same scale tool, just make sure you switch to non-uniform scale, because we're going to scale these polygons along X and Y axis only. So, and scale them down until you see these long edges, they are parallel. So this is something better to do from the top view. So basically we're trying to make the size of this square to be the same as the size of all these squares in the middle of this object. So now when we did that, we need to convert the selection of polygons into selection of vertices. So the easiest way to do this is to hold Control on the keyboard and go to Vertex Sub-Object mode of this object. So hold Control on the keyboard and click this Vertex Sub-Object mode button. And now we converted selection of polygons into selection of vertices. Now using the same non-uniform scale tool, we're going to scale this selection of vertices down, and that will just push them toward each other. You can see that when I'm scaling it down, they're moving closer to the center of this object. And scale this selection down until you see that these polygons, let me quickly go to Polygon Sub-Object mode and highlight polygons that we're trying to turn into squares, these polygons right here. So keep scaling this selection of vertices down until these polygons are square as well. They should not be rectangular. So something like that, maybe a little bit more. Okay, that looks good. Now what we want to do, let me quickly switch back to this internet browser and take another look at this object. Now we need to add these spiky looking, I don't know, this pyramid looking spikes, I guess I can call them that way. So in the 3D Studio Max, go to Polygon Sub-Object mode, select all polygons except these triangles. Or like Brian mentioned previously, the Autodesk called them polygons, but in reality they call faces. So select all faces and then unselect these triangles. like you see I'm unselected on my screen. Now we're going to use bevel tool to bevel these faces. So click this settings button to bring up the bevel dialog, and here switch to by polygon mode. So we're gonna bevel each of these faces individually now, and use these height and outline parameters to make these, created elements really look like pyramid looking spikes. So something like this, I believe, would look good. Maybe a little shorter. Okay, it looks better now. Okay, so confirm this by clicking OK. Now we need to, you can see that at the ends of these small pyramid looking elements, there's still some polygons present. So we need to convert them into vertices and weld them together. So again, hold Control on the keyboard and go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, bring up Weld dialog, it's here, and increase Weld threshold parameter until you can see all of those vertices at the ends of these spikes. They just welded together. So there's only one vertex at the end of each of these spikes. So click OK. Now, if we take another look at the reference image, you can see that the top one is trimmed. So we need to do the same thing. So select this top vertex and use Chamfer command. You can bring up this dialog, or you can basically just enter chamfer in mode by clicking this button, and on the viewport interactively just position your mouse over the vertex and click left mouse button and drag your mouse up and down so you can see, interactively that you're trimming the top of this object. So something like this would look good. So what we need to do now is to exit from sub-object mode, make a copy of this object by pushing Ctrl V on the keyboard. Make sure you're making a copy, not an instance. Click OK and hide this object. Now go to Polygon Sub-Object mode and select all polygons. Then we're going to inset all these polygons using Inset tool. So you can bring up the Inset dialog, and again we're going to insert it by polygon and insert it to the very small value, like this, something very small. So click OK. Now invert selection and delete selected polygons. Sorry, I'm trying to find delete button on the keyboard. All right, I found it. Okay, so now what we want to do is select all polygons once again and use the same inset tool, but this time we're going to insert all of these polygons, faces, more. Something like this would be good. Okay, so click OK. And now we're going to detach this selection of faces. So click Detach button. Basically, keep everything default. Click OK. Now we have a brand new object made by these detached polygons. We can hide this object temporarily. Okay, now we have this structure that we're going to turn into the frame of that object. So let me demonstrate to you the reference image again. So we're gonna make this metal frame. Okay, so go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, select all vertices, and use break command to break the connection between all vertices. Now you can see there is no longer connection right there. Okay, now we're gonna exit from sub-object mode and use shell modifier to give it some thickness. You can see that we can control thickness of this object using this inner and outer amount parameters of the shell modifier. So just basically eyeball it, something that you think looks good. I think this looks fine right now, and maybe this would look better. Okay, now we can convert. Basically, we want to collapse the stack of modifiers. So you can click right mouse button over this object and convert it into editable poly. Now we're going to go to Edge Sub-Object mode, select all edges by pushing Ctrl A on the keyboard, and we're going to use Chamfer tool to chamfer all of these selected edges. So bring up this chamfer dialog, and first pick the chamfer amount, something very small. Let me zoom in closer so you can see it better. Okay, something like this would be fine. And increase number of edge segments to 3. So this would be just enough. So click OK. Now we need to smooth it out because right now it looks faceted. You can see if I zoom in, there are some facets noticeable. So we need to smooth it out. So go ahead and go to Polygon Sub-Object mode, select all polygons by pushing Ctrl-A on the keyboard, and here on Polygon Smoothing Groups Rollout, you can just click this Auto Smooth button, and that will automatically assign the smoothing groups to selected polygons. So now you can see that the frame looks much smoother. Okay, so now I can bring back all the hidden elements of this object. Now you can see we have a frame, and we have this object that represented the glass. Later on we will assign materials and it will really look like a glass and a metal. But we also had Now we need to create, well, let's improvise a little bit. I can't figure out right now what happened to the object that I initially. Okay, it looks like I found it. Sorry. Okay, this is, if you remember, this is the object that we hide before we start making the glass and the frame. So now we're going to use this object to create these spheres that are attached at the ends of these pyramid-looking spikes, and here when they connect, interconnect. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to take this object and we're going to use lattice modifier. You can find it in the list of modifiers, lattice. And what this modifier does, it turns any object into this structure of struts and joints. So here on the modify panel, we can control the look of this object. So let's go ahead and tell it that we only want to see the joints, and we want to increase number of segments for these joints so they look more like a spheres now. Okay, so now we can exit from isolation mode, and you can see we've created all these spheres, but the problem is that they are too large, so we need to make them smaller. So decrease the radius of these spheres, something like this would look good. Okay, now if you remember here on the reference image, there is no any spheres here at the top, so we need to collapse it into editable poly, go to element sub-object mode, and select these elements that we want to delete. So basically just select them and push delete on the keyboard to delete them. And also we can do a couple other minor adjustments. So select frame, go to element sub-object mode, select these 4 elements at the top, and just push it down a little bit. You can do the same with this glass object. Just select this element at the top and move it down. Okay, so looks like it's almost finished. The only thing that is left to do is to adjust the position of these small spheres that are not at the ends of these spikes. So the quickest way to do this would be to, first of all, select this object, go to element sub-object mode, and select these spheres. And now, using scale command, we can just scale this selection up. Sorry, we need to convert it to vertex first. So hold Control on the keyboard, go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, and then scale the selection of vertices up. So by doing so, you can either push this object, this selection of vertices closer to the center or further away from the center of this object. So we need to move it away from the center. So something like this would be good. Okay, so this was a quick example how you can use editable poly to create objects quickly and effectively. And unfortunately, we don't have time to model the rest, like this chain by which this object attached to the ceiling. But trust me, it takes only maybe 1.5 minutes to make it. So thank you very much, and I'm gonna give controls to Brian.
Thanks, Alice. That was a very good demonstration. And anytime you teach, especially to a audience like this, teaching while simultaneously showing things is a little more difficult than just doing it. And if you ever watched someone like Alex just work and not have to think about teaching and what he's saying, all the things that he showed you could have probably been done in half the time. And it's really interesting to watch somebody that knows what they're doing with box modeling techniques like this. So with that ends the section on the edit mesh and edit poly. So we're going to reset this scene, take a peek at the agenda, and we're going to start looking at integrating AutoCAD with visualization. We're going to start looking at how do we actually make AutoCAD work with visualization. Let's get rid of that file. This is, again, this is not a class on AutoCAD, but I want to demonstrate a few things that I think are just absolutely critical for a discussion on Max. If I'm going to use AutoCAD to do what I do, which is prepare line work for Max, there's a couple things that I always like to set up in AutoCAD. If you type config, it opens up this options dialog box. Config will open up this dialog box where you can do things like move the crosshair size to 100% so that your crosshair is taking up the entire screen instead of just 5%, which to me is not a good default option. There is underneath the command alias option right here, there's a option to use or set up all kinds of shortcuts, and I'm really big on shortcuts. And if you wanted to, you could completely remove all these keyboard shortcuts and change it to something that's more conducive to working in AutoCAD for the stuff that you would need to use for visualization. I could just select File, Open, and open up a completely new, what's known as a PGP file, which is a program parameters file. It's a text file that stores keyboard shortcuts, which I'll show you in a second. I could load this up. I'm not going to change this AutoCAD setup right now in that fashion, but the file looks nothing more than this. It's just a text file, and the only thing that's read from this file is this area right here. And this literally is 95%, if not more, of all the commands I would ever use in AutoCAD. So if you can remember just these commands, if you don't already know them, if you can remember just these commands, you're good to go. Things like arc, copy, polyline, explode, trim, stretch, that's it. There's 30 commands. And those are the commands that I'm going to use in the demonstration on AutoCAD. So you would replace the ACAD PGP file that is sitting somewhere in your Documents and Settings folder, and you can load it up pretty quickly using this command alias feature. Load up a new file here. You can do that, but I'm just going to type in the commands as they exist and not worry about any keyboard shortcuts. I want to go and open up a file that already exists, and I'm going to select Open, and from the list of documents or from the list of folders that you would have access to, there's a folder called 03-Walls. I'm going to go into 03-Walls and go into another folder called Building A4 Story House. Hold on one second. Say again. Open it again. Yep, I'm going to open it again. Somebody's having trouble finding it, so I'm going to go to Open. This is on my desktop that this folder is set to. It's called 03-walls. You don't have that? Okay, those should, I'm sorry? Stand by 1 second. Did you find it? Okay. 03-walls, building A-4 story. And there's another folder called originals, which we're not going to touch, but I just wanted to show you that these are the original files that I was provided for this particular job. This was just provided to me by an architect. And this is, in many cases, the way you get drawings as from an architect. Sometimes architects will build all of these drawings into one drawing file and just have multiple sheets. But this is the way it was provided to me. Notice that there's one called Base 1, Base 2, 3, and 4, and this is for each one of the floor plans. I just want to open up one to see what it looks like. There's a lot of information that I simply don't need. I don't need to know about any of the square footage. I don't need to know these dimensions. I don't need this hatch pattern. There's a lot of stuff here I don't need. So I want to remove all this information, but instead of doing it for each individual drawing, I want to do it for all the applicable drawings all at once. So the first thing I do when I get a series of drawings like this is I organize the files into one file like this. So I have all the floor plans right here. I have all the elevations right here and all of the sections over here. And I just copy pasted them from one file into another. And I always make sure that I have Layer Manager turned on so that when I do a copy paste, I get all the layers and not some, and I don't inadvertently forget some layers that are hidden or frozen. So after turning all the layers on, I just copy paste them all into one drawing. And this is not really something, if you're trying to follow along, it's really not something that you're probably going to be able to follow along right now, because I'm not going to go through the process of doing all this stuff. I'm sort of describing the process, and then you can practice it later, because it's simply doing what I'm going to demonstrate, or doing what I'm talking about simply will take a little bit longer. AutoCAD, for me, is going to consume probably about 20% of a project's time. If you do it right, if you were to start with Revit drawings and somebody had a complete 3D model, then it's probably not worthwhile or necessary to recreate the wheel and start to build everything from scratch. If you're provided with a model and you can save some time and save the client some cost, it's fine to start with that model, assuming that the model is decent. But if you don't have that, if you aren't provided with a complete model, then you have to start, or you should start, with AutoCAD files like this. And the first step is organizing them. And in AutoCAD here, I just threw everything together in one place. But AutoCAD is different than Max in many ways. And one very important difference is that AutoCAD does not care where you are in 3D space. It will give you the same amount of accuracy in 3D space whether you're at the origin or 10 million units away from the origin. But that's not the case in Max. And as such, it's very important that when you get your drawings from whoever, whether it's an architect or a civil engineer, that when you build when you put your file together like I'm doing here, that you find the origin and make sure you put all your objects around the origin. Civil engineers have a bad habit. I don't want to say it's a bad habit, because it's what they need to do. They have a way of working which requires them to put things way out in no man's land, millions of units away from the origin. If you were to take those files and import them into Max and start working on the line work as they exist way out in no man's land, you're going to have very inaccurate models. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about, or to show you what I'm talking about, if I go to Customize Unit Setup and look at the System Unit Setup dialog box, I'm going to click on this button here to open up the System Unit Setup. There is something in here. In this dialog, you can set the units and dictate what 1 unit really means, whether it means 1 inch or 1 foot or 1 unit equals 12 inches or so on and so forth. And that's something you can change, but this bottom half of the dialog box is not something you change. It's just something that shows you the accuracy level of max. And what it shows you is that at a distance of 1 unit away from the origin, max is only accurate to this amount. And that certainly looks very accurate, and in most cases it is, but that's only this accurate when you're this close to the origin. If you were that far away from the origin, 16 million units away from the origin, the best accurate model you can have could only be accurate to 1 unit. So let's just say you're building, you import line work from some other drawing, and it's 16 million units away from the origin. You start trying to build a wall, you can't build a wall 8.1 inches or 8.2 or 10.4 inches. It can only be 8, 9, 10, 11. And if you try something in something tighter accuracy, it's going to give you some very erratic results. You do simple things like do a Boolean where you cut part of an object out of another, then you're going to have some very strange cuts. Everything is going to be harder the farther away you get from the origin and less accurate. Now, there's nothing you need to change here. I'm just showing you this to clarify or to make it, to illustrate the point. Novell, you have a question? You can make an object. You can make an object like a wall accurate and then move it to any distance you want away. Yes, to some degree. All I'm going to say is things start to get a little weird out there. You could zoom out and zoom out and zoom out, and some graphic things start to happen weird, some weird graphics displays, and I'm not sure if it's more of a graphics card issue or the programming language just doesn't want to accept it. But yes, you can build an object and move it farther away. But keep in mind that there is still a certain amount, unless you're completely done with that object, everything you do to it is affected. The materials, the way that you animate an object, the way that you change some things with the Edit Poly modifier, everything is going to be affected. It's just not a good idea to start doing things to objects that are millions of units away from the origin. So yes, in theory you could, but in practice it doesn't work. So in knowing that, the first thing I'm going to identify when I start bringing in all my drawings into one is find the origin. And if I type in the word origin, well, I guess this is a command that no longer exists in this version of AutoCAD because it used to exist. But nonetheless, if I want to find the origin, one way to do it is to turn on the origin UCS icon, or I can type in L for line and specify the first point as being 0, 0, and there's the origin right there. And you can see I've already got this set up so that the origin, these files are placed pretty much around the origin. So all I would do is I would take this floor plan and I would move it. I'm not going to say all the different commands I'm using because it's frankly not AutoCAD class, but move all these, move the first floor plan to the origin, move the second floor plan over to the side, and I would make sure I line it up, and I would draw lines and make sure that everything lines up so that the first floor plan, the second floor plan, and so on line up. I would line them all together. And then I would take the elevations and I would place them on the appropriate location around that first floor plan. And to show you what it looks like when it's done, here's what it looks like when you have a first floor plan at the origin and all these different elevations oriented around the side. Now I have the front elevation here, the rear elevation here, the left elevation here and here, just to see it projected properly on the left-hand side, and to see it straight up and down as you would normally view it on a drawing. See it over here just for reference, and then the same thing over here. The back view is actually a mirrored copy of what you would see on printed paper. It's just I had to mirror it because when you look at it here, the sides are flipped. So looking at this a little closer, this double door lines up with here. but it wouldn't had I not mirrored this drawing in the first place, because the double doors on the elevation would not be here, they would be over here. But you would see that by doing a quick little projection from one line or from one part of the drawing to the other, you would see that these two white lines that I just created perfectly match the walls, or at least the load-bearing portion of the walls, as shown in the AutoCAD drawings or the AutoCAD elevations. And this white line here is matching up perfectly with the elevations. This set of line work here is nothing more than the trim feature that sticks on beyond the CMU or the block wall. So some portions of the elevations might match and some don't. If there's a huge discrepancy between the floor plans and elevations, that's something I would definitely address with the architect and find out why, rather than working on the model only to find out later that he made a mistake and he wants you to change it, and oh, by the way, he probably won't pay you for it. So this is a set of drawings that has been oriented, but notice that it's also been cleaned. Notice that there's no more dimensions, no more notes or extraneous hatch patterns that I don't need. It's pretty clean, and there's some commands in AutoCAD like layer on or lay on or freeze. You know, a lot of different commands that you can use to isolate layers, select all the objects on that layer, delete them like dimensions, and then turn everything back on. And the process that I use is I isolate a layer, determine whether I need it, erase it if I don't, and turn everything back on. Find a layer I don't need, isolate it, delete everything, turn everything back on. So it's this process that's pretty quick. And for a drawing like this, taking a series of drawings from multiple files and putting them into one and cleaning them and orienting them, it might take 20, 30 minutes of work, but it is well worth it if you set up your AutoCAD files properly. And in the last version of this, base 03, you see what I've done to prepare the actual line work that I'm going to import, because I'm not going to import all the lines that you saw in the last file. I'm only going to import line work that I need to create the walls, windows, doors, and roofs that you see in the elevations. So how do I do that? Well, this next portion of this class is dedicated to the loft feature, and the loft feature is probably one of the top 3 features for me in Max, one that I simply could not live without. It's another way of building objects without using the Edit Poly feature. The Edit Poly feature, as I said, is a way a lot of artists build walls and structures, and that's fine. If you're good at Edit Poly, maybe stick with it, and you can certainly be fast and efficient with it. But in my opinion, there is no faster, no more efficient, no more flexible and powerful way to build walls and many other types of objects like curbs for a site plan or maybe certain parts of furniture. No better way than using the loft command, and it's really simple. You start with a shape, you start with a path, and you loft the shape along that path. So you have to have a path and you have to have a shape. Well, the path is going to be the perimeter of the walls as defined by the floor plan. So just line work that is in this floor plan. The shape is going to be a profile or a cross-section cutout of what a wall looks like if you sliced it from top to bottom. And that's what you see over here on the side, and I'll explain exactly what you see in just a moment. Now, for the paths, I need to draw lines that represent where the wall meets the floor on the outside of the wall. I need to have a line that represents the outside of the wall and where it meets the ground, and that's where I'm going to loft my object from. I already have it set up in the scene, but if I go to Layer Manager and select all these layers, hide them all, and then turn on only the ones that you see selected right here, which are layers that I created after I got this file from the architect. If you create and turn on these layers, you will see all the things that I created myself. Now, the reason why I call these 0-, boo for boolean, 0-frame, glass, pass 2, pass 3, and so on, is that I want all my layers that I create to be displayed at the top of the layer manager. I don't want them spread out all over this huge list of layers. I want them all at the top, which is why I put the 0 dash in front of them. It's just a prefix that helps me isolate them a little easier. So I have everything turned off, but now I'm going to turn on these layers that I just created and close the layer manager, and I'm left with these lines that I created here, the lines that I created here, and the lines that I created here for the windows. Now this is not at all a class on creating walls, windows, and doors. That would be what is covered in the intermediate class. But I'm still going to use a few lines here to demonstrate the loft feature. The beginner class is where the features are explained, and the intermediate class is where those techniques that use those features are used to create all the objects you would need in the visualization project. So I'm going to use this line work, but just to describe what I did, I just simply traced the outer portion of the line work that existed, very carefully traced the line work, and I'm left with this. And everything is on a separate layer. This is one layer, this is another layer, and this is another layer, and so on. And the reason why is because I want these lines and the lofts that get created to be discernible one from the other. I want to be able to see them in Max, and the only way to see them individually is by having a different color. Now these lines over here represent the shape that I traced from the elevations or from the wall sections, and I have these little red lines down here as helper objects. And these red lines are nothing more than tools that I'll use in Max to put the pivot point of the object, which wants to by default be placed at the center of the object. I'm going to align the pivot point from its current location in the center of the object to be at the tip of these red lines, and that's the only reason they're in here. So the top right-hand portion of each one of these lines is going to be the pivot point, the point that the walls meet the ground on the outside. And again, that's sort of getting into the intermediate class. All I'm going to do right now is import a few different lines. I'm going to import these lines right here. Now, the easiest way to do this is to use the block command, or the wblock command. Wblock allows you to create a file from just those objects that you selected. So I've got the object selected. I want the pivot point of the selection, or I should say the pick point, or the base point that it uses to take these objects and move them into a new file, to be the origin, 000, because when you start importing line work over and over and over again, you have to have the same point of reference. I'll pick a file name on my desktop. I'll just leave it new block. Unit list, it doesn't matter about the units. I'm sorry? Can you repeat the question? Oh, you got it. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to select OK. And it created the file, put it on my desktop, and there's the file right there. If I were to open up this file, there it is. This is now the file called new block DWG, and it's by itself. There's nothing else in here. And now I can import this line work into Max. So this is the part that you really need to know. I mean, everything in AutoCAD is certainly important, but it's not a class in AutoCAD. This is assuming that you have some level of knowledge in AutoCAD, or you will, start playing around and experimenting in AutoCAD. And now that I have that line work created, I want to import it. There's two ways to import line work into Max. You can do a straight import, or you can do a file link. File link is something where if you change the original AutoCAD file, it updates in Max. I do not like that method. Some people do, some people rely upon it, and that's fine if it works for them. I don't like doing it. So take everything I say, not everything, take some of the things I say when I say that there's other ways to do it. Take my method with a grain of salt. I like it, and I think it's the best way. So I'm going to do a straight import. So whatever exists in that drawing is what gets imported, and there's no link, there's nothing binding the two files together. Now, if I know I'm going to import, I'm just going to click this max icon on the top right-hand corner or top left-hand corner, click import, and I see select file to import. Well, of course, I need to find that file. New block. I don't want to just select the file and hit open, because by default, it's going to assume that you want a particular file type to be used during the import, and you don't. There's two possible file types that you can import for DWGs. You have the AutoCAD drawing type, which is the default option, and then you have the legacy AutoCAD file. The AutoCAD drawing file type is the default option, and it is never it's something you should not use, and I'll explain why. I'll show you exactly why. If I select the AutoCAD drawing file type and select open, I get this pretty scary looking dialog box, and this dialog box allows me to import line work by layers. So if I only wanted to import, the layers on frame or paths or path helpers or whatever, I can do that. I can select from the list and pick the exact layers I want to import, and that's nice. But the downside is when you import, there will be one very bad thing that happens to curves, and that is that the vertices that are translated from AutoCAD to Max get changed from being Bezier corners to being corners. We looked at the beginning of the class at how the difference between a corner vertex and a Bezier corner. A vertex just has the lines coming in at a straight line to the vertex, but a Bezier has these handles that allow you to change the shape of the line as it comes into the vertex. For whatever reason, and I don't know why, but for whatever reason, many vertices get translated from Bezier corners to straight corners, and the curves become lost. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Why they do and why they don't, I don't know. It's just something that is inexplicable to me. I'm going to say okay, and I'm importing this line work. I just imported this line work, and I'm going to switch to top view, and notice that, well, first of all, when I'm zooming in, for some reason, it doesn't look like I'm zooming about the mouse point orthographic and perspective, because I had changed this. So I'm turning that back on. Now if I look in really closely, notice this arc right here, how different it looks from the arc that you see right here. That's the same arc there and there. That vertex that's sitting right there got changed from a Bezier corner to a corner. Notice that it says corner. It should say what this one says, which is Bezier corner. The moral of the story is don't use this import option. You could change this and go through the hassle of fixing each one of these vertices, but there's just no point in doing that. The ability to import by layer is nice, but it doesn't outweigh the downside of having curves lost like this. And if you use the method I am discussing, where you create a W block of all the lines that you want and put them into a separate file and import the whole file, it doesn't matter that you can't import by layer using the option that you should use, which is the AutoCAD legacy file type. If I use the legacy AutoCAD file type, you'll see that I'll reset this so I don't import the line work on top of itself. If I use the import legacy file type and import that file, merge all objects, yes, I see this dialog box. This dialog box allows me to derive the objects by layer, color, or entity, but I can't say I want this layer to import and this one not to. It just simply says whatever objects are on whatever layer they're going to get that color, and they're going to be separate objects. So if you have two objects on two separate layers, you have the ability to make them import as separate objects, and you do that by using this convert to single options option. There's only two options you will ever need to worry about in this dialog box. One of them is convert to single objects, and that that is really the only one you will ever have to change. The only other option you will have to change initially, the very first time that you use it in Max, is group common objects. If I disable that option, it will not be on the next time I do an import, whether I'm using the same file or not. Once I turn that off, it stays off, and it shouldn't be on. It should not be on because there's no reason to group common objects. That simply means objects on the same layer get grouped into a group is created, which is just a way to put objects into one collection so that you can move them all as a group or change them all as a group. No reason for this to be selected. The only option that you should select that you should change is this. Nothing else in here you need to worry about. You could potentially set a bunch of different colors up inside AutoCAD and have each object import as each line or each arc or each whatever import as a separate object by specifying a color here, and whatever is yellow in your AutoCAD drawing gets imported as one object. Whatever's green in AutoCAD is imported as another object. And if you tell it to convert to single objects, then everything becomes one object. If you don't have this option selected, everything will not be a separate object. Everything will not be part of the same object. So let's say you had a parking lot with 1,000 parking lines. If I told it to convert to single objects, all my parking lines that are of the same color, or in this case the same layer, all the parking lines on the same layer get converted to one object. They're all attached as one object, which is good if you're doing parking lines. But if you're doing something like what we're doing in this file, where you have a bunch of lines like this, there's no reason to group all these as one object, because you're going to have to loft that object separate from that object, separate from that one, and so on. And there's no reason to group all of these objects because you're going to loft all these individually. You can't have all these lines be one object and loft them and expect to get good results. It won't happen. But if you're doing something like lofting, if you had 1,000 lines that represented the parking stop, the stop that stops a car in a parking lane. If you had 1,000 lines and you wanted to loft all 1,000 lines, you can't loft 1,000 lines at once. But if you use another tool like the sweep modifier, you could have 1,000 lines, separate non-continuous lines, all attached together as one object. Apply the sweep modifier and do sort of what is the same as the loft. You can sweep a profile along the path of each one of those parking lines and create a parking stop, and do it in just a couple seconds. But if you didn't have all those lines attached together, you'd have to do it all. You'd have to do each one individually. So there's some cases that you would want to import all the objects together, like parking lines, and other times you would want to import them as separate objects, like walls. So creating all those objects like I just described, it's not really part of this class. Sometimes we'll create some objects, sometimes we won't, but that's really part of the intermediate class. All I'm trying to show you right now is how to use the loft. So I've got this line work, and I want to import it using this option turned off, convert to single objects. So I select OK, and now I've got this file that's got all these objects, all these lines as separate objects, which is what I want. Okay, and I've got all this line work up here. Okay, and just so you know, it's I have 12:08 now. We're going to break in about 5 minutes for an hour. We're going to break for lunch in 1 hour. I just want to create one or two lofts just to show you the basics before we break, and then when we come back from lunch, we'll finish the loft. So I want to loft one particular shape along one particular path. And I'm going to select this curved line that represents the curved wall that I saw in this file. Let me turn all the layers back on. This file right here. I'm going to create the curved wall that you see right here. It doesn't really look curved, but you can get the idea that it is a curved wall. It looks like a column. How do you create the loft? Well, the loft feature is found under the Create Geometry drop-down list, and it is a compound object. It's a compound object because it's an object that is made from two or more other objects. I have my path and I have my profile. So all I do is I select my path, and my path is that curved line. That's the line that represents the outside of the wall. I start with that, and then I apply a profile to that path. So first thing I got to do is select the path, click on Compound Objects, and then I select the loft feature from that list of compound objects. I select loft, and then I see these different features open up. And the only thing I got to do right now is click Get Shape, because I got a path, and I want to get a shape and apply it to that path. So I click Get Shape, and then I click on the shape that I want to have lofted. And you can't see it too well here until I change views, but I change view, and here's what I have. Now, which one did I click? You mean what shape? It really doesn't matter which one, but it's this far left one. This is the shape that I clicked. Now there's several things that are wrong with it. It's black for one thing. It's positioned so that half of it is above the home grid, half of it's below the home grid. It's inside out, meaning that you can't really see too well, but in wireframe mode you can see it's inside out. There's a lot of things that are wrong with this, and we're going to fix each one. First thing that I have to fix in the first indication that this is wrong is that this is not a closed spline. This shape that I created here is not a closed spline, and I see that, or the best indication of that is that my object is black. There's no definable surface because this object is not closed. It looks closed in AutoCAD and it looks closed here in Max, but it's not. And the reason why it's not is because the endpoints did not weld when I imported them. If I go into AutoCAD and look at this file and look at this particular line, it certainly looks closed, and if I move it, the whole thing moves. So everything is attached, but there's a problem with one of the vertices. And if I move some of these vertices around, at some point I would find a set of vertices that for some reason aren't welded or aren't attached. And I don't know where on this object it is, but there's some vertice that is not working properly. Once I import it into Max, I can use some of the features or some of the tools that we went over this morning to find the problem. I'm going to go to the Modify panel, and by default, any spline that I brought in from, or any line or a polyline that I brought in from AutoCAD is going to be converted to an editable spline. So this line work is already an editable spline. I don't need to convert it. If I open up the plus sign or open up the modifier and select vertex, I can use this feature that we saw before, which is show vertex numbers, to find the problem vertex. So select the show vertex numbers. Yep. You can't find that. Have you selected? You can't find the editable spline on the object? Okay. Okay. You found it. All right. So I'm going to zoom in really close to some of these vertices. Remember how I said the first vertex is yellow? There's the yellow vertex right there. So that indicates that that vertex is the first vertex in that spline. So what I'm looking for is a break and another number one vertex. If there's no other number one vertex, then I know there's no break. There's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15. Zoom out a little bit, zoom in. 16, 17, 18, 19, and there's the problem. I've got a vertex number 19 and a vertex number 20, but I see there's another number behind this. All right, so I'm going to click on one of these vertices and move it over, and in fact, I don't have a broken segment. There's no gap, but the problem is there's two vertices that are sitting on top of each other, and that cannot be used in a loft. That's not workable. So I want to undo this and put it back where it was. And if I select both of these, notice that it in fact does say 2 vertices selected. I select both of these, then I can use the weld feature that we've been using a few times to weld these 2 vertices together. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so I want to weld these 2 vertices together, but I don't want to weld these 2 and then worry about any other vertices that didn't get welded. I want to weld them all together all at once. I want to weld all these vertices together. So I'll just select everything, or Control A to select everything, and then hit Weld, which is one of the features that is in the Edit Spline. Weld is underneath geometry. Are you able to find it? Did you select all the vertices? Okay, Weld is underneath the geometry rollout. Okay, so select Weld, and if you see your vertices flash from red to white, then you know something got welded and everything worked. And now, if you look back at your loft, you will see that it does in fact look solid now. It doesn't look black. That was the first of about 5 things that's wrong with this loft. For whatever reason, there's a lot of default settings that are not optimal for the work that we do. You have to remember that a lot of these features were designed or catered for different industries, specifically the entertainment industry. So the developers of Macs decided long ago to set up certain default settings for certain industries that thought would capitalize on these features. And they haven't changed these even for the design version of Macs, because they haven't felt that there's a reason to change it. But I'm just trying to say, don't always rely on the default options, because as you'll see when we come back from the break, that there's a lot of settings that are not optimal, sort of like the interpolation setting that we looked at for the spline. So that is the first of many things that is wrong with this. And the last thing I'm going to show you before we break is that if I were to import this line work again, if I just tried to import this line work again, notice that this option here under Geometry Options for Weld is enabled. So my thought is, why in the world would I have to weld these vertices all over again if they're supposed to weld automatically? And even if the weld threshold is the exact same value. Notice that it's the same value here as it is right here, 0.1. I can't tell you why, but as long as this import features, as long as Mac has been around, this weld has simply not worked. It does not work. You could type in 1,000 here and it's still not going to weld certain vertices. And I've never found out why. I've never known anyone that could tell me why. I would consider it a bug in the program, because clearly it's supposed to weld. But don't ever rely on the weld feature inside the import feature. Don't rely on that. Always weld endpoints on line work that you import. So the first thing I do when I get this line work is I go into Edit Spline for each one, select all the vertices, and do a quick weld. That ensures that 2 endpoints that are sitting on top of each other, or 2 endpoints that have the tiniest little gap that you didn't see before, get closed. And that will solve the problem that we saw here with this loft not displaying properly. So we'll leave it at that, and when we come back from lunch or from whatever you will be doing, we will continue on with the rest of day 1, and we will look at the rest of lofting, compound objects, which includes scatter, terrain, booleans. So we're on schedule. Everything's looking good, and we will spend probably another 20 minutes on loft, and then move on to things like scatter, terrain, and booleans and pro-booleans, and then look at some modifiers. Before I end it, let me ask if anybody has any questions. Does anybody have any questions that I can answer before we go on break? Maria, Novell, do you have any questions? Nobody has any questions? Okay, let's, I have, what time do I have? I have 12:19. It's 12:19. Let's come back at 1:20 or 20 minutes past the hour. So I'll go ahead and stop the recording and stop the broadcast. So let's continue on with a discussion of critical compound objects, specifically lofting. It's only about 10 more minutes we need to cover on this, but it's really important stuff. Lofting is an incredibly important feature for so many different applications. So we imported this line work. We saw that the import feature did not weld all the endpoints automatically, so we welded those endpoints ourselves using the weld feature in the Edit Spline modifier. That's one of about 4 or 5 things that we have to fix. The next thing that we have to fix is that this object is inside out. Notice that it is pointed the wrong direction. Well, the object itself is going the wrong way because the spline that we lofted to create the shape, the original spline that's sitting right here, has a certain orientation. The vertices are oriented in a certain direction. And remember from earlier, we reversed the direction of that spline. We have to do that again. How do we do it? We add the Edit Spline modifier, and we go into Vertex Sub-Object mode and open up the selection rollout to see the Show Vertex Numbers option. And that shows us that Vertex 1 is right there, Vertex 2 is right there, Vertex 3, Vertex 4. Okay, stand by. You can't find what? Do you have the object selected? Somebody's looking for the Edit Spline feature again. The Edit Spline feature, by the way, and like many modifiers, can only be applied to objects that it can be applied to. If you have a box selected, you're not going to see the Edit Spline modifier. It's not something you can apply. So you might have the wrong object selected. Did you have the loft selected? Okay, you had the loft selected. Yeah, you can only go and add the edit spline if you have a spline selected. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The loft is being created in this direction, in a counterclockwise direction as seen from top view. And when that path, or when that profile that's sitting off to the side is lofted in that direction, it makes the object look like it's pointed inward. Well, let's reverse the direction of that. So if we go to the geometry rollout and go to the Spline Sub-Object mode, Spline Sub-Object mode, we see the reverse button highlight, and we can now select reverse. And when we do that, notice that the loft is created in the opposite direction. Anybody have any questions with that? That's a really important thing to know. Anybody have any problems reversing the direction of the spline and getting the loft to update? Okay. So that's one more thing. Now, just FYI, if you create this loft and decide that you don't want to go through the hassle of just doing what I did, there's a little shortcut, there's a little trick. So let's just say you create this. Let me create the loft one more time just so you have a refresher. I'm going to delete the loft, select the path, create geometry, compound objects, and select loft. Create geometry, compound objects, loft. Once you're in the loft command, assuming that you've got the path selected, you need to have the path selected, not the profile. Once you got the path selected and are in the loft command, select get shape, and then click the shape that you want to loft. Now notice how it created it in the right direction, because the spline is in the correct direction. The spline is going clockwise, not counterclockwise. Now let's just say we wanted it to go inside. Well, you can just hold down the control button while you click the profile that you want to pick. I'm going to hold down control and click on this shape again down here, and notice it goes in the opposite direction. Since this loft is tied to the shape and the path, I can update it on the fly. I can at any point access the loft and just select get shape and select any one of these shapes, and I can do it over and over again to all these different shapes. I can deselect the loft, I can come back to the loft and go to modify, get shape, and do what I was doing before. And I can hold down control to toggle back and forth between flipping it and not flipping it. Okay. So we corrected the endpoints and made them weld, and we reversed the direction of the path to get the loft to create in the right direction. That's the second thing. The next thing is that the loft is half buried in the ground. The reason why is because the loft is created such that the pivot point of the shape is lofted around the profile, is lofted around the path. Well, if I select the shape here, notice that the shape is at the middle of the object. As seen in top view, looks like this. The shape is in the middle of the object. We don't want that. We want the shape to be down at the bottom where the wall meets the ground. So we have to change the pivot point. How do we change the pivot point? We can't change the pivot point of an object after a loft is created and expect the loft to update. It just simply won't work. It'd be nice if it did, but it doesn't work. You have to delete the loft and start all over after you fix the pivot point. Now, if you're following along, you probably want to just watch me do this, and then I'm going to do it second time even slower so you can follow along. But I'm going to modify the pivot point of this object. And it's really simple once it's only about 5 or 6 steps. Once you got it, it's really simple. Remember how I said these little red lines were helper objects? They are drawn from one corner of the bottom of each shape, the corner that represents the outside of the loft or the outside of the wall. So for this particular wall, this particular green wall, I have the right-hand side is the outside of my wall. So I want this red line to be drawn from the corner shown here down to the left. and Y down to the left, you'll see in a minute. So I've got this shape, and I need to go to the hierarchy panel, the third panel from the left, the hierarchy panel. And there's an option. There's three different categories. There's pivot, IK, link info. Pivot is what we're going to work on. IK is if you were doing character animation and linking parents to children and all that stuff. And link info is where you can lock an object so that it can't move along a certain axis or rotate along a certain axis or so forth. Pivot is where we're going to look at. All we need to do is click the Effect Pivot Only. When you click Effect Pivot Only, you can move around this pivot point, move it anywhere you want. And now if you were to create a loft, the loft would be created so that this point here would be positioned at the base of the path, the vertex number 1 of the path, and it would be lofted around according to this point. Okay, stand by 1 second. I'm going to help somebody get to this point. Okay, so you can move this anywhere you want, but it really should be in the proper place, and that proper place is down the bottom right-hand corner of the shape. So you could eyeball it if you wanted to. You could just zoom in and move it and zoom in and move, but that's not probably the best way. It's certainly going to be sufficient, but when it comes to walls, walls are, in my opinion, too important to not build precisely. You can position a window a little off, or a roof tile a little off, but walls is what everything else is built around or inside of, or it's like the real foundation of a building, or at least in 3D. So I want to make this as precise as I can. I want it to be exactly at that corner, which is why I created a line that snapped to the endpoint of that corner. So how do we make this snap to the endpoint? Well, one quick, easy way to do it is to align this pivot point to the maximum XY value of this point. I would expect that everyone can understand that this point right here is at the maximum X value and the maximum Y value of that object. Does that make sense? So if you can align a pivot point from here and snap it to the maximum X, Y value of this red line, then you would be good. You can't just snap it to the maximum X, Y value of this point, because the maximum Y value would be the top of the roof. And you can't snap it to the maximum X value even, because the maximum X value is actually right there. So if you snapped it to the maximum XY value, it would actually snap to that point right there. So it's neither the maximum or minimum of anything. So we build this helper object in AutoCAD and import this line into Max, and everything is good. How do we align it? Well, there's a great little tool inside Max, and it's found under this flyout called, it's the Align tool. It's found on the main toolbar. It's this icon right here. This is a flyout that has a lot of different icons, and we'll get to probably most of these in the class, but the only one we're concerned about right now is the Align tool. If you select Align, you get this little gizmo that appears, this gizmo that changes to a crosshair when you put it over another object, and you click that object, and this dialog box opens up. It might look a little confusing, but you can ignore everything below the midway point of this. You can ignore all the stuff down here, and all you're concerned about is you want to align the current object's pivot point, and the current object is the green object, remember, because we're modifying the green object's pivot point. You want to modify the current object's pivot point, so you can select pivot point here, with the target object's maximum, that's why you select maximum X, Y position. And as soon as you do that, it moves it to this point right there. It moves it to the maximum X, Y value of the red line. And as soon as you select OK, you've got the pivot point exactly at that corner. And now there's no chance for a gap between the wall and the floor, or the wall and the grass outside or whatever. There's no chance for a gap to appear. All right. I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to position this somewhere else. So I got the pivot point all screwed up. It's somewhere where it shouldn't be. I have the green object selected, the shape selected. I select Align, click on the red object. I want to align the pivot point of the current object to the maximum X, Y position of the target object, which is this. Notice how it moved my green object down. Why? Because I didn't have Effect Pivot Only selected. So it actually aligned it aligned the green object to the red object rather than the pivot point of the object. So I messed up. I got to select Effect Pivot Only, select Align, click on the red line, X, Y position, match the pivot point of the current object is matched to the X, Y maximum position of the target object. I select OK, and the beauty of it is that dialog box is now set up for all the other objects. So watch how fast I can modify the rest of these objects. I select the next shape, align, select the red line, it's set. Select the green shape, align, the next red line, it's set. Select the next shape, align, red line, it's set. It's just that simple. Anybody have any questions getting that far? If anybody has any questions online, I can switch my computer to show your screen. So if you're having any trouble, please stop me. We got plenty of time, and this is a pretty small class, so we can accommodate your questions. So feel free to ask away. Okay? No questions, so continue on. Now I want to switch to a 4 viewport configuration. Oh, I can exit this command, by the way. I can turn off Effect Pivot Only. So I got all my shapes set up, all 4 of these shapes set up so that the pivot point is set. And I just noticed I have one last shape up here, which is the roof object of this one particular wall. And that roof, even though it only exists way up here, it still needs to have the same pivot point as the wall that it sits on top of. So I will select that shape one more time, align, select the red line. Oops, I have to make sure you're in Effect Pivot Only mode, because otherwise you're going to align the whole object. Effect Pivot Only, align, select the red line, and the pivot point is set up correctly. You guys good to go? Any trouble whatsoever, Maria, Novell? You sure? Okay. I want to switch to a 4 viewport configuration so I can zoom in nice and close on this. Let's make this line a little easier to see. Dark blue. Turn off the home grid. All right, I want to reloft that path again. So I select the path, create, geometry, compound objects, loft, get shape, click the shape. Now notice that the loft is created such that the floor, the bottom of the wall matches the floor. And I'm going to walk around for just a moment. I'm going to put the mic down, walk around, and make sure everyone's caught up. Okay. All right, everyone's caught up. Next thing that's wrong with this, let's switch back to a 1 viewport configuration. And I want to turn on Faceted Mode by hitting F4. And notice when I do that, I see a lot of different polygons, a lot of different edges. How do you control that? Well, there's a skin parameters rollout that defines the number of steps in the path, in the shape. And it's right down here. Shape steps, path steps. So the more path steps and shape steps you have, the more edges and polygons and vertices. For a curved surface like this, it would certainly make sense to have enough steps and enough curvature to define this. But we certainly don't need all these extra vertical steps, right? So why not set the shape steps, or the path steps, I'm sorry, the shape steps, why not set the shape steps to 0 to remove that? So we can drop this down to 0, and that removes all the unnecessary vertices and edges that we had before. But the problem is it removes all the extra vertices and edges that define the curved portions of this wall. Going back to a 4 viewport configuration, if I zoom in closely to this figure, or this shape, let's change the color from green to some other darker color so we can see it easy. So, and let's switch to a front viewport so we can see this configuration here. So the curves that we had in the shape down here in this view, top view, are not showing up in front view. And that's because we told the loft not to have any shape steps. Inside the skin parameters rollout, we told it no shape steps. But we want shape steps to define the curve, but we don't want the extra steps on the straight portions. This is getting back to the first discussion on 2D modeling that we had, and how to build efficient models. You have to specify exactly where you want these extra segments to be placed. So what's the solution? We need to go to the spline, the edit spline for this shape, and add the vertices where we need it. We need to divide the segments, the curved portions of the shape, and add the segments and vertices or whatever to those curved portions. So let's do that. Let's zoom in nice and tight, get that same view in the loft that we have for the shape, and we want to select the shape. Okay, inside Segment Sub-Object mode, and I'm going to hit the keyboard shortcut 2 to do it. 2 is the keyboard shortcut. I see the curved portions, and all I want to do is select this one curved arc here and add steps into it. Notice that the area of concern is this right here, so I should start to see a curve appear here. How do we add those steps? We just divide the segment. So I want to select divide, and as soon as I add that first vertex in here, notice that the loft updates right there. Divide again, and I'm going to keep hitting divide until I see a proper number of divisions in this loft. I can go to my next shape or next set of segments and do the same thing. Select the segments, divide, 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 and the loft updates. I'm going to backtrack just a moment to get back to where it was here to show you something else. When I imported this line work, for whatever reason, a vertex was created right here. Vertex number 23 was created for this curve, but not this curve. So if I were to select both that segment and these two segments and then divide, notice how this top segment is divided into 2, but the bottom 2 segments are divided into 4. And I'll have twice the number of vertices on the bottom than I do on the top. So it's important to remember that you don't want to select different segments that have vastly different needs of division. You want to select all the segments that need roughly the same amount. So if you're working on a parking lot and trying to create a spline that represents where you're going to loft your curb profile to create the curbs on your site, you want to select segments of roughly the same size and shape or same curvature so that they are all given the same number of steps, or density of steps, I should say. So in this case, if I'm happy with these vertices, I can hit Alt and Window selection around them to deselect them. And I'm just going to modify these now. I'll divide one more time, And now these vertices have the same number of divisions as these vertices. And one last time, let's modify this segment up here. I'll just type in something like 8 and then hit divide to do it all at once automatically. Okay. Anybody have any questions at this point? Anybody not able to follow along with this particular procedure? You guys good? Okay. Please stop me if I'm going too fast or you're not able to follow. Okay, so I got all the segments added for these 3 components. I can look around, see if I'm missing anything else, and I noticed that the shape up here already seems to have had, it looks like it must have been a trace. It must have been some extra vertices were automatically created. So I believe that this is not an arc, but rather a polyline that was traced, which is why you see what you see here. And I can find that out really quick and easy by selecting these segments and dividing. And if the curve becomes smoother, then I know I'm right. If it doesn't, then if it was just a matter of a bunch of polylines created, you know, click, 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 and so on, then I won't see any smooth curve appear. So I'll just put this back at 1, put the divide command back 1, hit divide 1 time, and I was right. Notice that that vertex there did not change, or I should say the curve between any 2 vertices didn't change. It just drew a vertex along a straight line in between. So there's no point adding extra vertices on that set of segments because it won't do anything to help improve the appearance. I could create an arc or 2 arcs back to back and delete this portion or these segments, but I'm not going to worry with that. It's fine as is. Okay, there's no other curved portions in this loft. However, there are curved portions in the loft path. Going back to faceted mode, I see a certain number of steps along the path. And again, I don't want to have the curvature of this shape, or I should say the curvature of the loft, defined by the number of vertices in the, or the number of steps added in between the vertices to this path. I don't want to just use a crazy number of steps. Why? Because what if this curved portion was part of a larger wall? What if, for example, let's just hide this. I'm going to go to the display panel and select hide. What if this blue line here were part of this red line? What if I weld this blue line to this red line, which I'm going to do now? So I select the blue line. I'm in Edit Spline, Attach, and I select the red line. That doesn't do anything until I weld. Remember, anytime you attach lines that are supposed to be part of one continuous line, you have to weld. Because right now, nothing really would happen to that loft, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe. Yep. So that to do what I'm trying to do right now, which is make one continuous line. The question was, what is attach good for? Attach is good for attaching 2 lines together so that you have one continuous spline. Right now, they're not continuous because I didn't. Oops. They're not continuous because I did not weld the endpoint of this spline to the endpoint of that spline. But as soon as I do, as soon as I go into Vertex Sub-Object mode and weld those 2 vertices, notice how there's 2 vertex numbers there. As soon as I weld that and go and unhide all, display, unhide all, now the whole loft is shown. I can modify this however I want. The problem I was talking about before is we want curvature here along this path, but we don't want extra steps built in where we don't need it. It's pointless to have that. There's 5 extra steps because we have under the loft feature, I'm selecting the loft, we have 5 extra path steps defined here. So I always want to make sure shape steps and path steps are set to 5. The reason why they had it set to 0 is because if the developers had put 0 for shape steps and path steps, when somebody creates a loft, their first question would be like, why don't I see the loft that I'm supposed to see? Why do I see that instead of what you saw a moment ago? Well, neither one is a good option, so really the best thing to do for a loft is to always keep shape steps and path steps to 0 and just add the vertices to the path where you need those vertices added. So I want to select the path, which is, I'm going to use Alt-Q to isolate this just so I can see this easier. I want to select this path and divide the segments that make up this path. I want to divide the curved portions of this path. How do we do that? Well, we got to go into Segment Sub-Object mode and use the divide command again. So I hit number 2 on my keyboard to go into Segment Sub-Object mode, select the segments that I want to modify, and let's turn on the Exit Isolation mode. So I've got those segments selected. It doesn't look like it because the loft feature is sitting right on top of it. The loft object is sitting right on top of it, but I do have it selected. I hit divide and watch what happens to the loft right where the curved portion is. Hit divide, curves are added, divide again, curves, more curves, and I'm getting a nice curve. And I'm leaving the straight portions of my loft untouched. Okay, that was the fourth thing that's wrong with the loft by default. And there's one more thing. The last thing is, do you notice any erratic shading to this loft? Does it look like in your painting there's like black shading, some weird shading here? That has nothing to do with lighting. It has nothing to do with lighting or shadows. It's all part of smoothing. When the loft feature was created years and years ago, as I said, it was created, like many features, catered towards the entertainment industry. It was assumed that the loft would be used to create curved surfaces. And if it was needed to create curved surfaces, without having to prevent the need for thousands and thousands of vertices to create a smooth curve, they created smoothing to help smooth the transition from one face to another. Two faces that had the angles too far apart, like looking at this wall here, the angles between one set of faces and another set of faces, or polygons, the difference is very minor. But with a larger, a fewer number of segments defining the curve, you have more facets showing. To prevent those facets from showing and to prevent having to use so many faces to define a nice smooth curve, they created smoothing, which simply makes the object appear to have some sort of smoothness applied. So it sort of blends the way the light or shadows fall on an object. So if I go out of faceted mode and hit F4 to do it, if I go out of faceted mode, notice that the object looks nice and smooth, right? It's no problem. Well, that is because smoothing is automatically applied. But the smoothing is not automatically applied properly. If I open up the surface parameters rollout, I will see a smooth length and smooth width option. And that's what's causing the smoothing to happen automatically. If you deselect it, notice that you get rid of that erratic smoothing and the square walls or the walls with corners look proper like they're supposed to. The downside is you get these chiseled appearance to the curved portions of your objects, which is which is just as bad. So how do you get around that? You can't just enable these and expect to have that work. You can't disable it and expect it to have it to work. So what you should do is add the smooth modifier. If I were to leave these options alone, which I should, if I were to just leave them alone and add this smooth modifier, what that does is it overrides the smoothing that's automatically applied and puts the smooth modifier is underneath the modifier stack. Does your list not look like this? Did you find it? Okay. The smooth modifier is right here. So what it does when you add it, it overrides that automatic smoothing that was applied, and then it sets you up so that you can apply it yourself. But right now, with that smooth modifier applied, it actually has no smoothing. You've told it to add the smooth modifier, but in reality, you told it to override the smoothing and add no smoothing. There is an auto smooth feature, which is what you'll probably use 95% of the time, because what it does, when you enable it, notice that the facets go away, yet I still have the proper look to the corners here. What it does is it simply gives you a threshold value, and anything that lies within that threshold value gets smooth. So if you have two faces that are 20 degrees apart from it, or if their angles between the faces are 20 degrees, or in this case 30 degrees or less, they will be smoothed. So all these faces that made up the curved wall get smooth because the angles between them are 1 or 2 degrees. The angle between one side of this square portion of the wall and the other side is 90 degrees. So I would have to type in something greater than 90 to get those two different faces to smooth. And just to show you this, watch what happens when I type in 89. Type in 89, well, maybe those walls are slightly, it shouldn't have. That might be a change in Max. I'm not sure if this feature here, prevent indirect smoothing, that might have been a new, do you guys have this in 2010? I can't remember if this is a new feature or not. Well, it should not do any smoothing when you have two faces that are 89 degrees apart, but as soon as I type in 91, it's going to try to smooth all those faces. And it must have been the prevent indirect smoothing that was doing that, because when I had 89, it should not have done any smoothing to the corners. That's right there what it should look like. So bottom line is, when you create lofts, 99% of the time, you're probably going to want to just add the smooth modifier to override the automatic smoothing that is applied, and then turn on auto smooth and leave the threshold angle at 30. And now you've got a smooth loft where you need it, and a non-smooth loft where you don't want to have that smoothing applied. So that's basically it. That loft is as efficient and as accurate as it needs to be for this model. The pivot point was adjusted. The number of shape steps and path steps were adjusted. The actual shape and path was broken down or divided to create the correct amount of segments. The loft was flipped inside out, and we welded the vertices. So unfortunately, that's a lot. It's a lot of information, which is why it really takes me an hour to go through this procedure. But once you remember those 5 things and do it over and over again, you could literally create this loft and fix it and do everything you want in less than a minute. If I wasn't, even if I was teaching, I could do this in less than a minute, all the steps that needed to be fixed. And especially if you set things up like a assembly line where you adjust all the pivot points at the same time rather than having to do it separately. Okay? Anybody have any questions about the loft at this point? You good to go? Do you think you could create this loft from scratch if you had to? Okay. Nobody else has any questions? Alrighty. I'm sorry, say again? You only made, okay, that's fine. Yeah, you only made the semicircle, that's fine. Had you attached, let me move this loft. Had you attached that line right there to this line and welded, you would have had the same thing as me. Yeah, it's not really it's not what object you apply to that's important, it's that you know how to apply it. Attach multiple, I'm sorry? I used attach. Attach multiple is when you want to attach many lines to, or many objects to another object. Attach, just the attach features when you individually want to attach object after object. Did you weld the endpoints? I'm going to take 1 second to look at her computer. Her loft did not look like mine, so stand by. Maybe did you move the vertices too far apart? So, Okay, we had two people that had the same problem, which is after they attached one line to the other and welded the endpoints, the loft did not update. And I had asked if they had inadvertently moved one of the vertices so they were no longer within that weld threshold. And I just relofted it, and it did work with the new line attached to the curved line. Not sure why it didn't work before, but as you can see with mine, it did work. But sometimes things happen. So I want to save this file so I can use it a little bit later if I want to. I'm not sure if I will. Let's save this to the desktop, and we'll call this wall. All right, and let's look at the agenda again. Okay, here is the agenda. After lofting, we are supposed to look at scatter, terrain, and booleans. So let's take a look at the scatter feature first. If you guys want to save your scenes so we can use them later, if we want to, I think when we come back to the booleans, we will create some boxes and spheres and subtract some voids out of that wall that we just created to create some windows or something. All right, so let's go back to Max. Let's look at the scatter command. The scatter command, let's go ahead and reset this. Let's start with a fresh drawing. Scatter command is a tool that allows you to scatter one object along the surface or volume of another object. If I create a sphere and create a teapot, I can scatter a teapot around the surface or the volume of that sphere. How do you do it? Well, just like the loft feature, we need to select the object that we are going to project or scatter along another object. So we select the teapot and go to Create, Geometry, Compound Objects from the drop-down list, and select Scatter. Now, the first thing we do after we select Scatter is pick Distribution Object, and then click that distribution object. The distribution object is the sphere that we want to scatter the teapot around. So as soon as I click on the sphere, three things happen. I see the original teapot disappear. I see another teapot appear at the top of this sphere, and I see the sphere turn blue. The sphere actually didn't turn blue. What turned blue was this helper object that is positioned in the same exact spot of the sphere. It is actually it's the distribution object. It's this virtual sphere that's created, and if I render right now, you would see that the sphere doesn't exist. The teapot is there, but the sphere is not. But it's sort of an eyesore, and we don't need to see it right now. So once you scatter the object around the distribution object, there's a few certain steps that you need to configure. I'm going to open this up just so I can see all these steps. And it looks like a lot, but fortunately there's only a few things that you need to worry about. First thing we want to do is hide the distribution object, right? We don't want to see that blue object, so we can click under the display rollout, we can click on Hide Distribution Object. Okay? So that object is no longer visible. Next, we want to change the number of objects. So instead of having one teapot, let's create 30 teapots. So I type in 30 duplicates, and now I have 30 teapots scattered around the edge of this object. And notice how they are scattered. They're sort of scattered in a certain pattern. And that pattern is set to distribute using the even command. It's not really what I want. It's sort of cool, but it's not at all what I want. And if I turn on Faceted Mode, I see that it just has no rhyme or reason for following the particular path that it did. I don't want it to follow that path. Instead, I want to use one of 3 other options. Just to show you one of the options that you might use in one particular case, I want to select all face centers. When I do that, look what happens. It creates a T. You might have to have a fast computer to do this, just giving you a warning that doing that might hurt your, might be a hindrance on your graphics card, because you're telling it to create a teapot at the center of every face of that sphere, and that sphere has a lot of faces. So that might crash your computer if you're not careful. Good? Okay. Instead of using all face centers, let's do volume. So we select volume and we go to wireframe mode, and notice how the teapots are scattered about the inside of the sphere, because we've told it to go to the volume scatter mode or distribution mode. We're scattering it about the volume of the sphere, not the outside surface of the sphere. The default option is area, or I'm sorry, even. The default option is even, and that's not what we want. But now let's try area. If we select area, notice that it is putting all the objects on the outside of the sphere rather than inside with volume, and it's just randomly throwing them every which way around the teapot. Notice that 2 particular teapots right here might actually occupy almost the same spot, yet there's no other teapots anywhere around. So it's just completely random where it places these teapots. So if you had a big plain or big rolling hills and you scattered some trees, you might want to consider the area option to scatter the trees properly along the surface of your rolling hills. All right, but if these were trees, we wouldn't want the trees to be oriented so that they're perpendicular to the ground, because trees don't grow perpendicular to the ground. They almost always grow up and down. So unlike these teapots, which are perpendicular to the face normal that they're sitting on top of, we want to turn off this perpendicular option. And that forces all the teapots to be oriented up and down along the same direction. So they're no longer perpendicular to the normals of the face that they're on. They are just straight up and down. Okay. Next thing we want to do, possibly, not always, but the next thing we might want to do is give the teapots a little bit of variety in terms of their orientation. Right now, every teapot is oriented in the same direction. They're all facing the same direction. They're all up and down. They're all pointed in the same direction. We want to change that up, because if this was any other type of object, like a tree or maybe a leaf scattered around a volume that represents a shrubs area, we would want to have all these leaves oriented or trees oriented in different ways. So how do we do that? We're going to use the transform section to change to add some variety and random rotation along the X, Y, and Z axis. Watch what happens when I type in 90 or just drag up and down on this Z axis. These teapots change. What I'm telling it to do is rotate plus or minus, in this case, let's type in 30, plus or minus 30 degrees along the Z axis. Now, if I want to have it go completely 360 degrees, I don't need to type in 360 degrees here. And in fact, I shouldn't. What I really should do is plus or minus 90, because what I'm telling it to do when I type in 90 is rotate anywhere from your current position to plus 90 degrees or minus 90 degrees. That would be sufficient. You could actually type in 180, but that might tend to leave too many teapots going along the same direction. Plus or minus 90 is fine in most cases. Anyway, you want to have some variation to these teapots. As long as there's something other than 0, you'll be fine. Okay. You can rotate around the X or Y axis too. So they just go in all different directions. So if this was going to be a leaf scattered about this object that represents an area of shrubs, you can type in 90, 90, 90, and now if I move this object away from the sphere, I would see these teapots in all various configurations. And if I type in something like 100, I will see just a mass of teapots that are around the outside of this sphere, and that is in fact what I want. Okay. And you got the ability to change the scale. So if you want some plus or minus 100% along the x-axis, y-axis, or z-axis, now you will see a bunch of teapots that are scaled in varying amounts along all the 3 different axes. Okay. And you've got a few other options in here, but the rotation and the scale are the 2 big ones. So just to review, to create a scatter, you go to Create, Geometry, Compound Objects, Scatter, and once I have it created, I can go to Modify, pick Distribution Object, and pick the object you want to have it scattered around. Area is what I have now, which scatters it evenly around the surface of another object. Even, as you saw by the default option, does some strange scattering around the object in some configuration I can't understand. All face centers is if you want to scatter an object literally about the center of every face on the object, not to be confused with the center of a polygon, because each one of these polygons on the sphere contains 2 faces. So there would actually be 2 teapots for every polygon. You also have the volume option, which puts all these teapots inside a volume of space represented by the distribution object. Of course, you have the rotate XYZ values, scale XYZ values, the ability to turn off the hide distribution object, and the duplicate value. 2 more things. You have a vertex chaos, which allows you to randomly change the position of vertices to a certain degree. If you just want to add some chaos to this object, let's say this is a object that represents shrubs and you're scattering a bunch of leaves, having a little bit of vertex chaos is good, because if you had an object that had a little bit of detail in it, let's say a leaf that had enough vertices, if you add some vertex chaos, it can make those leaves, without you telling it, make the leaves bend certain varying degrees, so that one leaf looks like it's flat, another leaf looks like it's bent a lot, another leaf looks like it's bent a little, and so on. And the same thing with trees. If you scatter trees, you can have the vertex chaos such that the trees look just a little bit different. And it doesn't take much to make them look a little bit different, just a little bit. Okay. And finally, you have presets. You can load and save presets. So if you like the configuration that you have here, you can save it. You can give it a name, call it typical, and hit save. And now it appears in this list, and you can retrieve it later without having to enter all those same options. So you could have one called shrubs, you can have one called trees, you could have one called light poles, any kind of object that you think you might want to scatter. Alrighty. And that is the scatter feature. Anybody have any questions about the scatter feature? Okay, yeah, we have a question. When I what? Yes, exactly. The question is, when I use all face centers, it no longer respects the number that I put in the duplicates. I select all face centers, and it literally ghosts out the duplicates and puts one teapot at the center of each one of these faces, 2 for each polygon. Anything else? Okay, let's continue on. Next, we have the terrain feature. Let's reset. And this will be very simple, I believe. I think you will find this very simple. We're doing the terrain feature now. Okay. Let's create a bunch of circles inside each other. Actually, they don't all have to be inside each other. You just create about 5 or 6 circles, and they can be really anywhere, just as long as they don't overlap. Just make sure they don't overlap and intersect each other. So something like this. Change the color of some of these just so they show up a little better. Okay, let's turn this into terrain. So in a very simplistic explanation, these are topography lines. But in AutoCAD, when you get topography lines, most of the time they're not at the right elevation. They're just all at elevation of 0. So we would need to figure out what elevation they represent and move them to that elevation. Okay, let's just arbitrarily move these to some value other than 0, some elevation other than 0. Use the move transform to do it. Just activate the move transform and move them up like so. All right, and that's basically it. Now we can actually turn this into terrain. So how do we do it? Let's go to the Create Geometry Compound Objects. Again, we're just still in the compound objects. Notice that the most of the features in here aren't even selectable. They're only going to be selected when you've got an object selected that is actually that can actually be turned into a terrain or whatever object you're trying to create. If I select all these lines and hit terrain, there's my terrain. Doesn't look great right now, but there's my terrain. And I can turn on Faceted Mode to see exactly how it's being built. So what did it do? It created a bridge between all the different lines that we had, and it created a bridge even between the 2 splines that represented the bottom of the mountains for each one of these 2 mountains that I had. But this doesn't look good. We have to fix it a little bit. Inside the simplification rollout of the terrain feature, and I'm going to expand this a little bit. Inside the simplification rollout, we have the ability to use half the number of points, which we certainly don't want to do because that makes it even worse. A quarter of the number of points, that's no good. The ability to use twice as many points or 4 times as many points. And as you can see, using 4 times as many points gives you a lot more detail. Now, this just simply does not look good, right? It just doesn't look right. I mean, it's okay, I guess, and considering what we had to work with, it's not horrible. But I see a lot of facets. I see a lot of jagged edges. So you might think, okay, well, can we maybe add the smooth modifier and smooth that? Well, maybe. Let's go to the smooth modifier, see what happens. One or more of the objects in your selection references another. To edit the modifier you've applied, select the objects individually. That didn't work. I'm sorry, I had too many objects selected. I'm sorry? Yes, I had too many objects selected. That's why that happened. I had the terrain and I had the circles that made up the terrain both selected. So that's why it told me that. You can't apply smooth to the lines that are used to make the terrain. You apply to the terrain itself. Okay, so I've applied it to the terrain and I get this. So clearly something is a little strange. Without the smooth modifier, or with the smoothing automatically applied, which it is by default, whenever you create terrain, it assumes you want smoothing, it looks like this terrain is fairly smooth. It doesn't look certainly like it's lacking too many vertices, but when you override the automatic smoothing by putting smooth on, which essentially negates any smoothing and gives you no smoothing, then you see how chiseled this object really looks. And of course you could use auto smooth to fix it manually, but it doesn't look really too much better than it looked before. You can only go so far with an object that looks like this. All right, you have to have topography lines that have a little bit more detail built into it. If I delete these objects, or that one terrain object, and divide these lines up so that they have more segments, then I can solve that problem. I can make this object look much better, just look a lot better. Do you have a question, Maria? Okay. Let's look at this for that set of topography lines that we saw a few hours ago. So I want to go to Open, and this should be under the 3ds Max folder and a folder called Sites. So it's under 06-Sites. Anyone not able to find that? Okay. And it's called Contour. I'm sorry? What does it say? Well, yes, you're not saving it. You're just opening a new file. You don't have to reset if you don't want, because when you open the question, if I want to, hold on one second. So contour lines is the one we want, not contour lines 2. So if I double click that and open it up, this is what we get. All this was a simple exercise out of the, I believe, out of the intermediate to advanced book. And if I zoom in closely, it's nothing more than a set of lines 1/4 mile in width and length. It's a square, 1/4 mile. And the blue line represents a road that is going over this mountain pass. So this is sort of like just an object that is supposed to simulate the top of a mountain. Is everything okay? All right, one second again. Okay, so we have one object that is comprised of dozens of other splines. And we saw before that there was a lot of vertices in this. If we turn this into a terrain right now, let's hit Alt-Q just to isolate this. If we turn this object into terrain, it might take a second to update, because whenever you're working with an object that has this many vertices, everything you do with it can take a little bit of time. Let's turn this into a terrain. But if we just turn it into a terrain right now, it's probably not going to look ideal. Let's go ahead and do it anyway. Let's turn on Vertex Ticks under the display panel just so we can see all the vertices that we have to work with. Display, Vertex Ticks. You're not that fast? It's freezing? Okay, the computers here are taking in class are taking a little bit longer than my computer to update. Showing all these vertices could take a little bit of time, and opening up the file could take a little bit of time. Is it up? Is it open yet? Okay. So let's quickly fix this and make it work for this particular object. You saw what happened last time we added the normalized spline to this object. It sort of made everything run slow. If you aren't sure that the normalized spline modifier is set high enough, if you're not sure if it's set too low, you can always just create another object, a simple circle with no real number of vertices, and add the normalized spline modifier to it. So I could create a circle, add normalized spline, whoops, it's in my list, add normalized spline, and turn on Vertex Ticks, and it's creating vertices 20 segments apart. But for an object with only one spline like this, it's not a big deal. Then I can set it to something like 300, and after it's set there, when I apply it to the other object with a lot more vertices, I know I'm not going to crash my computer. Does that make sense? You guys, does that make sense what I just... Okay. The normalized spline modifier wants to, by default, divide your splines up into segments of no more than 20 in length. If I add the normalized spline modifier to this object, it could crash max. Just opening this file took a little bit of time, and selecting and modifying the file took a little bit of time. Combine that with the normalized spline, which will divide this object and make it have even more vertices. To prevent that from crashing your computer, you can create a small object like a circle, normalize that, and then the setting that you use or change will be applied to your new object. So I'm going to go back to the Modify panel and add the Normalized Spline modifier, and look at everything I'm doing is taking so much longer just to access. Normalize Spline, and it took a second. It only took a second to update this now. So I'm going to give everyone a second to catch up. Anybody online have any questions at this point? If anybody online wants me to take a peek at their computer screen, feel free. That's what I'm here for. I set my distance to 300. You can set it to whatever you want. Just make sure it is something that is not too low, like 5 or 10 or 20, which for a scene this large, this is literally one quarter mile in size, and you can see that if I went to unit setup. I've got this set to US standard. This is my unit setup. This is where I set up, if my units are set to 1 feet or 1 inch. So my units are set to feet. And if I did a distance measure of this object, which I can do in top view really easy, if I did a distance measure of this object, and the distance measure tool is found under the Create Helper. You even see this little measuring tool right here, Create Helpers. Tape. This is probably the only one that I ever use in this helper menu, this particular feature here, tape. Or dummy sometimes. Dummy is more for more advanced objects. But you should certainly understand the tape and where it is. If I click and drag with the tape tool activated, I can see the length appear right down here. It is set to 1,300, about 1/4 of a mile. Right here, the length here is set to 1,306 feet approximately. I could do a snap and use the exact measurement, but when I created this outer rectangle, I did it at 1/4 of a mile. So when you divide this up really small with the normalized spline, you have to be careful, otherwise you'll crash your program. Regardless, we're at the point where we can turn this into terrain. All the lines are elevated to the proper height. They're all closed splines. They are not overlapping each other, which is very important. There's no lines that overlap. There's, you could look around this and make sure that there's no lines that overlap, and if there are, you can fix it. I'm zooming in. I'm just checking to make sure everything looks decent. Okay, no gaps, no nothing. It doesn't mean that you can't have a break or a gap. You could just flat out delete some of these vertices, and it's not going to create holes in your train. It's just going to possibly lead to some extra chiseled appearance in that particular area. So with all these lines set up as is, I can go to Create, Geometry, Compound Objects, Terrain, and there's my terrain. And there are some areas where it does look a little chiseled, but combined with materials and lighting, it could look a lot better. If you put a grass material on this, it will be a lot less apparent than what you see right now. Ideally, I do not have time to go over this. Ideally, I don't have the file. I don't believe I have the file set up for it, but ideally, you would follow a more precise feature or a precise technique that takes a lot more time to set up properly, and it's a technique that's described in the intermediate book, whereby you quite simply make all of your vertices in one line match the vertices in another. In other words, you make vertex 1 on one spline be across from vertex 1 in another spline. Vertex 2 matches up with vertex 2, 3, and 3 matches up to 3, and so on. The way that this object was created, all it did was created these faces, these triangles in between vertices, because it really didn't have any choice. And the appearance that you see here is not as ideal as what you would see on other type of objects. And I can't show you the technique, but I can show you the end result of what I am talking about. And if I can find the file, this is from our second book. There's a chapter on creating 2D sites and 3D sites. The file that I'm looking for, or the section I'm looking for, just to give you an idea of what you could shoot for down the road. 3D sites, right here. In fact, you actually see this same exercise in this book. There's a section that talks about how to create the site for this particular development. This is a clubhouse with a pool and two pools. One, actually a koi pond. It looks like a koi pond and a pool. And there are contour lines, very, very tight contour lines that indicate a change in elevation around this clubhouse. So this clubhouse is literally about only 6-7 feet above the parking lot. And when you're dealing with an area this tight that's going to be shown this closely, when the camera's going to be up as close as this is, and the terrain lines are so tight, they have to be created a lot more precisely than they would for that scene that we were looking at a moment ago. These lines, it's hard to see it, but the lines are very tight, and they're literally just inches apart in some points. They can't overlap, or you'll have erratic results, which far away you would never see, but close up like this you would see. So the goal was to create the 3D train for this object. And with the lines isolated, this is what it looks like. Now, in the next couple of pages, it shows if you just use the terrain feature like I'm showing you, this is what you're going to get, a mess of lines, and it's not going to work. And if you add some interpolation, you get this, which is sort of like the terrain that we've built up to this point. You get a bunch of triangles or faces that have no rhyme or reason to them. But if you build your object in a proper way, in the way that is described here, you can, on the next couple of pages, it shows that you can line up your vertices so that instead of having this sort of configuration where you have, you can't see it because my cursor's disappearing behind the gray, where you have, instead of having vertices like vertex number 33, 38, 35 all lined up, you change it so that you refine it using the refine tool that I showed you a few hours ago, and you line up your vertices so that all the vertices for vertex number 1, vertex number 2, and 3, and so on line up. So in the left image, you see vertices as you see the first vertex and the second, third, and fourth as it started out, and then you see rows number 1 and 2 fixed, and then you see rows number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fixed. When you do this and then convert that using terrain or edit mesh, or when you turn it into a renderable object, what you end up with is this type of geometry. Nice, clean polygons oriented in such a way that it becomes very simple to use some of the tools that Alex was showing with his Edit Poly. You can use a little chamfer to add a little bit of curvature to the top of the terrain. You can add, there's just a lot of stuff you can do, which you simply cannot do with the terrain built the way we were building it just a moment ago in Max. I'm sorry, what's the question? The question is, do you have to align the vertices manually? Yes. Yes, but the good news is it really doesn't take that long if you look at it from this perspective. If you're working on a scene like this, where you're working on something that's a quarter mile wide, chances are you're not going to be that close to any of the vertices like you are for that scene that was shown in the book, the clubhouse. Even if you were, you could fix the lines just nice and tightly for the area that you're going to be close to, and then all the other stuff you can leave it the way it is. But in that case, you don't need to have that many vertices. Use the Normalized Spline modifier and use as few vertices as possible, and then rearrange those vertices. And then if you get really close to a particular set of lines, just for those particular lines that you see up close, rearrange the vertices for those splines. And when you do that, you're only dealing with a small number because you're zoomed in, and those are the only vertices you need to worry about. So whether you're working on a scene, on a file, or an object that is this large or as large as the clubhouse scene in the book, it's still probably only going to take you about half an hour to do. If you know what you're doing and you do it over and over again, and by the time you finish one, you'll probably be an expert at it. If you do it right, you can probably do it in half an hour. All it means is you delete vertices that it's just a procedure of deleting this vertex, refining, and adding this vertex. Delete this one, add this one. And as long as you keep the same general shape of your terrain for something like this, that would be fine. For the clubhouse, you have to be more precise. But for the clubhouse, you don't have as many vertices as you have in this scene. But yes, you have to manually move and arrange the vertices only along the X and Y axis. You don't have to move it up and down. You're just dealing with the X and Y axis. So you move it so that vertex 1 is lined up with vertex 1 of all the other splines, vertex 2, 3, and 4, and so on. And when you do, you're left with a nice clean mesh like this that you can work and manipulate far better and get results like this. Cannot do this, cannot get smooth, nice results like this, simply turning it into a terrain and leaving it as is. Okay. Anybody have any questions about the terrain feature before we leave it? Okay. Last thing that we're going to talk about before we take a break is the Booleans feature. Okay, booleans. Let's open up the wall file that we created before. And let's just add a few different objects that we can subtract from the volume that you see here. And if you don't have this wall created properly, it really doesn't matter. You can just create a box and then subtract some volumes from the box or whatever. Okay, so we got this loft. Let's isolate it by hitting Alt-Q. We don't need to see any of the other lines. Just Alt-Q. Okay, and let's create a simple box of any size and shape, just as long as it's not too big for this loft. Using the move transform and maybe the rotate or scale or anything else, using your transforms, move that box so that it is positioned somewhere where it interacts with the wall. Notice how this zoom extents feature is zooming to the extents of my object. These are all flyouts. A lot of these icons are flyouts, and this particular zoom extents option has two different icons. You have a zoom extents and a zoom extents selected. I want to zoom to the extents of the selected object, not to the extents of the entire scene. So zoom extents selected zooms in to the object in question. And I want to subtract this box from the loft. Okay, so before we just go ahead and do this loft, let's create one or two more copies. And remember, to create copies or clones, hold down Shift and drag on along one of the axes. And in my case, I'm just going to create two copies. So I'm going to create a total of 3 boxes like this. And it really doesn't matter where you put these. You can literally put them anywhere. It simply doesn't matter. Okay. I'm sure you know where the Boolean feature is located because it's in the same place that we've been working on the lofts and the scatter and terrain feature. So select the loft object. Go to Create, Geometry, Compound Objects, and select Boolean. Now, the moment that you select Boolean, something odd seems to happen. A bunch of extra edges seem to appear inexplicably. I'm going to undo this just to show you again. The edges are gone now. If I go to, you don't have to do this, but I'm just showing you this just for your edification. If I go to the display panel and turn off edges only, I will see all those edges that suddenly that become visible once you activate the Boolean command. So by activating the Boolean command, you're not creating any new edges. They're there automatically. They're just internal edges that define the border between two faces. With this edges only option on, the only edges you're seeing are edges that don't the only edges you're not seeing, or I'm sorry, the only edges you see are the edges on the outside of an object that is not shared. I don't really know how to describe it other than it's just not the internal edges that you see that are hidden when you have the edges only turned off. So the moment I turn this into a Boolean, it's not like I'm just creating a bunch of new edges. So once again, go back to the Boolean command, and there are my new edges. So they're already there before, but they're now visible. So a lot of people don't like the Boolean command for a lot of reasons. One, it makes the object that previously looked nice and pretty and clean looks like there's a bunch more edges. But the bigger reason they don't like it is because a lot of times the cuts do not happen properly. You don't get good, proper cuts. And I will explain why and the solution to fix that in just a moment. But for right now, let's just make it simple and create a couple cuts using the boxes that we have here. So simply pick operand B. Yeah, sure. Stand by. I'm going to help somebody. Best thing to do is switch to top view and then go back to that? Okay. Did you attach the objects together? No. Okay, go to Modify. Okay. Okay, they look the same because they're the same color. No problem. So you're good. Okay, so let's select operand B, or click the button that says Pick Operand B, and then click on any one of the boxes that you created. As soon as you do that, there should be an opening, a hole. You got it? Good. Okay, and you can pick operand B again, and then when you click your next box, notice that the first opening disappeared. Pick operand B, next opening. So what's happening? Well, the Boolean is just one of those features. It's been around for as long as I can remember. I think it's been around since the first Max has been around. And I'm going to undo this back to 3 boxes. And it's just built such that it thinks that you want to change your mind and switch to a different Boolean. So if you wanted to do it where all 3 get subtracted or cut out, you'd have to do one of 2 things. So you'd have to, at this point, exit the Boolean command. I can right-click to exit the Boolean command and redo it. Exit by right-clicking, Boolean command, pick operand B, redo it, and that's one way. Or you can attach all 3 boxes together and do the Boolean cut all at once. Does that make sense? Okay. Which one you do really doesn't matter as long as the Boolean cuts properly. However, many times the Boolean will not cut properly, especially if you've done multiple Booleans one after another. And the good practice that I always say to follow is do all your Boolean cuts at once, meaning if you had a wall like this and you had a bunch of volumes that you wanted to subtract out to create your cuts properly, add all your objects together and then do your Boolean cut. And just to show you what I'm talking about better, you can all follow along because it's a really simple exercise. If you can just close this out or open up a new file without saving the file that you're in. Go into a different file. It's under 3ds Max, Walls, Marco Island Medical. Okay, so it's under 3ds Max, Walls, Marco, Building B, Marco Island Medical. And there are 5 files. And if you look at the preview of each one, they are in different configurations. The one I want you to open up is Medical Center 3. Okay, and I'm going to switch to a one viewport configuration and switch to user view just so I can zoom around and look at this a little easier. This is, once again, building. It's under 3ds Max 03-Walls. Oh, I'm sorry. You have these. The problem is some of these files are in different. This 3ds Max folder doesn't have all these files. There are 3 or 4 different 3ds Max files. Sorry about that. At the end of the class, we'll move all the files into one folder so they're easy to, or all the folders into one folder so they're easy to find. Okay, so we have one object, this Boolean object that represents the area that we're going to cut out of this building. And if you select this blue object, this big blue Boolean object, you can see that it is in fact one object. And we're going to cut it out from the green or whatever color you would call this, the wall object. We're going to cut it out of the wall object. So select both of these objects, select the windows, and then select the walls by holding down Control and clicking on the walls. So you should have 2 objects selected, and when you do that, hit Alt-Q to isolate them. So you should have this. Okay. Hold on one second. Exit isolation. Okay. Select the wall. Okay. Now hold down Control. Select the walls. Okay. Alt-Q. And you can keep it at that view, or you can rotate around and change it to mine if you want. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to hit F4 to turn on Faceted Mode so I can see all these internal edges. I shouldn't say internal edges. So I can see all of the edges show up and display as white, as you see here. So I'm going to do the Boolean with this, and let's see what happens. So in order to do it, you have to have one object selected, the object that you're going to cut from. Select the walls because that's the object that you're going to cut from. Click on Boolean, pick operand B, and then click that operand, which is the blue volume. You should have somewhere, and it may be different for each of us, some erratic cuts, like mine is right here. Is yours cut wrong here in the same spot? Okay. I would imagine that for max 10 versus 11, it might be a little different, but it's no telling. So it didn't happen properly. Why did it not happen properly? Well, the reason is simple. The reason why most Booleans don't work is because Booleans do not like long, skinny faces. And by making this cut, you told it to do something it doesn't like to do, which is make long, skinny faces. The calculations that it had to do that Boolean cut were more than it can handle. To see these long, skinny faces, go to Display and turn off Edges Only, and you'll see all these long, skinny faces. I mean, just as an example, let's find a really bad one. So like from that vertex over to that vertex there, there's a lot of, there's a really small thin triangle being created. It does not like that. So the solution is to subdivide this object before you do the Boolean, apply the Boolean, and then optimize it afterwards or remove edges afterwards. So, or, unnecessary edges. So I want to undo this and start all over. So if you want to follow along, just go ahead and undo, get it back to the two objects. Good. All right, select the object again, and now we're going to apply a modifier that that you'll use from time to time called subdivide. It's under the modifier stack. Right. There's a question. Stand by. What's your question? The question is what happens to the loft if you want to change the size of the building and the, well, good point. What happens if you want to change the shape of this wall, make it higher or make the trim features a little bit different? Can't do it. Once you collapse it to an edit mesh or apply a Boolean or a pro Boolean and start cutting things out, you can't go back. Which is why I don't know if it's in here. I think this is from, okay, let's see, I think this is from, this is from 2004, which is why for this particular project, you would see a lot of versions of this file saved so that if I want to go back to pull the walls out of, where it was before I collapsed it or before I did a Boolean, I can. This is why you should save often and save incrementally. Okay, you can see right here I applied the Boolean, cut the windows out, so at that point I cannot go back and pull the walls out. But right here where the Boolean has not been cut, I can go back and pull the walls. Max is great, but it can only do so much, and it can't go back once it's done this kind of operation. So, which is why whenever you're doing a Boolean or a pro Boolean, any compound object, you should save it. You could extract the walls from the Boolean by selecting the operands and hitting extract, but you can't do that once you've collapsed the object into an edit mesh or an edit poly and have modified it too much. As soon as you make the cut, you could undo it right then and there, but as soon as you start doing any edit meshing and edit poly modeling, then you're done. Okay? So where were we? Oh, subdivide. So select the walls. Let's go back until that Boolean is no longer there. I'm going to back up one more time until that Boolean disappears. Okay. So I've got the Boolean gone from the modifier stack. I want to select subdivide from the modifier stack. And the subdivide command simply allows you to specify a maximum face size for your object. So no face in my object is going to be more than 130 units. And I just look at my object and say, that's too big, let's do 50. Okay. Somebody can't erase the Boolean. Are you able to undo it? Can you undo it until it's gone? I'm sorry? You got it? Okay. Yeah, sometimes you have to undo a lot to get rid of that Boolean. So select your object and apply the subdivide modifier. Now, on mine, every face is no more than 50. So do you have the subdivide applied? Okay. Now do the Boolean again and watch it cut just fine. Pick operand B, pick the operand, and it takes a little bit longer because there's more calculations to do, but the cuts are clean, and the reason why is because there's no long skinny faces created. And you could see, or I should say edges, there's no long skinny faces, and you can see the edges with the display panel option, edges only turned off. Now with edges only turned off, this is it. I don't have very much in the way of long skinny faces. The pro Boolean doesn't have to do that. You don't have to subdivide your pro Boolean. If you were to do the pro Boolean, you don't have to subdivide it, and the cuts always work because what happens behind the scenes that you don't see is it's doing the same thing. It's subdividing this mesh. You don't see it, but it's subdividing the mesh, making the cut, and then re-optimizing the mesh so it returns to the configuration it was before. So the pro Boolean does this automatically. So you look at this and you say, well, I really don't like this object. There's just too many faces. You know, you could, it's not that there's necessarily too many faces. It might be that you just don't like the look of this. If I were to render right now, you wouldn't see those extra edges. I'm going to hit the render button and everything looks fine. Those edges are only something that it's only a viewport thing. You don't see it during the rendering process. But if you really want to remove these, you could apply one of two modifiers. You can apply, or one of a few modifiers. You could apply the optimize, the pro optimize, which is new to 2010, I believe, to rearrange the edges and the vertices to reduce the number and remove edges that aren't necessary. Or you can use a new a cool feature in the Edit Poly modifier that we haven't looked at yet, which is the Remove Edges feature. If I turn this object into the Edit modifier and select Edge Sub-Object mode, watch how I can select one of these edges, like that edge right there, and somewhere there is a move or remove. This is different than delete. If I just up and delete this, I will delete that whole polygon. I don't want that. I want to delete, or I want to remove that edge. So I select remove, and notice that the edge removed, and if I had the edges only option turned on, I would not see that edge. Okay? So you could literally go through this, clean it up as much as you want, remove all these edges that you don't like seeing, and that would be fine, but I don't particularly think that's a good use of time. In reality, the Boolean command should not be used for this type of object. The Boolean command should not be used for walls. You should use the pro Boolean feature. However, the pro Boolean should not be used for other types of objects where the Boolean should be used. Long story short, for walls, for furniture pieces, for objects like this, where you have geometry that is built into what looks like a solid object like this, you want to use the Pro Boolean because the cuts will be clean all the time. The edges won't won't suddenly appear erratically, although it doesn't affect the rendering. But those are the two reasons. The cuts will be good, and the edges will not automatically start to appear. But you cannot use or should not use the Pro Boolean for sites, and I'm going to show you why in just a second. So instead of using the Boolean here, let's backtrack one more time and get back to where we were before, where we had just the object with no Boolean. So just hit undo a bunch of times to get back to this point right here. Good? Okay, now with the wall object selected or the loft object selected, go back to the Create Geometry Compound Objects and now select Pro Boolean. And click the Start Picking button and then click the blue box. And now the cuts happen, everything's clean, no errors, no missing faces, no erratic edges, everything is good. This is what you should use when you're cutting window or door openings or something like this out of a wall. Once you collapse this down to an edit mesh or edit poly, the object doesn't know what features you use to create it, so it's not like it's going to take any longer to render, or it's not going to render any differently than what you would have rendered if you created the Boolean. Only difference is if you create that Boolean and don't optimize it after you subdivide it and do the Boolean, if you just leave all those extra edges in there, then yeah, it could take longer to render the previous one than this one. But the reason you want to use the Pro Boolean is so that you have a nice clean geometry, no extra edges are created, or you don't have to subdivide it automatically, and the cuts are always good. And even better, or just as good, is you can do a bunch of other cuts. So for example, let's undo this one more time and delete the, go back to where it was before the cut is made. Let's delete those windows and create a completely new set of objects to subtract out. Okay, are you at that point? Okay, let's just do something cool. Let's create a sphere and make that sphere intersect the wall so that we can cut that sphere out of the wall. Okay. Now let's make copies of the sphere, 2 or 3 or something like that. Make a bunch of copies just so that we have a bunch of these, what we'll call, I don't know what you would call these, arches, entry arches. And we're going to subtract these from the wall. So I want to select the wall. I want to select the wall object. Go to Create Geometry Compound Object, Pro Boolean, Start Picking, and then just start picking on each one of these objects, one right after the other. Okay, and you can't do that with the Boolean. You can't subtract one and then another and then another. It doesn't work that way. You can only subtract one, get out of the command, resubtract it, and so on. Okay. There's some other options in here that you can play around with: union, intersection, imprint, cookie. But you can't just switch to something like union and expect it to update automatically. When you switch from subtraction to union, you also have to say change operation. Once you do that, I should have done that. I'm not sure why it didn't do that. Can one of you guys try it and see if it works? I don't know why that did not work. It should definitely work. All you need to do is change to a different operation and then click change operation. No? That's odd. Must be doing something wrong. I don't think I am, but that's what's supposed to happen. I'm going to try one other. I'm going to create another object really quickly and create a bunch of boxes to subtract from it. Shouldn't have to. I'm going to try it on this object. Pro Boolean, start picking, pick, 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 pick. So I've got the Pro Boolean. I want to switch to subtraction. Change operate. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what I really didn't understand what you said. You're right. I have to select the boxes that I want to be part of the change operation. My bad. And then change that operation. So in this case, I changed some of the boxes to be part of the operation. The first box and then the second and third box. Good call. I didn't catch that. So in this case, let's change the subtractions to, let's change the subtract. Notice that it changed the first one, the loft, because that's the one I had selected. I automatically had that selected. So I select all these spheres. Let's change them to unions. We got the union selected up here, change operation, and there it is. Okay. So that's how you use the Pro Boolean. Now I want to show you one last thing with the Boolean to show you when to use the Boolean. Stand by one moment. Do you have a question? Okay. So we're done with this scene, and I want to open up a different scene. I want to reset this, actually. I'm just going to reset this max file. And you don't have to do this. I'm just going to show you a file that I want to open next. It is under Sites, Pizzeria Site. So it's under a folder called 3ds Max. It's under, probably for you guys, it's probably under the second folder, under Sites, Pizzeria Site. Are you able to find it? And it's called, I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, it's called Uno Cleaned. It is my way of saying that it is the clean version of the dirty file that I was given by the architect. The dirty file is got a bunch of useless information, and I cleaned it to create this. Yeah, I'm opening up the AutoCAD file. You have AutoCAD on your computer, so you can open it up if you wanted to. But all I want to do is show you the line work that I'm going to bring in. So here's a project where the blue line represents the road, the green line represents the parking lines. We have a white line that represents the building, and so on. It's pretty easy to see what's going on here. So I want to create a site where I cut this road out of the site so that I can have the grass and the road that lies within the grass as the best way to create sites, to create one object that surrounds another and then have the road cut out of that object so you're left with two objects, and they each line up perfectly because one is cut from the other. And I'm going to show you how to do that really quickly. And the class on the intermediate class on creating sites goes into great detail on doing this. I'm sort of giving you an overview, but my point in showing you this is not show you how to build sites necessarily, but show you how to use the feature, the Boolean feature, properly, and where to use it versus where not to use it. You saw where not to use it. You don't use it on walls and that sort of thing. You use it on sites. So I'm going to go to Import, and just like before, we have to use the legacy AutoCAD file type. And I want to look for that same file in the same location, Pizzeria Site, and it's called Uno Cleaned. So if you want to follow along, go to Import and find that same file using the legacy AutoCAD file type. Merge objects, that's fine. You get the same dialog box we got before. Remember, the only thing that matters is this option, Convert to Single Objects. You don't need to change anything else. Convert to Single Objects. If I select Convert to Single Objects, all the parking lines that I see in here will be part of one object. This will all be one object. I don't really care at this point because Frankly, I'm not going to work on the parking lines. I'm going to be working on this. But it looks like for this particular project or for this exercise, I probably would want to combine them all onto one on one object. So all the layers that all the lines on the same layer, like all the lines that represent the roads layer, the footprint layer, the curbs, pavers, all that stuff, all those will be imported as part of the same object if I use the convert to single objects option, which I will do. So now, switching to top view, I can see that all these parking lines are part of the same object and they all move around. But I'm not worried about the parking lines. Only thing I'm going to work with is the road and another object I'm going to create. So if you want to follow along, select that road from top view and hit Alt-Q to isolate it. And now let's create a plane object, or better yet, let's create a rectangle. Just create a rectangle that encompasses the entire parking lines, or the entire curb line, the line that represents the curb. Okay, stand by. Go to display. Display the next one over. Okay, you must have deleted. Just re-import the files. Yep. Good. Okay. Select the blue line. Alt-Q. Okay. Now create a rectangle around just a rectangle like you see line. Okay, does anybody else have any questions at this point? Anybody having any problems? Okay, feel free to slow me down. We have plenty of time. Again, we're in no rush. Okay. So I've got my parking lot, my curb line, and I have a rectangle, and I want to turn this rectangle into a mesh object, and then cut the roads out of this, or whatever you want to call this object, cut the road out of the mesh. So all I want to do is turn this rectangle into a renderable object. How do I do that? Easiest way is to right-click, convert to Editable Mesh. Once I do that, I might want to switch back to, actually I'll leave shaded mode on and switch to a orthographic view. And now I need to select and extrude the site road object, the road that's inside. I want to extrude it. If I select extrude from the modifier drop-down list and add a little bit of extrusion mount, I get this, which is not what I want. It's not proper. Anyone having problems keeping up? Okay, hold on. Oh, you got the wrong option select. So select the blue. Yeah. Yeah. Put your cursor over. Undo. Okay. Put your cursor over the blue line and click it once. And if it didn't click, just hold the cursor and click again. When you click and click and click, it toggles from one object to another. Oh, okay. So, but you can always refer to the object up there. One of the problems that somebody was having was, and it brings up a good point, if you are, I'm going to backtrack a little bit, if you don't have any objects selected and you're trying to select, for example, this blue line that sits right on top of the green plane, if you just click it, notice that I was able to select the object that I want, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it selects the plane object underneath. So if it does, then simply hold the cursor still and keep clicking, and it'll toggle back and forth between one object and another. But if you move your cursor, you're not able to do that because it thinks that you're trying to select something completely different. Max knows that if you keep your cursor still and just keep clicking over and over again, it'll toggle from one object to another. So just if something like that happens, just take your time and look at what you have selected. That bounding box, that white box that you see surrounding your object, tells you what object you have selected, but you can also look at the name. But the problem was identified because with this plain object selected, the extrude modifier didn't even appear. So if the extrude modifier doesn't appear, that's your first indication, well, I've got the wrong object selected, or that object is not extrudable. Well, the only reason it can't be extrudable is because it's not a spline. So you can't have that right object selected. So click the road object and apply a little bit of extrusion. Just give it some extrusion amount. Can anybody take a guess as to why this extrusion looks messed up? Yes, you have to weld all the vertices. The vertices did not weld on import. Remember, you have to weld the vertices. So what's the easiest way to do that? Not re-import and try to get the weld feature to move. Do it manually under the Edit Spline modifier. Select Vertex Sub-Object mode. Select all the vertices. And somewhere under your geometry rollout is weld. Good to go? Okay. Now, if you go back to extrusion, there's your extrusion. It should look just fine. Okay. Anybody have any problems at this point or questions, any issues keeping up? Okay. Now with this object extruded, we need to push it down through the grass so that we can cut it out of the grass, because if it doesn't interact with the grass, it's not going to know how to cut it. It's not going to cut it out. So just push it anywhere down through it so that it's showing through the bottom and the top. Okay. The last thing we got to do is do the boolean. But before you do the boolean, what I'd like you to do is save this file somewhere to your desktop or anywhere you want to save it. I'm not sure you're able to save to the desktop on those computers. I think the desktop is locked. You might have to save somewhere else. But just save it and call it site or something else, because we might need to be able to go back to this, and in some cases, for inexplicable reasons, if you apply the boolean or the pro-boolean or some other compound object, it might inadvertently purge your undo list. You might not be able to go back and pull and undo. So we want to get back to this point nice and quick. So let's apply a boolean and cut out the blue object from the green grass or whatever your colors are. Let's just cut the road out of the terrain. How do you do it? You select the terrain, select boolean, and then hit the pick operand. So I've got the terrain selected. Create geometry, compound objects, boolean, and pick operand B. Click on the operand B, and there is your road cut out from your terrain. And it may look good from a distance. Were you able to do it? Well, it may look good from a distance, but if you zoom in really close, I'm going to switch to top view, hit T for top view, and change the color so I can see this a little bit better. You will see that the cuts did not happen properly at all. This cut should actually be happening right down here. It did not happen properly. If I go to edge mode, turn on F4 for edge mode, and looking really closely, I'll see some really nasty looking cuts, which can be really problematic at some point. So anyone want to venture a guess why the cut didn't happen properly? Not enough faces. Yes. Too many long, skinny faces. The cut that had to happen all around this perimeter, using only 4 vertices to work with. The original rectangle had 4 vertices. With 4 vertices, for it to cut all the other, all the other vertices out of it, that's a lot of, it can't do it. So how do you do it? You simply need to make the object denser with more vertices and polygons before you do the Boolean. There's 2 ways to do it. You saw one way. Let's go back to here. You saw the one way where we just subdivided, and that's fine. You can use the subdivide, and you just need to make the mesh a little bit tighter. You don't need to be ridiculous about it and have a huge amount of vertices. In this case, something like dividing the object into 20 segments, length and width, would be fine. Which brings up the next point. Instead of worrying about subdividing this, you can create an entirely new object using the plane feature that has the subdivisions already built into it, which is what I would do for any 2D site, and really even a 3D site. All I want to do is create a plane object, and the plane object is under the Create Geometry Standard Parameters. It's right there on the Standard Parameters. Okay, select Plane, use the shortcut S for snaps, or you can just use the toggle up here, and create a plane that snaps to the endpoints of the previous plane that you had created. And the only thing you have to do now is you have to delete the original plane. So I'm going to select the other plane. Notice I have the new plane created. I want to select the other plane that's sitting right on top of it. And this is just like the problem that we had before. I just hold my cursor still, and it's going to toggle from one object to the other. So I've got the plane selected right now, and I want the rectangle selected, so I just hit it one more time without moving the cursor, and now my rectangle is selected, and I can hit delete. Any questions so far? No? How do you select the rectangle? Hold the cursor still and click without moving the cursor. Just click and click and click. Okay, you good? So the rectangle is deleted and you have a plane. Now you could make the cut right now, but this is probably not going to be enough vertices either. It might be, but doing this a long time, this is probably not good. And in the grand scheme of things, what's an extra 40 or 50 polygons? Right now, you've only got 16 polygons, 32 faces that make up this terrain object. Why not be a little safer and make a little bit more, make some more vertices or polygons in this object? So to do it, go to the Modify panel and make your length and width segments 20 and 20. So all I did is I selected the plane, went to the Modify panel, and I gave the length and width segments 20 for each one. Okay. Now you do the cut again, do the Boolean, cut again, and you'll see it work just fine. Compound objects, Boolean, pick operand B, pick that operand, and now from top view, I will see a perfect cut. Okay. Does anybody have any problem with that? Because this is such an important feature. Please, if you don't understand what I just did or anything about the last 10 minutes, raise your hand and fire away. Good to go? Okay. Now, that's all fine and dandy, but where's my road? You know, do I create another object and try to make it fit in there? No. Instead of using the subtraction method, instead we're going to use the cut split option. I want to select cut and split. And what that does is it leaves the original object or the original faces or polygons in there, and it simply cuts out, almost like a cookie cutter, cuts out and splits the polygons on the inside from the outside, and it makes it a separate element. It's important that you understand the element part. It makes the inside polygons a separate element from the outside polygons. And that's a very important statement, because the probe boolean doing the same thing would not do that. It would not split faces. If you use the cookie cutter operation on the probe boolean, it's actually called cookie cutter, or the imprint feature, either one, you would not get what you have here. You don't see it, but the edges that define the boundary that we just cut and the vertices that lie along the edge are cut and broken. Remember when we created a spline and we selected a vertex and we used the break feature to break the vertex into two vertices? That's all we did. We split the inside from the outside. It's all still the same object, but they're different elements within the object. So if I were to add the edit mesh or the edit poly, either one, if I were to add the edit mesh modifier to this object at this point and go to element sub-object mode, now I see I have two separate elements. And I can move one separately from the other. You would not get this with the probe boolean. You could not split faces like this. With the probe boolean, you would get exactly what you see here, but you would not be able to just click here and have all these polygons selected, because it would never have split these vertices. Do you have a question, Novell? Okay, stand by one moment. Somebody didn't get the cut to work right. Here's the other reason why this is so important. If I were to use the probe boolean to do this, instead of actually telling you, I'm going to show you this, because this is really important to understand. I'm going to go back to before I had this cut made. You can just watch this. So this is not something you'd ever do. I just want to. I always like to show ways not to do it so that you can avoid this, and show you why it's not good to use the probe boolean. If I select this terrain object and go to Create Geometry Compound Objects, probe boolean, start picking, and click there, first thing you see that it does differently is it sort of cuts and presses down in there, and you get this cave recessed area appearing. If I select imprint, select the object that I want to change to imprint. Actually, I want to do, I think, yes, I think I can select both. Change. There's my operation change. So it looks the same as the boolean, but now if I add the edit mesh or edit poly and go to element sub-object mode, notice that there's no separate element. Why? Because these polygons are no longer cut and split. If I move one of these polygons, I move the entire set of polygons that surround it, because the edges are not cut and split. And the worst part of that is, if I'm at this point right here, how do I quickly select all of the polygons that make up this object? I bet Alex back there knows. Hey, Alex, you know a way to select all these polygons inside this object really quickly? We got our resident edit poly expert back there. His answer would not really save any time. His answer was to select all the polygons and then delete all the polygons on the outside edge, which would still take a long time, because if you zoom in really closely, you'll see there's a lot of little tiny faces, a lot of little tiny polygons. That's really not the solution. And there's, as far as I know, there's no edit poly feature that can be used to quickly select all these polygons. So bottom line is, use the probe boolean feature For walls, windows, doors, use the Boolean feature for all of these types of objects. Okay. So with that, I think we have finished everything we need to cover for the critical compound objects. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will start looking at critical visualization modifiers, and before the end of the day, we'll probably be caught up with everything that we need to cover here. So it sort of looks like we're behind schedule, but we're really not. So let's go ahead and come back in 10 minutes. Okay, testing.
Welcome to GoToWebinar, Web Events Made Easy.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but today I'm having some trouble switching from muted to unmuted. It took me another 2 minutes to get it all worked out. Might be, I don't have any idea why. Who knows? Okay. The good news is the rest of the day is going to be a piece of cake compared to everything that we've covered up to this point. The next hour probably won't even be an hour, maybe 40 minutes. We're going to look at critical visualization modifiers. And I'm going to borrow a list out of our beginner to intermediate book. And that list has 19 different modifiers. I believe it's 19, maybe 21. I think it's 19 or 21 different modifiers. And I am going to go through this in order. And as I said, this is going to be much easier than anything else we've looked at today, because in some cases the modifier that we're going to use has only one or two functions or one or two settings, and it's completely obvious what they do. Sometimes just knowing what features to use is the hard part rather than actually knowing how to use them. As you'll see, like with the extrude, we've already looked at extrude. Once you know that you need the extrude and know what it does, using it is simple. You just apply an extrusion and set the amount to whatever you need. So we're going to go through this one by one and look at some of these, what I call critical modeling modifiers. And I'm going to add a few that you don't see on this list and maybe remove a few. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and get started. Bend modifier. Let's reset. And let's create a simple box. Now, if I want to bend this box, logic would dictate that I would just simply add the bend modifier. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add the bend modifier, and there's not much to it. We have an angle, direction, bend axis, upper limit, lower limit. If I select the angle and just drag on it, notice that I'm able to sort of bend, although I wouldn't really call this bend, but I'm able to do something here. And if you look really closely, there is a gizmo that surrounds this object. This gizmo is a helper object that shows you what Max is trying to create for you, but it can't, and it can't for a very particular reason. And before giving you the answer, if you don't already know, let's switch to a different axis, the x-axis. Same thing here. The gizmo shows you what it's trying to create for you, but it can't. And the reason why it can't is because there's just not enough vertices. Right? So if we add vertices or edges or whatever you want to call it, by going down to the box level and adding length width segments, I can turn on faceted mode to see this a little bit better. If I turn on length segment, if I add length segments, that doesn't do anything because that adds segments along an axis I don't want to bend. So I'll drop this back down to 1. Let's look at the width segments. If I add width segments, there I'm able to bend it. And I don't need height segments because I'm not bending along the X or the Z axis. So that is my bend right there. If I go back to the bend modifier, now I can continue bending any direction I want, and so on. Now it also has an upper limit and a lower limit, and this is kind of cool because I can apply the bend to a certain portion of my object. If I click on limit effect, that allows me to limit the effect to a certain portion of my bend. So if I drag on the upper limit, I can see that I can make the bend go from one point of my object to the next. And it takes some playing around to figure out how to make this work. But what's happening here is there's this gizmo that I can see better in wireframe mode. There's this gizmo that slides back and forth, and that gizmo that is sliding is allowing you to constrain the bend to a certain portion of the object. So if I have this lower limit all the way down to -66 or whatever it says here, I'm allowing the bend to take effect along the entire length. If I make it all the way to the middle of the object, it's not affecting the lower half of my object. This is the lower half of my object, and the lower limit is set to 0. So I need to set that lower limit lower if I want the bend to occur over the entire lower length. I set my upper limit to 0, or I'm sorry, I set my upper limit to 0 to constrain the bend to restrict it to, well, I can visually show you better than explaining it. I'm confining the bend to a certain portion of my object by moving this gizmo that you see here up the axis, and the lower that value is, the closer it gets towards the center of the object, and the more it confines it. That's pretty much it. If I take that limit effect off, one other option is the direction object, the direction amount, which allows you to change the direction that this bend is being applied. So if I type in -90, the bend is actually happening 90 degrees along a different axis. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Next, let's look at the, oops, I closed the wrong one. Let's go back to, oh, I opened the wrong file. That's the file that I want right there. All right, camera correction. This is an important one. Whenever you're creating a camera, it's important to apply a little bit of camera correction. And you don't have this particular file, but that's all right. Well, actually, let's open, nope, let's just keep it simple. Let's open up this file right here. If you want to open up the same file, it's under 03 walls, and it's called Clubhouse 08. Clubhouse 08. And I want to change my camera angle so that I'm sort of low to the ground and looking up at this wall. So I'm going to sort of rotate my view around, zoom in nice and close. And once I'm close to what I'm looking for, I'm going to hit P. Notice I'm in orthographic view because I changed my view just using, just to show you again what I did. I'm in top view right now. I hold down Alt. use my middle mouse button to rotate around, and I'm in orthographic view. When I'm in top view, left view, a view from the side, I'm in sort of an orthographic view. If I switch to perspective view by hitting P, I might have to zoom out a little bit. I have a view that is more like what you would see with a camera. But if I want to actually create a camera with this view, all I have to do, once I find the view that I'm trying to simulate, like this here, I can hit Control-C. If I hit Control-C, I create a camera at that exact same spot. And that camera you can see in top view or front view or whatever right here. That camera is now looking up at this this building. And the reason why I wanted this particular view is because I wanted to simulate a very common view and a very common problem that you have in visualization, which is this leaning effect of the building. You see on the left-hand side, the building is clearly leaning to the right, and over here on the right, the building is clearly leaning to the left. Now, if you want to get rid of that, the solution is simple. You add the camera modifier, and that is found under the modifiers tab. It's the only place that it's found. For whatever reason, it's not listed in here. There's no camera modifier in this modifier stack. You have to go to the modifiers, cameras, camera correction modifier. Camera correction. And when you do that, notice that the building sort of lines itself up. Everything is vertical now. Okay, somebody's having trouble. Stand by. Let's switch to rotate the view so you're looking at it from videos. Well, I didn't want you to create a camera like that. I wanted you to change the view so that you're looking sort of up at the building. Looking sort of up at the building. Control-C. You moved the camera that you had to that spot. You didn't have a camera. No, I'll do it there. Modifiers, camera, correction. Yep. Okay. So this effect is going to be a lot more apparent once you have a view that shows off this tilting effect a lot more. If you're looking straight on at a building, you're not going to see this leaning effect, which is why I tried to create this particular view here. All that Max does is look at all the vertical lines in your scene and figures out the angle that it needs to adjust to make your lines vertical, to make them appear vertical. And you can change this amount here. You can add any amount of camera correction you want. I'm just dragging up on this amount. And you can create some strange looks, but I would let Max make its best guess by just clicking the guess button. And it says use this modifier to attain two-point perspective effect on a camera. A two-point perspective simply means make all your lines appear to be parallel. All your vertical lines appear parallel. Okay? Anyone have any questions so far? Okay. Let's look at the next, let's close this out. Look at the next modifier, cap holes. This is a simple one and not one that you use too often, but when you need it, it's good to have. Cap holes. So let's create a simple plane. Turn on faceted mode and hide the grid. So we just want a plane that looks like this. And let's delete some of these faces in here. So let's go to Edit Mesh, select any face. Go to Edit Mesh, select Face Sub-Object mode, and then select one of these faces. So all I'm trying to do is delete some faces. All I did was created a plane, add Edit Mesh, and went to Face Sub-Object mode and deleted some faces. Anybody, do you have any problems with that? Okay, and just add the cap holes modifier. Oops, and that did not work. That did not work. Probably because I had too many holes. Let's try it with one hole. And still nothing. All right, let's try one other thing. Let's try with a teapot. And let's remove that polygon and cap holes. There we go. Not only did it cap that hole, it capped the holes that, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a gap right here because there was no edges or no polygons that closed that gap. So the cap holes doesn't always work. And why it doesn't always work, I can't tell you the math going on behind it, but when you are able to make it work, it is very good, very quick, because adding that one modifier and doing nothing else is a lot faster than having to go and do some sort of bridge for all these different missing polygons. So, any problems there? Okay. Next modifier, displace. This is a very cool one. I want to show you something out of the second book that we did, to be the Intermediate to Max book. And here is a good use of displacement in action. Using this image, I created a black and white version in Photoshop by changing the image to grayscale, setting the contrast really high, and then adjusting using some paint features to make this black and white image that you see here. With this black and white image applied with the displace modifier, I was able to create this terrain, and it's very simple, very easy to use. And let's do a even simpler explanation than that. If you reset and create a plane, now this is going to be, you might, if you do not know anything about Max, if you didn't know anything about Max starting this and don't know how to use the material editor, you might not be able to follow along because we haven't even talked about materials yet. But if you hit M to open up the material editor, you can set yourself up. All right, so I just created a plane, and I opened up the material editor by hitting M or this icon on the main toolbar right here, material editor. I want to add the displace modifier to this plane. So with the plane selected, I select displace, and notice that some of these settings are pretty obvious. Strength amount dictates how much strength I have. If I drag up and down on this strength, notice that the whole plane moves. Why? Because I'm telling it to apply whatever strength I tell it to the entire object. So everything is being displaced the same amount. Instead of doing that, let's do something a little more simple and make the use an image to dictate what part of the object gets elevated and what part gets recessed. Or I shouldn't say recessed, what part gets elevated, or what part takes advantage of the strength and what part neglects that strength. So if I wanted to use a bitmap, I could load the bitmap here. If I wanted to use a procedural map like noise map or some other 3D map, if I used a bitmap or an image, it would be, I would load the image here. But if I used another type of map, which I'm going to use now, a 3D procedural map, a map that is created through algorithms, I can click on the None button. If I click None and then load up, let's load up Checker. Let's just use something simple, Checker. Once I do that, I can apply some strength, and notice how it is trying to displace this object in some areas and not displace it in other areas. I'm just dragging up and down on this strength amount. Okay, what exactly is happening? Well, first of all, I'm not seeing this object properly. I'm not seeing the map distort the object properly because I can't see the map itself. If I were to click and drag from this map that I loaded inside the displace modifier, if I were to click and drag this from the map channel that I had loaded it in and drag it into a material editor sample slot, one of these spheres, just let go and drag it on there as an instance, I can see the actual checker map that I have applied to this object. Okay, anybody not understand that at this point? Anybody online have any questions at this point? Okay, Donald, do you have a question? Let me unmute your microphone. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was about Control-C, so it goes back a couple of modifiers.
Yep. No problem.
I opened up the Clubhouse 8 model in Max, and Control-C isn't doing anything for me. So when I went to create under cameras, I see that create camera from view is grayed out.
Okay. His question, for those in class here that can't hear, his question was related to the camera, create camera, Control-C. Basically, any view that you have, you can turn into any perspective view that you have. You will create a camera if you do not have a camera in your scene by hitting Control-C. So here, notice that I now have a camera. I just hit Control-C to create this camera. If I undo it, I'm back to perspective. If I redo it, I'm back to camera. If I did have a camera, but I was in, say, top view and rotated to over here and looked at this camera from over here and hit Control-C, what I'm telling it to do is move. I actually have to be in perspective view, so I have to change to perspective view or hit P for perspective. Once I'm in this perspective view, I can make the camera that I have move to the position I'm in by hitting Control-C. So hitting Control-C now doesn't create a new camera, it moves the camera to that location, which is right there now. So your statement, I don't know if it was a statement or a question, was modifiers was grayed out. Or I'm sorry, the camera correction was grayed out. It was grayed out because you didn't have a camera selected. If I have a camera selected, I can then add the camera correction modifier to it.
No, my question really was when I was in orthographic view, and maybe that was the problem. When I hit Control-C to create the camera from the viewport, that was grayed out. It wouldn't let me do that. Control-C modifier or shortcut or whatever you want to call it didn't work. But when I changed the view to perspective and then hit Control-C, then it did create the camera.
Right. You can't create a camera from an orthographic view. So let's just delete this camera.
I didn't know that.
Control-C. Yeah, you can't create a camera from you have to be in a perspective view, which you can, and you can turn any view into a perspective view just by hitting P on your keyboard. Sometimes when you create if you're zoomed in really let's back out. Let's hit U for orthographic. You know, this orthographic view used to actually be called user view about 3 releases ago, and they switched it to orthographic. But the shortcut is still U. If I switch to a user view and zoom in really close to this object and then hit P, it didn't have a problem there, but sometimes it would have a problem because it's assuming that it can't figure out how to create the camera properly with the right field of view. And I'm just telling you it might not work sometimes. But yeah, you can't create a camera with Control-C unless you're in a perspective view. So, all right. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right, so let's continue on with this. If I have this object and I want to see this map that I'm using to create its displacement, if I want to see this really easily, I can. This is getting into the material section, but it's fine. I want to click this show standard map in Viewport, And if I then apply that map by dragging, I can't actually apply that. I'm sorry, you can't apply a map to an object. You can only apply a map to a material and then apply the material to the object. But if you don't already know how to do this, what I'm going to do is go to a different sample slot and apply any one of these sample slots to the object. So I just click on any sample slot, drag it onto that object, and now notice that the object turns gray, and then drag this map that I have into the diffuse channel of the material that I loaded and create an instance of it. Once I do that, I can show map in Viewport, and now the map that I've got applied to this object that is controlling its displacement is also now viewable on the object. So everywhere you see black, it wants to show, it wants to not apply any displacement. Anywhere you see white, it does want to apply displacement. The problem is I don't have enough divisions in this object. I don't have enough segments making up this object. What's the solution? The solution is to add more segments, more length and width segments. So give me 1 second. I'm going to make this length and width segments to 40, and when I do that, I see this here, and I see a displacement applied to the white areas of my map and no displacement applied to the black areas of my map. And we have a question, so stand by. That's because this is by default set up for mental range. So let's fix this. Go to, click over here, click on Arching Design, switch to Standard. Okay. Okay. And then drag that into that little sample slot. Show map in Viewport. Okay, and then apply that. Drag and drop this material. No. Drag and drop this material onto. Yep, and now, one other thing that you have to do, but not on my computer, go to this little M, take this checkbox off, and move your view around because I think that's not too. Go to Plane, Real World Map Size. We'll talk about that in the material section. Somebody had a question that brings up a good point. I am in Max Design 2011, but as I probably should have pointed out from the start, there is a actually I think I did point this out. I'm not really I've done so many classes lately. I'm not really sure if I pointed this out. Under the Customize section, there is a Custom UI and Default Switcher option. If you were to go to Customize, then select Custom UI and Default Switcher, you see this dialog box that says choose initial settings for tool options and UI layout. By default, if you have the Max Design version of Max, you will have the Design Viz settings that you see talked about here and some other things that aren't even mentioned. Certain settings that are listed here enabled automatically, and one of the students had a problem with this real-world texture coordinates. Set to support real-world scale and a UVW coordinates. If you are also using a design version of Max and you haven't changed this to, and you haven't gone into this section, you probably have a problem with the map that is applied to this object. By default, with the Design Viz option, there is a setting under each map that you create, like this checker map. I'm going to go into this checker map, and this option here, use real world scale, is enabled. That combined with the real world map size set right here gives you what you see here, which is a very, very tight, dense version of this map. And this is not desirable. This is, without a long drawn-out explanation, Max's best guess on how to scale the map on this object. But we don't want that. We want to use our default map settings, which simply means the map is going to be stretched to the limits of the object. We don't want Max to make its best guess and manipulate the map in any way. We want to leave the map as is. By default, if you use Max Design, you're going to have Design Viz settings enabled. And that's one of the things that you will always have on every map that you create by default. You will have that option and that option enabled. And I don't like that, along with many other settings that it decides it wants to set up for you. Max is a very good program, and Design Viz is, or the design version is the same program essentially. But the people that program these settings, in my opinion, don't always know the best default options to use. And I would just say, if you want to have the fewest headaches as possible, change to a Max configuration, set this up so that it's set up for Max, and click on the Set button. And when you do that, you will see the next time it'll say these settings will take effect the next time you restart Max. Select OK. Nothing will change until you close Max and reopen it. And one last thing about this default switcher, you have these different schemes that you can see here, the different colors that can be applied. Like if you'll notice on a lot of Mac screens, you see this AME dark configuration setup where you see, instead of having a gray background, it's sort of instead of having a light gray, you have a dark gray option. So if you want, you can play around with a different look to your interface just by switching here. So this was the displacement modifier, and it's pretty cool because it allows you to displace an object according to an image, and applied in a really cool fashion. You would see you can create the look of Diamond Head in Hawaii. Oops, lost my page. You can create the look of Diamond Head in Hawaii just by using this map. And you can change the detail of this displacement by adding extra segments in your terrain. So if you have too few, you might have a chiseled type of geometry, but if you add more segments and more density to your mesh, you can have a much more realistic geometry. And combined with the satellite imagery, you can create a nice realistic look to your terrain. So the goal was to duplicate this image. This is a real image. This is not Max. This is a real image, and the goal was to try to simulate this. So using that black and white image and the raw RGB image to the object, using the black and white for displacement and the raw image for your material, you can create a nice look, a fairly realistic look. And this is with default lighting. This is scanline rendering, no GI, no complex geometry. There's nothing sophisticated going on here, but you can see it's really simple to use, really quick and easy to use. Okay, let's look at a couple more. Extrude, extrude, freeform deformation. If you do any sort of modeling, you will definitely want to use this thing. This is amazing, freeform deformation. This allows you to change object. I'm trying to think of the best object to apply this to. Let's create a simple box with a few length, width, and height segments. Turn on faceted mode. And let's add the freeform deformation modifier. So it really doesn't even matter what object you create, just as long as you have enough segments and vertices. Go to the modifier drop-down list and select freeform deformation box. And once you do that, you see this lattice appear, this gizmo with a lattice appear, and you can specify the number of points that are used to make up the lattice horizontally and vertically. So if I set this, if I zoom in closely and change the number of points to something like 10, 10, 10, you would see a lattice that has a density of 10 by 10 by 10. Now, if I went into if I open up the modifier. And whenever I say open the modifier, I mean when I click the plus sign in the modifier to access the some of the subsets within that modifier. If I were to select control points, now I can manipulate individual control points, and those control points allow me to manipulate the vertices that lie close by it. So as an example, if I select that control point right there and move it away from its current location, I see the box update. If I move a group of control points, I have to be careful on which ones I select. If I move a group, I can have a larger area update. The problem is if you have your lattice too tight and that you have too many, if there's too many control points, it works against you. So I'm going to delete this modifier by clicking the trash can feature and reapply it. Freeform deformation box. And instead of worrying about having 10 control points, I'm going to set this to something like 3 by 3 by 3. And select OK. Now I've got one control point at each side of the box and then one at the center of each side of the box. Open up the modifier, select control points, click on one of the control points, and now I'm able to manipulate the object like this. And what the heck, we haven't looked at any animation yet, but to give you a taste of what's coming tomorrow, let's animate this. I'm going to make this box appear to be breathing in and out. Give me about 10 seconds to answer that question, and I will come over there and help you. Okay, animation keys are created. Hit play. There we go. So stand by. Somebody didn't have enough facets in the box to see any deformation. If you have your box set to 1 by 1 by 1, you're not going to see any displacement or any movement. There's just not enough points to define it. But if you have enough length, width, or height segments, then you get the look that you're shooting for. Okay. Any questions about this or any question up to this point? Anyone online with any questions? One. Okay, somebody has a question here in class. Can you say that one more time?
That lattice has vertices on the surface, but it also has them on the inside.
The question is, does the lattice have vertices on the inside? I don't honestly. Yep, it does. Yes, it does. So the vertex, it doesn't matter. It doesn't know that your object is an enclosed object. In fact, if you were to go down, instead of selecting the control points, you can select the whole lattice and move the whole lattice over here. And notice what it does to the object. It doesn't manipulate the object now because the lattice has to be surrounding the object, or at least a point has to be close to the object to affect that object. So once I move this lattice close to the object, notice how it then is allowed to manipulate that object. Okay, I can make changes if I wanted to. I can make changes here to that point and that point, move the lattice in place, and then you'll see it change the object accordingly. You could even you can even animate the lattice. So I'm going to put the time slider over here at 0, hit Auto key, move the time slider, and we'll talk about all this animation stuff tomorrow. Move the time slider over to the right, put it right here, select Auto key, go down to the box, add a few more divisions, and then hit play button, and watch the object get manipulated as that box moves through it, that freeform deformation box. If I were to rotate this box around so that it looks like that, hit play. You have to have the lattice selected to see exactly how it's moving. Actually, what I meant to do when I meant to rotate it, I meant to rotate the lattice itself. I can rotate this lattice any which way I want, and you can rotate pretty much any modifier subset. When you open up a modifier, if you have anything underneath it, anything in the subset within the modifier, chances are you can animate it. You can rotate it, you can move it, you can do whatever you want. So in this case, it's kind of a strange application, but you get the idea. Freeform deformation is very powerful, a very nice, neat tool. Lathe. Let's look at, and one more thing about the freeform deformation. All these others are basically the same. They do the exact same thing. It's just they have a different grid of they have a different lattice structure. So this freeform deformation will have a 2x2 lattice. The freeform deformation 3 will have a 3x3, freeform deformation 4x4, and so on. Or you can just manually type in the amount that you want right here. Cylinder is what you would have if you applied it to a cylinder. We don't have a cylinder object, so this is probably not the best application for it. If I did have a cylinder and applied the freeform deformation cylinder, the lattice would be more appropriate. Okay. Next, lathe. This is a great tool. So many of these tools are the kind of features that you simply can't do this anywhere else. Let's switch to a left view, and let's create a shape of any kind. Let's just create a line in front view, or I'm sorry, in left view. Activate left view, or you could do this in front view. Left is activated by the keyboard shortcut L. F is by the keyboard shortcut F. I'm sorry, front viewport is activated by the keyboard shortcut F. So I'm creating any shape I want. If I were to just move my cursor around, notice that I can create my next point anywhere I want. But if I hit Shift, I can constrain my creation to a certain axis, either the x-axis or y-axis. So I click the first point, and then I hold down Shift to constrain it to the next axis, hold down Shift again, and just start clicking away. And under the creation method of this line, I have initial type set to corner and drag type set to Bezier. We looked at this earlier. If I just click and click and click, I will be creating corner vertices the whole way. But if I click and drag, I will be creating some curves, like so. And whenever I click on top of the first vertex, it's going to ask me, do I want to close the spline? I say yes. So there is a closed spline that I want to lathe. Okay. Just create a shape of any kind. It doesn't have to be closed. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just shouldn't overlap. You shouldn't have any lines overlapping. You could even create a simple arc and lathe an arc if you want. I'm sorry, there's a question. Do you have to put? The question is, do you have to turn it into a spline? No, you don't have to turn it into a spline. Let's add the lathe modifier. Just go to the modifier drop-down list and select lathe. And by default, you're going to probably get something that you don't want. You're going to get a strange appearance, and it's because by default you have the align feature set to the pivot point. In other words, whatever the pivot point of your object is, that is where it's going to align. If I switch back to front view and look at this, notice that the pivot point is right at the center of the object. Well, there's a few things I can do to change this. I can open up the lathe modifier and manipulate the axis and move the axis around which that lathe moves or rotates, but instead of doing that, I just want to use the direction tools down here so that the lathe happens around the x-axis, around the y-axis, and uses the minimum point along that axis to do the lathe. So all I told it to do was create this lathe and wrap itself around the y-axis. The y-axis is running up and down, and use the minimum value of the lathe, which was for this particular object. Can't see it here. I'm switching to left view. The minimum point along the minimum point of this object is right here. I'm using the x-axis, or the y-axis, and I'm using the minimum value point to determine where to. I'm basically setting the pivot point right here. So the lathe is wrapping itself around this point here. I could move that point however I want and have the lathe update. In fact, notice how I'm doing this manually. I have basically what I've got going on is I've got the lathe modifier open, and I've got the axis selected, and I'm moving the axis which the lathe is wrapping itself around. Anybody not able to do that? Okay, stand by. And you can see it probably better in shaded. Make sure you have the axis selected here. If you don't have the axis option selected, you're just going to move the whole lathe. You don't want to move the lathe. You're moving the axis that the lathe is wrapping itself around. Okay. But again, this minimum, center, maximum, it's just a quick option to allow you to set the axis to a certain point along the center of the object, or the minimum point of the object, or the maximum point of the object along any particular axis. Okay. One last thing, if I look at this in shaded mode and look at the point at which all the polygons meet at the bottom, I will see some erratic shading. If I click on Weld Core, I will fix that problem. I just basically welded all the vertices that make up this center point. So right now, I'm creating a bunch of vertices really, really close. It's hard to see, and if I zoom in really close, I just can't see it. There's a bunch of endpoints that occupy the same space right there at the center. But if I hit Weld Core, it removes that erratic shading. And Novell, you were talking about earlier offline about creating a column and having the column flow into somebody here had a question about how do you make a column that flares out at the top flow nice and evenly into a ceiling. And the answer is with the lathe modifier. You create a lathe and you just make the top of the lathe flow into the ceiling. The solution is to create a lathe, and the hard part is creating the shape to make it match properly the other objects that you're trying to merge it into. You can manipulate the line at any point along the way and change the appearance of this line. Notice how I am in Vertex Sub-Object mode of the line, not in the lathe modifier. I'm in Vertex Sub-Object mode for the shape that I'm lathing. And if I switch back to the lathe, notice how it is changing the look of that lathe. Now, here's a tool we haven't looked at yet, but what if we select the Show End Result option? The Show End Result option allows us to see the result of all the modifiers applied to this stack or to the base object without having to go up into that stack. So I'm in Vertex Sub-Object mode, but I want to see the result of the lathe while simultaneously modifying the vertices. So I can use the Show End Result option that allows me to see the result of all the modifiers that I've applied while still staying in the Vertex Sub-Object mode of the line. So I can manipulate the object however I want right here. And I can even get in really nice and close with this and make the vertices nice and tight, and at some point weld all of these vertices. I can add the Edit Mesh modifier, go to Vertex Sub-Object mode, select these vertices, and weld the endpoints. I might need to increase this weld amount or the weld distance. And there we go. So now we have one vertex right there. That was just a quick demonstration of the lathe modifier. Anybody have any questions about the lathe modifier or any other modifier up to this point? No questions? All right. Let's look at a few more. Mesh select, I'm not going to cover that. That's you can read about that in the help files, or if you have this book, you can check that out. Multi-res, here's a quick, cool little tool. I'm going to reset max, create a teapot, and give this teapot 64 segments. Turn on faceted mode by hitting F4. Turns on faceted mode, F4. And I want to apply the multi-res modifier. Now when I apply it, nothing happens because I have to create the generate button to make something happen. When I hit the generate button, what happens is it takes some bit of time depending on the type of object you have selected and the speed of your computer, but its goal is to allow you to create a similar object with fewer vertices and keep that same display with fewer vertices, and do it by controlling the vertex count as a percentage. So by default, it keeps it at 100%. So if I want to see this teapot with 50% fewer vertices, I type in 50 for vertex percentage, and now I see my object with 50% of the vertices that I had before. I had at maximum, I had my vertex count is 131,000. When I had it set to 100, I had, it's actually doing the sort of a mislabel. It should be face percentage, because when I type in 50 for vertex percentage, it goes, my face count goes from 261,000 to 130,000. So it's actually the face count that it is cutting in half. Okay. If I take it down to 10%, I see the same object with 10% of the original number of vertices. And I can even drag up and down on this vertex percentage and see the result of having 0% of the vertices that I originally started, or I should say polygons or faces, and 100% of the original number of faces. The reason why this is good is if you're working in an object and you're trying to reduce the number of polygons, this is probably going to yield better results than the optimize modifier. If I use optimize on this, I will probably not get as good a results or as good of an image as I would with the multi-res version. So you just set the vertex percentage, which I guess is really the face percentage, to a certain amount, render it, see if that looks good. If you got problems, don't just assume that it is because of the vertices that you've changed. You might want to try to apply the smooth modifier to smooth out any erratic shading, because it's probably just as likely to be a shading issue or a smoothing issue as anything else. Render again, a lot of the artifacts disappear. Okay. So multi-res modifier, not much to it, just hit the generate button and change the vertex count. Noise modifier. Noise modifier is really helpful for creating some displacement or some relief to an object randomly. If I apply the noise modifier to a simple plane object, all I did was it created a plane and added the noise modifier, and then increase this X, Y, Z strength amount to something significantly higher than 0. You know, I'm just dragging up and down on this X, Y, and Z axis, and you might have to do it pretty good amount to get it to displace properly. That's what I get. I don't get a good-looking displacement because I don't have enough segments in my plane. You will always need to have a tighter mesh in order to see displacement in this way to see it properly. So all I did is I created a nice dense mesh and used the noise modifier to control the length or the XYZ value of that strength. I'm just dragging up and down on the Z-axis. If I return the X and Y values to 0, now the only displacement I have is along the Z-axis, and it is doing it just like the noise modifier, which is a simple gradual gradient change from one extreme to the other. And you can even animate this to create the appearance of water. I'm just going to create a quick animation. Hit play, and I mess something up here. Let's do this again. Okay. Auto key, move the time slider, and move the phase. And that's not doing anything. Oh, I forgot I have to hit animate noise. Okay. This is getting into animation, but I nonetheless wanted to show just a little animation on it, a practical application of the noise modifier. Okay, so that could be water, and the frequency and the speed is much too fast to be water, but we'll look into animation a little bit more tomorrow. Any questions up to this point? Anyone have any questions with the multi-res, the noise modifier, or anything else? Okay. Optimize. Optimize has been around since day one. Oops. But there's a new feature called Pro Optimize, which at the time of the printing of that book wasn't around. It's new with 2010, I believe. If I create an object with a lot of polygons, let's create a. I guess I could have saved the last scene that I was on. Better yet, let's create a. Or let's open up a file. Let's open up a file, And the file that I want is under the furniture folder, and let's open up a file called shoe. Open up a folder called shoe. So we're looking in the 05 furniture folder and then in the shoe folder. And this is one of the models that Alex created. Now notice that you get some error messages saying that V-Ray is not loaded. V-Ray is not activated. The V-Ray drivers aren't running on this computer right now. But nonetheless, we're not going to render. We're just going to look at this model. So we have the shoe, and in faceted mode, you see a nice, clean mesh with four-sided polygons, and everything was built very smartly. This is a pretty good model Alex did. But let's just assume that there's too many polygons, and we want to make it a little bit easier to render. We can see how many vertices or how many polygons or how many faces are in this scene by opening up the statistics command. The statistics command is actually, let's just hit 7, the keyboard shortcut 7 to turn on statistics. It shows us that we have 37,000 vertices on this object, 36,000 faces. Remember, this stands for faces. If we add the optimize modifier to this, you see that the object cleans up a little bit. Or I shouldn't say cleans up, it reduces in polygon count. If I compare the original version, which I can see with the light on the optimized modifier turned off, if I turn off that modifier and render, I can see what it, whoops, I'm trying to render it in V-Ray, so that's not going to work. I said I wouldn't need V-Ray, but I guess I shouldn't have said that. Give it a second to cancel out of this. V-Ray requires a dongle to render, and the dongle is not in the USB drive, so it can't render. So to fix that really quick and easy, I want to apply a standard material to this object. I want to apply a standard material to this object and take off the map that is, actually I don't need to worry about that. Let's just turn off the V-Ray renderer entirely. If you hit the keyboard shortcut F10, it opens up the render setup dialog box. And why this is taking so long, I don't know. F10 opens up the render setup dialog box. Something strange is going on with this computer. It's not liking the fact that I'm in a file that's using V-Ray, I guess. Alex, it doesn't, I got my V-Ray dongle. It doesn't like your file. All right, let's get out of this and, yep, let's try something different. Let's try a feature we haven't looked at yet, which is merge, and we're going to merge that object into a clean scene that does not use V-Ray. Merge is found under the import menu, under the import section of the file menu. This icon followed by import and merge. And now let's find that same file and load that shoe into this clean scene. So 3ds Max, furniture, shoe, scene 6, this is the completed shoe, and it will ask you to select the object you want to merge. Are you having problems merging this? Okay. Once it's merged, okay, stand by, somebody's having a problem merging this in. So you should be able to render this no problem, even though it's not going to use the, well, it's still, okay, that's not going to work. Sorry about this. And I am going to Alt, Control, Delete, and get out of this max instead of waiting any longer. Let's try this again. And just for simplicity's sake, let's just do this to a simple teapot. No need to beat ourselves trying to do this with a object that was created for a V-Ray. So with faceted mode turned on, let's change the segment count to 64, the maximum amount, and add the optimized modifier. And there we go. So if I were to render this right now, I would see that, which is pretty much identical to the object without the modifier turned on, or without the optimized modifier right there. Pretty much the same object. Notice how much faster the optimized modifier allowed it to render. It's not that much different, and if you're watching this recording or online, you probably don't see that line move as slow, but nonetheless, rendering an object with this many polygons is not a good idea if you can display it just as well with a much fewer amount of polygons. So with the optimized modifier, we went from 262,000 faces to 11,000 faces. And you can use the, oops, I've got this dialog box that I'm having to constantly move around, the GoToWebinar dialog box that blocks some of my settings. So if I move up and down on the face threshold amount, I can change the number, I can basically just change the angle at which it decides whether or not two faces need to be turned into one. And if the face threshold is exceeded, then it's going to look to, if the face threshold is not exceeded, I should say, it's going to replace two faces with one. Okay? So anything under 20 degrees here will get combined and turn into one face. All right? Instead of applying the optimized modifier, let's try the pro optimize really quick. This is just a newer version. Once you apply the pro optimize modifier, click calculate, and the current teapot is being optimized. Might take a moment if your computer is not very fast. And sort of like the multi-res, it allows us to display this object as a percentage of the original vertex count. So if I drop the vertex count to 10%, I can see, a very clean looking object with the same number of, with a very low number of vertices. And I can go lower and lower. And if you get the vertex count here to be the same amount that you got with the optimized modifier, you would see that the pro optimizer is always going to give you a much better appearance. So if you got to pick between one of the two, pick the pro optimizer and click calculate and drop the vertex percentage down, or specify an exact vertex count. Okay, let's just look at one or two more of these modifiers. Subdivide, we looked at subdivide modifier. Sweep modifier, this will be the last one we look at before we continue on. The sweep modifier is amazingly powerful. I want to reset this scene, and I want to create a bunch of lines, bunch of individual non-continuous lines. Doesn't really matter what they look like, just create a bunch of individual lines that aren't connected. And now let's create a circle anywhere else. All right, let's just say that this circle represents a parking backstop, you know, the kind of stop, the piece of concrete that cars park against to prevent them from rolling. So this is our backstop, and all these lines represent the this is the cross section of the backstop, and all these other lines represent where the backstops are going to go. Well, I could apply this I could create a loft and apply this sphere or this circle to each one of these lines individually, but that would take way too long. An easier way to do it would be to attach all these lines together and then apply the sweep modifier to it. So I'm going to select any one of these lines, go to Edit Spline. Actually, I don't need to go to Edit Spline because these lines are already set up as splines. I already have all the same features that I would have with the spline enabled. So select one of the lines, go to the Modify panel, and attach multiple. And I want to select all the lines in the scene. Not the circle, just the lines. And select Attach. And I've just attached all of them together. Let's change the color so that they show up a little bit easier. Okay, so I've just created these lines. All right, now let's sweep this circle along these lines. The sweep is a modifier. So with these lines selected, let's add the sweep modifier. By default, it wants to use this built-in section. It looks like an angle, but we don't want that. We want to use our own custom angle. And the angle we're going to use, or the section that we're going to use, is the circle that we created. Give me 1 second, I'll be there in just a second. So I select Use Custom Section, pick, and click on the object, and now I've just basically lofted a circle along each line, except I've done it with the sweep modifier. So somebody has a question, so stand by. So it's pretty simple. You attach all your lines together into one object, apply the sweep modifier, and change to a Use Custom Section, pick, and then pick your new section. If I had something like a star, I could loft that shape along each path. I'm in the sweep modifier again, pick, and I'm changing to that shape right there. And there's a lot of features down here that allow you to change the alignment so that it aligns at a certain point along the shape. Unlike the loft, the sweep does not respect the pivot point of the shape that you're lofting or the shape that you're sweeping. So it doesn't matter where the pivot point of the star is, it's going to align it using these features here. Okay, that's the last modifier that we really have time for. We might have some time tomorrow to cover a few additional ones. Those are very critical. There's hundreds of modifiers, and you simply couldn't learn them all in any short amount of time, and they change depending on the objects you have selected. So it's more than what you even see right here. But let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 6 past the hour. I have 4:56. Let's come back at 6 past the hour, and we will continue on with materials, and we will cover materials in the last hour, and we may have to make up the UVW mapping for tomorrow, but that will be no problem. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back. So let's shift gears. Modeling is pretty hard on the brain, and there's a lot there. And we'll be coming back off and on with the remainder of this class. But let's shift gears and look at materials now. We're going to look at the basics of materials. And you could literally teach a week-long class on materials, but in reality, you don't need to have that kind of complexity even to do very sophisticated, complex projects. Some basic fundamentals would be more than enough. I said pretty much the same thing with AutoCAD. I showed you, the 30 features, or I showed you a list of 30 commands that I use, and it's just a fraction of what's available. But it's everything I need to do what I do in AutoCAD. And the modeling modifiers, there's hundreds of modifiers. You only need a fraction of those for the most part to do what you do with your scenes. Same thing for materials. So let's go into a new scene, reset, and let's start with a simple box. Let's create a simple box and open up the material editor, which we can do through the icon right here or with the keyboard shortcut M. Here is the material editor. Most of what you do with materials will be right here. There are some things outside the material editor that you will have to do to your objects, or do material-wise to your objects. Things like the Uvw Map modifier or the Unwrap Uvw, or a few other things. But we're going to stay for the rest of this next hour. We're going to stay inside the material editor and work on some basic things. If we click this standard button right here, you will see that there are many different types of materials available. And there's many types of maps for each one of these materials. I see this by the way is new to 2011. I don't believe you have this exact layout, and I wish I could show you the old layout, but I'm not sure that the 2011 even allows you to go back to that old version. You probably can through a script or running some switching some file, some text file behind the scenes. Nonetheless, I'm going to show you the same information regardless of which Max version you're using. So I'm going to close this standard material type and look at what I have to work with. I have, in 2011, I have a materials rollout, I have a scene materials rollout, and I have a sample slot rollout. The scene materials are the materials that you have applied to your scene. I have no materials in the scene, so there's nothing listed under scene materials. And you would see in older versions of Max, you would see a little radio button that allows you to switch from scene materials to sample slots to materials and so forth. I have nothing in the scene right now, so I don't have anything shown here. I have 24 sample slots that I can see at any one time, and these are the materials that are applied to the sample slots. They're named 01-default, 02-default, and so on. And they correspond to the different sample slots that I see right up here. Each one of these squares is a sample slot. And I have 24 at one time that I can see. I'm going to go back to standard material, and I can change a material type from standard material to something else. I can change to a shellac material or a shell material, a blend material, architectural. If I had V-Ray, the V-Ray license running, I would see the V-Ray material type. I see some other V-Ray types. I see some other materials that work with V-Ray, but not the actual V-Ray material itself. Needless to say, these are all the different material types that are available. We're going to concentrate on the standard material type right here. Just one quick note about some of the other things that you see. You might want to just stay away from architectural materials altogether. Most of us are probably working in visualization, so you might be tempted to look at the architectural materials. Stay away from it. It's an old type of material. It's very difficult to use. It's very it's not very effective, and it is incredibly complex. Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm sorry. I didn't mean the architectural material. There's another material type I think you probably see in your scenes, which is, I can't remember the name of it. It's not Arch and Design. Sorry. Yes, Arch and Design. So needless to say, we're not getting into many mental ray materials. We're not doing any V-ray materials. We're going to stick with the standard material type right now. So I'm going to double-click on standard material. And by default, that's what I have, unless you're using the design version of Max, which will probably default to the mental ray Arch and Design material. Is that what you guys are seeing on yours? No? Okay, if you switch it to Max, if you went to the custom UI default switcher and switch to Max, then you will see standard materials. If you use the design version, notice that it should say under here, Material Editor, populated with architectural materials, displays reflectance and transmittance information more below. All it says is that it will populate your Material Editor with architectural materials, which is not what you should want by default, especially if you're using V-Ray. Regardless, let's stick with the standard material type. So we have our floater. We have this interface here. We have different menus at the top, none of which I use for anything. Most of the things that you can access here, you can access through the rest of the Material Editor. I'm not going to cover any of these sections here. You can look at it, but what you'll see is the same things that you see elsewhere. All these features here can be accessed somewhere else in the Material Editor, and in some cases in other areas of Max. Okay, so we won't look at the menus. We have, by default, spheres for each one of these sample slots, but we can change them to squares or boxes to see different materials display a little bit differently. So for some materials, using a sphere might be more appropriate if you wanted to see specular highlights, for example. But if you wanted to see a simple bitmap image appear on a box so that you can see it applied to a box or some sort of flat surface a little bit easier, then the box might be the way to go. You have, I'm going to switch back to the sphere. You have a backlight on and off option, which I have there's no reason to turn that off. You have the ability to set your background to a checkered background so that you can see the opacity of objects a little bit better. I'm changing the opacity of this object by dragging down on this opacity slider. And as long as you have that checkered background turned on, you can see that in fact the material is transparent. Because if you didn't, you would see it would be a lot harder to see that this material is transparent. So that's a good option to use. Some of these other options are not nearly as important. One that is very important, in my opinion, is the Select by Material option. You don't have to do what I'm about to do, but I'm just going to really quickly create a bunch of materials and a bunch of objects. And I'm going to apply one material to two of these objects and then deselect those objects. With this material that I have selected and activated, which I see with this white line that wraps around my sample slot, with that sample activated, I can select all the objects in my scene that use that material by using or activating the Select by Material option. So when I click that, it opens up this Select Objects dialog box, and it shows me the objects that material is applied to, box 1 and box 3. I hit Enter to accept it, and now I've just selected two boxes that have that material applied to it. It's really, really important when you get into large scenes and you have and you have a lot of objects that use a lot of the same materials. I mentioned earlier about this class I did with somebody that created a scene that was an oil rig, and there were thousands of different objects, and a lot of the objects had the same materials. So you might have they had in some cases one material apply to 300 or 400 different objects, which is not a good thing if you're not going to need to move one object separately from another. If you don't need to do what I'm doing here, which is move one object separately from another object, there's no reason to have the objects not attached to each other. They should be attached so that you can reduce the burden on Max and make it easier for it to handle the objects in your scene. So in this case, I would take one object and attach the other object to it. Now, you don't want to do that with objects that have different materials, but for objects with similar materials, that's what you would want to do. And this feature that I just mentioned, the Select by Material feature, allowed me to quickly select all the hundreds of materials or the hundreds of objects that use that one material. It would be a real pain to do it manually, so don't ever forget that option. You also have an Options icon, which allows you to do many things, but really the only thing that I ever do with this with any of these settings is change the number of samples or sample slots that I see. The default is 3 by 2, so by default I see 6 sample slots, but if I want to change it to 5 by 3 or 6 by 4, that's all I need to do. I hit apply or OK, and now I see 24 sample slots. I can manipulate 24 sample slots at one time. That's the most I can manipulate. Doesn't mean that I'm limited to 24 materials. It just means that I can't see more than 24 sample slots at one time. I can have 24 sample slots and 24 materials in them and have hundreds of materials apply to the objects in my scene. I'm going to work on a 3 by 2 so I see the sample slots a little bit larger. But if I decide that that sample slot is not large enough, I can double click on it and open up a very large version of the sample slot and size it however I want to. Okay, everyone good to go so far? We have one question here, stand by. The question is if we have 2 boxes with 2 different materials, the question is, should we group these 2 boxes together if they have the same material? No, because the word group means something completely different than attach. You want to attach these objects together, not group them. You know what attaching is. It makes one object, but grouping is found under the Group menu. And this allows you to take 2 or more objects. I can take all 4 of these objects and create one group of the 4, call it whatever I want, and now I can move this group around however I want to. I haven't changed the objects in any way. I haven't attached them together. I haven't merged them together. I haven't done anything to them other than create sort of like a selection set that allows me to move this object around however I want to. If I were to apply one material to this group, then it would apply to all the objects in my scene, or all the objects in that group. Or if I was to apply a modifier, like the Edit Mesh, it would apply to all the objects in that group. And notice how it shows me an italicized version of the modifier. That simply means that when I open up the group or ungroup it, now you're going to see the Edit Mesh applied to that, the Edit Mesh applied to that, Edit Mesh, and so on. And notice how it says that it shows italicized to indicate that it was done as part of a group. Okay? Big difference between grouping and attaching. Does that answer your question? The question is, how would we change the mapping on one separate from the other using the same material? Yes. The question is, if you have a map on one object with one material and the same map, same material applied to another object, but the scale of the map was different. You know, let's say you had a stucco material on one object and the same stucco material on the other object, but the stucco over here was mapped differently or scaled differently. What would you do? Well, I will hold off on that question until the UVW map section, because that I have to show you some stuff with that. It's a very simple thing to do. It involves map channels. We'll look at map channels probably in the next round of classes tomorrow. Actually, not tomorrow, on the second day of this class, which is a few days from now. So let's continue on and let's look at some other icons that we have here. If I want to create a material, I can just drag and drop that material from the sample slot right onto the object. Or I can, with the material selected and with the object selected, use the Assign Material to Selection button. That assigns a material to the selected object. Okay. Now I currently have material 01-default assigned to all four of these objects. If I were to change the diffuse color of this material, it would change the color as displayed on all four boxes. Now let's, all I did was I changed the diffuse color by clicking on this color, swatch and manipulating the color. Now we're going to get to some of these other icons as they need to be addressed. I don't ever like to cover things comprehensively. I like to cover them as they are needed. So we'll stop with the explanation up here and move on to the diffuse color channel and look at some of the things that are found in the Blend Basic Parameters rollout. Of course, when I click on the diffuse color, I can change the color of all these objects. The ambient color swatch is locked to the diffuse color swatch by default. If I want to unlock it for reasons which I would never be able to find, I can unlock it and change the diffuse color separately from the ambient color. But I see no reason to unlock these. So I'm going to go back to lock, ambient, and diffuse. Now the specular color swatch controls the color of the specular highlight that I see. I don't see a specular highlight on this object because my specular level is too low and my glossiness is, well, the glossiness is not the problem, it's the specular level that's too low. If I drag up on the specular level, notice in my sample slot that I start to see this white area appear, and I can make that white area smaller by changing the glossiness value. No other material quality in the real world will give you a better indication of what a material is than specular highlights. Changing the size, shape, or gradient transition of a specular highlight will have a dramatic impact on the way an object looks. So with a glossiness of 83, this is what my object looks like. With a glossiness of 10, this is what my object looks like. Completely different. Okay? If I apply this to the object, which it already is, I don't see a specular highlight on this object. And the reason why is because I'm not looking at a spherical object. If I had a spherical object, then I'm bound to see a specular highlight, like I do now. Okay? So this specular highlight is the reflection of a light source. Okay? Now, I'm going to create another couple objects right back here. And let's reduce the specular level back to 0. Okay, and let's change the opacity to something other than 100. So let's make it 50. 100% opaque means 0% transparent, and vice versa. If I have an object that's 50% opaque, it's 50% transparent. If I render this scene, I can now see through the teapot, see through the sphere, and look at the teapots behind it. Okay. And this is a feature you're going to be using constantly if you're doing if you're working on materials of any type. Let's look at a few more things found in Blend Basic Parameters. We have a self-illumination feature that, when enabled, allows you to prevent shading or shadows from falling on your object no matter what the lighting is in your scene. So if I enable self-illumination and change the color, notice I can change the color to whatever I want, but when I have self-illumination on, I cannot receive any shadows to this object. No matter how dark my scene is, I will have my object be as bright as it appears in the color swatch. If I want to simulate a light bulb, I can set this to pure white, and no matter what the lights in my scene are doing, I will always see white where this object is or where this material is. Okay. I can also enable self-illumination as a value between 0 and 100 and have whatever color is enabled in the diffuse color channel, that is going to be the color that I always see regardless of the illumination in my scene. So the only difference between self-illumination with color enabled and color turned off is that with it turned off, I see the diffuse color show through regardless of the illumination in my scene. With color turned on, I can set my self-illumination to any color, and whatever color I see is the color I get without any lighting whatsoever. Doesn't matter what the light is in my scene. This is what I'm going to get. Okay, those are some basics within the Blend Basic Parameters rollout. Now, what is Blend? Blend is just a type of shader. Notice that there is a rollout called Shader Basic Parameters. I can set up the shader to be whatever I want. I can use anisotropic, blend, metal, multilayer, Phong, Strauss, and so on. The default option is blend, and it was actually invented by a guy named Blend many years ago, and it just simply defines how light falls on a surface and how to create shading for that surface. There are a lot of different options here, and you can play around with them, but the biggest difference between them is the way the specular highlight is created. As an example, if I use anisotropic, I can very specifically change the appearance of the specular highlight. Let me turn off self-illumination. I can very specifically change the shape of the specular highlight and have some unique appearance applied to the specular highlight in my scene. The higher I make this anisotropy value, the more long and thin my specular highlight becomes. If I put this to 0, then I have no anisotropy. If I increase it to 100%, I have a nice thin line representing my specular highlight. I can rotate it, I can orient it however I want, but I think you understand, I think you would get the idea from this short demonstration. So I'm going to switch it back to Blend, and all you need to know at this point is that the shaders change the way the specular highlights are created on your surfaces. Okay, so that is a quick discussion about shaders. You could fill volumes with shaders and discussions about the math going on behind the scenes. I would just caveat that with most projects can be created just fine using the default blend shader. A lot of advanced material creators will use some sophisticated shaders and do some pretty nice things with them. But at the beginner and intermediate levels, I would say just avoid worrying about switching the shader type and stay with the blend. And the reason why is because there are far bigger fish to fry than worrying about the shader. If you are caring enough about the shader to change it, you should make sure everything else about your material is as good as it can possibly be. All your maps are good, all your channels are good, all your material qualities and all the lighting that it takes to see the materials, all your render settings are correct. It's about the last thing you need to worry about for materials. Not saying it's not good or important, just saying for beginner and intermediate users, it's probably the least important thing. So let's close the shader basic parameters. Let's close the blend basic parameters and then look at the extended parameters. Good news here is that with the exception of one little feature, I don't find any particular use in this extended parameters rollout. The only thing that you might want to play around with is the wire option, which can change an object into a wire display, whose size is controlled by this value here, this size value, which is only going to show up in your rendering. So if I render this, I will see the size in terms of pixels or units, the size of my wire. If I want to change that, I type in something different, render it again, and the wire becomes thicker. Sort of in my opinion, sort of a non-essential tool, and just one of those things that you just don't use or need very often. Super sampling is something you will not need if you use V-Ray. Super sampling is, this section is a global setting for it's a setting that changes the way pixels are sampled for a particular material. If I open up the render scene dialog box, I will see, I don't know why, I think there's a problem with this. I think for whatever reason my render scene dialog box must be sitting off to the side because of the fact that I'm using a projector, and I don't know why, but my render scene dialog box is not even visible right now, so I need to fix that later today. But inside the render setup dialog box, you would see a super sampling tab, which is a global tab that affects all materials and the super sampling of those materials. But this super sampling section here controls the super sampling of just one particular material. The good news is, if you use V-Ray, or if you use Mental Ray, really, if you use any advanced render engine, you don't need to worry about this because the sampling is controlled in a rollout that is applicable to just Mental Ray or just V-Ray or some other render engine. So I would suggest never, ever even touching that. If you're using V-Ray, you can ignore the Mental Ray rollout that you see down here. If you have no desire to build objects that have real-world physical properties like elastic, if you have no desire to make a material not only look elastic but actually react like elastic using other tools like reactor or other real-world physics generating tools inside Max, then you have no need for dynamic properties. So this is something that you certainly don't need to touch at anything other than a very advanced level. The heart of what you would do inside this material editor is all going to be inside the maps rollout. This is it. This is the big area that you need to focus on. You don't need to worry about shader parameters. You certainly don't need to worry about extended parameters. You certainly don't need to worry about super sampling, and you don't need to worry about dynamic properties or Mental Ray. If you use Mental Ray, then yes, you maybe would need to look into that. But for most users, especially those that use the V-Ray, the only rollouts you will need to worry about or need to focus on is blend basic parameters and maps. Okay. Let's add a checker map to the diffuse color channel. If I wanted to add any map of any type to a material, I can do it one of two ways. I can select the None button next to each one of these map channels and load the map through this channel button here. I can select checker, and now I've just applied a checker map to the diffuse color channel. Now as soon as I do that, notice that I see that I am inside the diffuse color channel. On the top left hand corner of this material editor, I see diffuse color that indicates that I am inside the diffuse color channel, and I've got a checker map applied to the diffuse color channel. Well, I want to go back out of this diffuse color and go back into the parent object. So what do? I click on Go to Parent, which is that icon that has the arrow pointed upwards, the one second from the right, and now I'm back into the standard material. I'm no longer inside the diffuse color channel. So I have a map loaded, a checker map to be specific, loaded in the diffuse color channel. I will not only see it loaded here, if I scroll down and look at the diffuse color, this square next to the diffuse color swatch, I see M, a capital M, next to this color swatch, and that indicates that there is a map loaded in the color swatch and that the map is active. If I deselect this option next to the left of diffuse color, it turns off that map, and notice that it makes the capital M look like a lowercase m. So I've just deactivated it. If I render right now, I see the yellow sphere. If I reactivate it and make that map go back on and render again, I will see a checker map applied to this sphere. Okay. Now if I want to show that map in the viewport, I have to go inside to the map, inside the checker map, and show map in viewport. Actually, I shouldn't say it that way. I can see the map in the viewport here, or I can go into the map and show map in viewport right in here. But this icon shows standard map in viewport. This is what you're going to use to see the map that you have applied to any particular channel. Okay. The diffuse color channel is probably the most important color channel, or the most important channel, because it is the color that you see. It's the material quality that you're actually looking at. Things like specular level and glossiness and self-illumination and all those things, those are other material qualities that you can certainly load maps into, but it's not what we want to do here. Okay, let's reset this max scene so we can start from scratch and go from here. All right, open up the material editor again with a blank scene, and this time create a simple plane object of any size and apply a map to it, whether you use the drag and drop option or use the assign material to selection option. Just create a material and assign it to a plane object, and then change the diffuse color to something else just so we can see it against the gray background a little bit better. Now, using the shortcut this time rather than using the map channel, using the shortcuts option, click that little square to the right of the diffuse color channel, and this time let's load another checker map just to keep things simple right now. Let's load another checker map, and then show map in viewport again, which is that icon fourth from the right, show standard map in viewport, and now we can see the checker map in the viewport again. Okay, I just noticed that Kevin, you have a question, so let me unmute your microphone. What's your question?
Yes, my question is, why are there so many different kinds of renders out there? Like there's standard, mental ray, viz, and why is viz most dominant in architectural visualization?
You mean why is V-Ray?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, let me mute your microphone. The question is, why are there so many render engines out there, and why is V-Ray the most popular? Well, the first answer would be because companies want to make money and they create these render engines to sell. What is an advanced render engine? Advanced render engine is just an engine that is there to simulate global illumination and allow you to render your scenes with what it calls real-world lighting and realistic illumination. V-Ray, Mental Ray, Final Render, Maxwell, all these different render engines can do the exact same can achieve the same level of quality. There's really no difference with the quality if you use the term quality as generally as I am. They can all achieve the same amount of quality if the user knows what he's doing, he or she. The difference between them is the speed at which you can render, and that's probably the most important thing. The speed at which you can render, the ease of use, which is probably the biggest reason why V-Ray took off so well, because Mental Ray was so complex, and then the support that comes with it. With V-Ray, you have great support from the makers of V-Ray. You've got the lead programmer, Vladimir, who is available at any time through the forums, and you can ask him a question, anything you want related to V-Ray, and you'll probably get an answer within 24 hours. And if he doesn't answer it, somebody else will. If you're using a render engine that a lot of people use, when you ask a question, you'll probably get a lot of answers. If you use a render engine that very few people use, you're probably not going to get as many answers. So those three things are what separates the different render engines. We're focusing on standard materials and scanline rendering because I don't want to complicate anything by introducing an advanced render engine that totally changes the way we render. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, and another question I have is, in our office is they kind of like watercolor renderings. Is that possible with standard render, or just the kind of renders you get from SketchUp, something like that?
The question is let me mute your microphone. The question is, are watercolored renderings or different style renderings possible with standard materials? Totally yes. I think your question might have been, or maybe the correct question would have been, are they possible with different render engines? Regardless, standard materials can be used with any render engine. You can use a standard material with V-Ray and Mental Ray, and you would see that in many cases you have to. If I created I shouldn't say have to, but as an example, with V-Ray there is no self-illumination material, so you have to use a standard material with self-illumination. So if you wanted to create the appearance of a light bulb, the easiest way to do it is to create a self-illuminated material, make it white, and apply that material to an object that represents a light bulb. You can't do that with V-Ray. For whatever reason, they don't have a self-illuminated material. So standard material is completely fine and renders just as quickly, although V-Ray materials are supposed to render a little bit faster because they're supposed to be optimized. I can't speak as much for Mental Ray because I don't use Mental Ray, and this class is not on Mental Ray. But yes, you can use standard materials to create any kind of material appearance you want. There's no material that says watercolor material. There's nothing like that. There are, in a lot of advanced render engines, there are different tools, like, for example, in V-Ray, there's V-Ray Toon, which creates the appearance of a cartoonish feel or a hand-drawn feel to your objects by creating this thick black line around your objects, and that creates a appearance of sort of a cartoon setting. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. So we are in the diffuse color channel, and we want to get out of this channel, and so we want to go back up to the parent, and let's do something different. Instead of using, or let me show you one other thing before doing what I was going to show you. If I want to see If I want to see the checker map completely, then I want to leave this value that I see here, the amount of value set to, which is currently set to 100, I leave that at 100 and I see the checker map. If I want to see the diffuse color instead of the checker map, I can type in 0 for the diffuse color, or I'm sorry, 0 for the map that is loaded in the diffuse color channel. And now I see the diffuse color and none of the checker. If I render, I see just the orange. If I type in 50, that means 50%, and I will see 50% diffuse color and 50% checker. Okay. Now let's type in 100 again, and we're back to seeing the checker. Now, what if I want to move this checker map and put it into something else like the opacity channel rather than the diffuse color channel? If I click and drag any sample slot, or I shouldn't say sample slot, any map channel, if I click and drag any map that's loaded into a map channel and drag it to another map channel like opacity, I get this dialog box that says, okay, do you want to create an instance copy, or do you want to just flat out swap those channels or swap those maps? I want to select swap because I want to put the map that was previously in diffuse color into the opacity channel. And now I need to create some other objects to show this. I'm going to create some spheres. And now when I do this and render again, I see this checker map that appears to be assigned to the diffuse color channel because I see it in here, but it's only because it's currently turned on. The show map and viewport is turned on within the checker map that's applied to the opacity channel. Notice that it's not selected here. If I select it here, then I see this. I see the result of adding the map to the opacity channel. If I select the show map and viewport within the opacity channel, I see the map that's applied to that channel. Okay, there's a big difference. I go up to the parent and I show map and viewport here, and now I see the result of having this black and white image applied to the opacity channel. If I render right now, I see this. I see it's sort of hard to see with this black background, but I basically see through this portion of the plane, and I'm able to see the sphere, the bottom half of the sphere below it. Okay, and that's pretty simple. That's a pretty simple explanation of the opacity channel. Let's go into this checker map, and something you will find in every map, regardless of whether it's a checker or a noise map or something else, is coordinates. You will find a coordinates rollout. And within the coordinates rollout, you can change the tiling of a material. So if I want to see, instead of seeing just one checker pattern covering this object or covering this material, I can scale this map down and show multiple tiles of this. So I can set it to something like 5 for U and V, and U and V is just another way of saying X and Y. UVW means the same thing as X, Y, Z, except UVW is an indication that you're working and dealing with coordinates for materials rather than coordinates for objects. Okay, you don't, I'm sorry, there's a question. You don't have what? Okay, are you inside the opacity channel? Are you inside the checker map? Okay, 1 second. The question that somebody had, or the problem that somebody had, brought a good point to mind. If you use the the max design configuration that you see right here, as I mentioned before and as it says here, it sets automatically your materials to use real-world scaling of UVW coordinates, which simply means this checkbox and this checkbox is automatically enabled. You don't want to have either one of these enabled, in my opinion, because you shouldn't be using Max to make a guess as to how to scale an image or a map on an object. Always deselect these and set your tiling automatically right here. So as I increase this, I'm going to change the tiling of this map on this object. Okay, there we go. So you'll find this in pretty much any map. As far as I know, you'll find this rollout in any map, and this is the heart of what you're going to be doing. Now, it's important to realize that this tiling that you're doing will be applied to any object that has this material. If I want to change the way this map is applied or tiled or stretched or scaled on a specific object, I use the Uvw Map modifier to do it, rather than relying on the tiling that I see here that affects every object that has that material. And to show you what I'm talking about, if I were to add the Uvw Map modifier right here and set the tiling back to 1 and 1 for that particular material, I can create two versions of this object with different maps applied to them. So I have two objects with the same material, and I apply Uvw Map, the Uvw Map modifier to one of those objects, and I change the tiling here to 10 by 10. Oops, 10 by 10 by 10, and I've made one object have a different tiling than the other. If I change the tiling in the material, I'm going to change both objects because both objects have that material. And now I've just made one of these objects tiled so heavily that I have to zoom in really closely to see the difference, or to see that pattern. Are you good? Okay, stand by. Somebody has a question. The problem that somebody had was that this real-world maps size was still enabled. I can't have this enabled because it will totally mess up the mapping that's applied. Okay, that along with the use real-world scale. Okay, did that fix it? Okay, so it's important to know the distinction between tiling here and tiling with the Uvw Map modifier, which we'll look at when we do the next class. Okay, in my opinion, unless you have to change the tiling of the material on many objects, leave the tiling here set to 1 and 1 and change the tiling of an object specifically using the Uvw Map modifier. Okay. Only other thing that I think you have to know at this point inside this coordinates rollout is this Uvw angle, and this allows you to rotate the angle that the map is applied to. So if I just click and drag up here, I can see that the angle of that map is changing and how it's applied to the plane object. So if I type in 90, I'll see the map rotate 90 degrees, although with a checker map I'm really not going to see that. I have to type in 45, and you get the idea. For each map that you load, you're going to have a unique rollout that appears that controls things for that map. For example, the checker parameters. The checker parameters allows you to change the color of the checker that is applied, the color of each part of the checker pattern. So if I wanted to have a purely opaque part of my object, I would leave that part I would leave that swatch white. If I wanted to have a semi-transparent material here, I would select this color and change it to gray. And now the part that was previously 100% opaque is going to be partly transparent. Or I can make it completely transparent and the whole object now is transparent. So anytime you see white in a material, it might mean 100%. You know, in the diffuse color channel, white would mean white. But in some color selectors swatches like this, it means 100%. Black would mean 0%. So everything that's white would be opaque. Everything that's black would be transparent. Okay. And you can load a map into each one of these. You could actually, believe it or not, load another checker. You could load another checker map into the white color swatch and apply a checker pattern within the checker pattern. And why it's not letting me do that, I'm not sure. Change the, I think it's in there. I think maybe we just don't see it. Okay, that's probably not the best explanation of how to use this. All right, got a few more minutes before we have to close this. Just a couple more things. If I want to completely remove a map from a map channel, I can, within the map, I go into the map and select this Material Map button. This is the Material Map button. This is where you can change the material and change the map type. If I click on this and select the None option, which I honestly don't even know where they put the None option for 2011, but there should be a None button on yours. I believe I can right-click and select Clear. I don't know why there's no None button, but I can right-click and select Clear. I want to load one more map, again, in the diffuse color channel, and this time I want to load a noise map. So select the noise map, load it in the diffuse color channel, show map in viewport. There's my noise map in my diffuse color channel, but that's not actually what this is what would get rendered. I'm replacing the diffuse color, the orange color, with a black and white color. So if I render, I see a black and white noise applied to this object. And if I go into this noise map, just like with the other, I have a noise parameters rollout. I have a rollout that is unique to that map. And I can change the size of this noise however I want. And you would see it change inside the on the object. And I can change the colors however I want. That's fine. And I can also, one more time, just go let me take a copy of this and drag it into, let's say, the bump map. Let's bring it into the bump map and create a copy, not an instance, not a swap. We're going to create a copy. Now, the last thing I want to show is if you're in the diffuse color channel or any other channel and want to get to another map that's loaded into another channel, you can select the sibling button or go forward to sibling, and you're going to switch from whatever map channel you're in this case diffuse color, you're going to switch to the next one, which is bump. All it does is cycle through all the different map channels that you have a map loaded in. And in both of these channels, notice that I have an output rollout. This output rollout is shown in most map types. The output just intensifies or reduces the strength of the map that you have loaded. So if I wanted to make the map brighter, I can change the output amount to 2, but it's not something that I really want to do to most maps, because if I have a problem with the brightness of a map, I would probably want to do it somewhere else and not here. So all I'm trying to tell you is you can play around with this, but certainly at the beginner level, the output section is not something you need to fool around with. So just as a 1-minute review of what we covered in the material editor. All the menus at the top, in my opinion, you can ignore because everything you find here you can find somewhere else. There's a few icons you want to focus on this right-hand side and a few icons that you want to focus on at the bottom of the sample slots. Shader basic parameters, I don't believe you need to worry about anything in the shader basic parameters. You don't need to worry about anything in the extended parameters. You certainly don't need to change anything in super sampling, and you don't need to worry about the 2 rollouts down at the bottom that deal with dynamic properties and mental ray. Your focus for now and for probably many years should be on the blend basic parameters, many of which are just shortcuts to the map channels that you see down here. But the majority of all your work is going to be inside the maps section, and here is where you add maps to change the quality and appearance of all these different map channels. The biggest benefit of maps, in my opinion, is that it can be used to control the appearance of other things. And this will be the last thing that I show. But I'm going to delete all these spheres, create a new material and apply it to this sphere, and create a little bit of a specular highlight. So I clearly have a specular highlight. As I said, maps are probably best used when used to amplify or change the appearance of map channels. And that's a generalization, but what I mean by that is that noise map that I showed earlier, a good way to use that would be to use it in, say, the glossiness channel. And if I load that noise map into the glossiness channel, I see that now the noise map controls, changes the specular highlight. I'm going to open this up, this sample slot, make it a little bit bigger, and change the size of this to something like 5. And now notice that my specular highlight looks much different than it does without that noise map in the glossiness channel. And all I did is I told the noise map to dictate where I see a specular highlight and where I don't see a specular highlight. And I said before that black means 0% or off, white means 100% or on. So in this case, black means no specular highlight, or in this case glossiness, which controls the size or the where my specular highlight is shown. Black means basically see no specular highlight. White means see my specular highlight. And when I use the noise map to dictate that, I get this kind of appearance, sort of like almost like a caustics effect. So practice playing with maps in all the different channels and see how they affect your objects. You know, that same noise map swapped into the opacity channel will make my object appear transparent in some areas and opaque in other areas. So they are best used as tools to control the appearance of map channels. Now, for the next class, for the next half of this class, we will look a little bit further at a few more what I call critical map channels. And there's a lot of different map channels, and the map channels change depending on whether you use a standard material or a mental ray material or a V-ray material. But we're going to focus on the standard materials for this beginner's class. We need to look at the bump channel. We need to look at the opacity channel a little bit more. We need to look at the glossiness channel and a few different map types. We looked at noise map. We looked at the checker map, but really those pale in comparison to the benefit that you have with some of the other maps that we need to look at. And then we'll talk about Uvw mapping. We're probably about 45 minutes behind right now, and in the first 45 minutes of the next half of the class we will have all these things covered. And then we will start moving into lighting and cameras and animation. So before I end this, I will take any and all questions you have about anything that we talked about today. Does anybody have any questions? Yep. There's one question in class here, so I'm just letting everyone know online that we have a question in class. Go ahead. Okay. there's a question with materials here in class. Somebody's just having problems applying the material. I will answer that after I close the online session. Does anyone that's online have a question with any particular material or really anything that we talked about up to this point? Anybody have any questions about anything we covered in the first day? No questions. Let me ask another question. Does anybody have, this is a beginner class and there's been a lot of material thrown out. Is anybody having any difficulty in keeping up? And if you do, you can just raise your hand to give me some indication. I'm not going to point out who it is. If you're having trouble keeping up, you can send a email and discuss a little closer with the. You can send me a little bit more information, any suggestions on what can be done. I see a couple people indicating that they are having trouble keeping up. I want to lower your hands now, if you would. If you have any comments that you would like to address, hold your hand up and I will unmute your microphone. Okay, Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Sorry, I just didn't put it down yet.
Oh, okay. No problem. Anybody have any questions before we sign off for the day? Okay. With that, I'm going to end it. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to email me. Just use the same email that you would have received for the download files for this class. I'll answer whatever I can tonight or in the few days that we have in between the second half of this class. I am going to post the recording of this class online. You guys will be able to download it. It's probably going to take until later tonight to upload. You guys will have this available to download so that you can watch it at your leisure. I would highly the watching as much of it as you can between now and the second half of this class. And if you do, the information that I presented today will be a lot more memorable, and you'll have a much better chance of staying with the second half of this class. This is a beginner class, and I did throw a lot of information out, but because this class is recorded and because all of you are going to have this recording available, I went a little bit faster than what I would have if the recording was not available. But since you can watch this, I felt it was appropriate to go a little bit faster. So in light of that, please watch this recording when you can. Spend some time between now and Sunday and try to watch as much of it as you can and fill in any holes, any gaps that you have. With that, I will go ahead and stop this and say thanks for showing up, and I hope to see you again for the second half of the class.